Hello there, good morning, happy Sunday. It's a beautiful Sunday here on the nursery. It really is. Adam's with us.
Hi,
how
Joe.
are you,
Give us
Adam?
a hug,
Come on,
fellas.
let's
Good
have
to
a
see you.
hug.
I haven't seen you for
So good to be
ages,
back
so
together.
lovely
We
to
haven't
see
seen
you.
each other for about 4 years,
Yeah,
maybe,
about 4 or 5.
something
You
like
didn't realise I'd moved, did you? Like,
that. No, I had no
but
idea.
No, it's good to see
I
you.
mean, we've worked together on off for what, 10 years,
Oh, yeah,
maybe?
probably 10, 15 years.
Absolutely,
yeah.
they never let us loose together, so that is a first. We were just talking about, weren't we, how glorious everything is at the moment. The weather, the countryside.
Yeah, I mean, driving in this morning, you say the cow parsley, the horse chestnuts, the hawthorn. It's just that everything to play for time of year, isn't it? It's that time of year you feel you could live forever.
Absolutely.
It's just so gorgeous.
It's that real sweet spot of the summer whereby everything is ahead of you. I always say it's like the peak time to be a gardener, isn't it? You were saying as well today how everything's just exploding in your garden.
Yeah, because the days are really long now. We're getting some warmth at last. We've got high light levels, so all the plants are just thinking, yay, let's go for it, let's grow,
Absolutely.
And we all want to get outside and just, get going. We've been let loose at last.
We have. We're both very chipper this morning. I don't know if you can tell. Sean is not here. He is at QVC. He'll be on QVC as we finish at 2 p.m. I think he's on the main channel, isn't he? He is on the main channel at 2 p.m. Bex isn't here. Who knows where Bex will be? She was at Funny Girls in Blackpool last night on a hen do. So, I mean, your guess is anyone. If you do see her around the country, email in. Would be your
all I can say is I do not want to be feeling like Bex is feeling right now, to be honest.
She's not full of the joys of early summer. And also, yesterday was World Naked Gardening Day, Ad. I didn't see any pics of you in your garden.
And it's too chilly for me, too chilly. There was a cold breeze in Norfolk, and I just couldn't risk it at my age. I might get a chill.
Sean and Bex, though, did put some pics up for World Naked Gardening Day. If you missed, well, we tried to find Sean's this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
And it wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. Bex is still there in all of its glory. She was looking beautiful behind her Acer.
She was indeed, and well, dare I say, Sean looked quite buff as well. So,
I missed it, unfortunately. If you've screen grabbed it, email it into us. We'd love to share it with the nation. We would. We've got a really exciting show coming up today, haven't we? Lots of stuff that's in flower.
Yeah, I mean, and the value of some of the things, Joe, on here is absolutely insane. But yeah, I mean, the fantastic choice at the back. I mean, the range of shrubs and things we've got as well. So much colour, so much variation. Wow, yeah, it's a brilliant show today. It's going to be explosive.
Absolutely, it is. And of course, as always, all normal rules apply when it comes to the housekeeping. So YGTV 1824, that's the code you need to make sure you're putting in over on the website. That is going to unlock your free gift, which is gorgeous. What's today's free gift, Adam?
Freesias. Pack of freesia bulbs, double and single freesia bulbs, and these are absolutely stonking because, fantastic fragrance from these, Joe. Wonderful, wonderful colour mix as well. Easy to grow. Fabulous cut flowers. In fact, I mean, there's so many in here. There's 50 corms in here. So, I mean, and remember, this is per order as well.
Brilliant.
So, if you end up with 2 or 3 packs of these, grow some in pots, grow some in beds and borders. But if you've got a spare bit of garden, just grow some in a straight row and use them for cut flowers.
Lovely.
And bring them indoors.
Really love
easy
that.
to grow.
The great thing is they are worth $9.99 if you go and buy them on the website. You don't need to pay that as long as you're putting the code YGTV1824 in. Also, remember, if you're spending over £40 and using the code, you will get free postage as well, so saving you another £6.99. And a lot of the double ups and buy one get one frees that I tell you about, they will only be available if you are using the code. You will be sick of me banging on about you putting that code in by the end of the end of the 4 hours.
It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean,
absolutely.
You're crazy not to do that. In fact, it was really weird. I was watching an advert last night about that major supermarket, and there's that card you can use, isn't there? And I said to my other half last night, why would you not have one of them cards?
I don't get it, because your shopping's like £426. You scan the card and they give you a £5 and you're on your way. Doesn't make any sense. That's how it feels sometimes, isn't it?
Yes. So if you've got an offer to save money, go for it.
Absolutely do. Don't forget about the discount club as well. I'll tell you more about that as we go through the show. One last thing, I would love to hear from you. I'd love to know what's going on in your garden. If you want to send us a picture of your garden, we absolutely love to see it. YGTV@yougarden.com. Details are down down there on the front of your screen now. You can also chat along on Facebook and on YouTube to let us know what you are up to, what's happening in your garden. Very, very busy for our first item. Easy to see why. This is a ridiculous deal for you. I think every single basket today should have one of these in here. The value, it's off the chart. It really is. 9 centimetre hardy fuchsias. That's not a mistake. $29.94 down to $4.99. If you let me share with you how you get the value here. So one goes into your basket. 510262 is your right number. Do you have an offer code? Yes, you do. YGTV1824. Apply that code. Look, $4.99, and your free gift in there as well. And if you don't fancy paying that P&P, spend over £40, and we'll take that off for you as well. So hardy fuchsias, and we're also getting not 6 of the same one. Getting some different varieties.
We're getting a mix in there, Joe, as well. And it's weird because when I walked in this morning, Stu, what I call a producer and director. I call him the producer.
I love that.
Yeah, Stu said to me this morning, because I've not been in for a week or so, and Stu said to me, you know, how much do you think for 6 of these? And I was thinking, garden centre, you know, in the garden centre, one of these going to be at least sort of $4.99 for one. And I thought, but yeah, we're a good price anyway. So I said about 18, 20 quid. And then when Stu said $4.99, I just laughed. I mean, this is insane because these are hardy fuchsias as well. So these aren't fuchsias just for the summer, and then if you don't protect them, they're going to die next year.
Fuchsias for the future.
Fuchsias for the future, yeah, like, yeah, absolutely. These are hardy fuchsias, so these are going to be with you year after year after year after year, and there's 6 fantastic varieties on here as well. Hawk's Head, this one down at the bottom is my favourite. I've got a customer in Cambridge who grows this one. It comes up every year. It's actually quite a shady position, but it flowers its socks off for months and months and months on end. And that's the great thing about this mixture. I mean, we've got Delta Sarah, we've got Dollar Princess, we've got Heidi Ann in here, we've got Snowcat, we've got Mrs. Popple, and we've got the one I just mentioned, Hawk's Head. 6 amazingly different fuchsias, different flower sizes, different colours. But the great thing about these is you plant them, you leave them, and they come back year after year after year. And I was saying to Joe, just before the show, with hardy fuchsias, if you've had a mild winter, like we just had, they will regrow from where they left off last year. So yeah, they'll get even taller and even bushier. If we have a really, really cold winter, the top growth can be killed right down to ground level. But you know what? Don't worry about that because they regrow from ground level. These are hardy. These will have a lifetime guarantee. And as I say, 6 absolutely superbly gorgeous varieties there.
Julie wants to know how big these might get.
Well,
Adam.
again, I mean, it is reliant really on the kind of winters we have. So if you left them from kind of year to year, they could get to sort of about a metre to about sort of 1.5 metres.
Substantial then.
Yeah, so kind of, but generally about sort of about a metre high. But you don't have to let them get that tall if you don't want them to be that tall. You can early in the spring or sort of late winter prune them down to half the height or a third of the height, and they will reshoot from where you prune them down to.
Brilliant.
And they flower on new wood as well. So don't panic about pruning them this year because in the same year you want them to flower because the new wood will produce flowers that year. So dead easy to look after, hardy, sort of position they like. I mean, ideally, nice sunny position, well drained but moist soil. And remember, because these are hardy fuchsias, put them where you want them to be for the rest of their life.
Okay, cool.
Because once they're in, you don't want to be moving them about.
Amazing, aren't they? You're going to get 6 of them in 9 centimetre pots. It is ridiculous. Obnoxious value is what you're getting here. 510262 is the number. You have to make sure you are putting the code in YGTV1824, else you won't get that incredible value. Lots of you chatting away to us over on Facebook and on YouTube, of course, as well. Sylvie is there. Elaine, Neil, Julia, Phil, Olwyn is there as ever as well. Lots of you chatting and saying hi. Any questions you've got for Adam, who I refer to as the gardening guru, you can get them in whilst we're here with you for the next 4 hours, which is going to be awesome. If you've got the... we'll have a special appearance from Sean and Bex, apparently.
Nice. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Give us a little break.
Absolutely.
So, have a little comfort break and a few milkshakes and things, get the energy levels up.
Absolutely. A few milkshakes. Jakes. Yeah, they'll be popping up a little bit later in the show, so make sure you stay around for that as well. Now, these are a non-negotiable, I think, in every single basket, but we have so much other glorious stuff. Also, I should say the fuchsias are not one per customer. How many did someone order the other day? 4 someone ordered the other day. So that was 24 fuchsias for what? Under £20?
Yeah, that's just crazy. I mean, what a gift this would be as well. Imagine, if you know somebody who's just moved home or moved into a new home,
Brilliant.
for example, you could actually, because you've got 6 of these, you could put 3 down either side of a path and kind of make a little fuchsia hedge if you wanted to.
I've been told how much you love a good root inspection and how excited
go for
you
it,
get.
Joe. Go on, pull that out the pot, because look at that. See, every I've got a root fetish, and I tell you what, that really floats. Oh, that floats my boat. I tell you what, Joe. Goodness me, God, dear me. Boy George prefers a cup of tea. I prefer a good root system. That is absolutely gorgeous. That's
really beautiful.
That's a good plum.
510262. Right, let's move on then. We've got Brown-Eyed Girl. We'll go all the way down.
Gorgeous
all the way
sunflower down there.
Brown-Eyed Girl. It is a sunflower. This is looking beautiful already, this one, Adam.
This is insane, this sunflower. I believe somebody said, I think it was almost up to 1,000 flowers.
1,000?
1,000, yeah.
My, oh my.
1,000 flowers on one plant, in a season. And when you think about sunflowers normally, you might think about something that gets 7, 8, 10, 12 foot tall and has got one huge flower on the top.
With a very small child next to it in a photo.
That's it, yeah. This is different. This is a very squat sunflower. This one only gets to sort of about a couple of 2, 3 feet tall, so it's fantastic for pots, fantastic for containers, fantastic if, as I always say, if you're just 3 floors up and you just want to have sunflowers all summer long. Look at that, Joe, in that pot. That is
beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. This is a super branched, super shaped sunflower with these flowers that just keep coming and coming and coming and coming. I mean, where are we now? We're early May. The ones we're sending out to you have already got flower buds on. And when you look down, when you get yours home...
Yeah, the more you look, the more you see, don't you?
When you look down into the tips on this, where it's been pinched back, there are flower buds coming all the way around this. So, this is going to flower for month after month after month. In fact, the only thing that will stop this flowering is the frost.
Really?
Yeah, at the end of the season.
So all the way through the summer?
All the way through the summer, right up to October. I mean, I found in recent years, working outside for the last 37 years, I've found in recent years we don't really get the first sharp frost now till about mid-November.
It can be late, can't it?
It's getting later and later each year. So if this is in a nice sunny position, which is what it wants, which is what it will like, it literally could flower right the way up until mid-November from when you get it out of the box in the next few days. So a gorgeous, gorgeous plant, giving you joy, giving you colour all the way through. And the thing about this plant is a lot of plants, all they want to do is produce seed. They want to produce
that's
seed.
their job, is it?
Yeah, basically they want a bee to come along and pollinate them, produce seed, and then they just want to die because they've done their thing. This poor plant is a bit frustrated because it can't produce seed.
Okay.
So it's going to keep throwing out flowers in the hope of producing seed, but it can't.
And that's what is basically making it flower so much.
So much, because,
What sort of size are the flowers going to be on here?
The flowers are probably, I would say, about the width of a teacup.
Okay.
So, kind of, nice sort of shaped flowers. But, of course, you've got the wonderful colouring on those as well, because you've got that dark centre, hence the name there, the sort of brown-eyed girl. You've got that lovely, lovely, deep, dark button in the middle. Then you've got the sort of the bronzy colours that come out. And then that wonderful bright yellow colour around the edge. And I mean, look at the plant that's going out to you as well.
I mean, it's really healthy, isn't it?
I'm not even going to ask you, Joe, to take that out the pot, really.
Oh, come on, let's have a look.
You can do it?
Yeah,
go for it. Go on, then. See if you can.
Let's have a look. Oh, gosh. Calm down, Adam.
See if you can. There we go.
Give it a squeeze. There we go.
Yeah, squeeze and tease.
Look
come
at that.
on. Give me a chair, please. I mean, look at that. I mean...
That's amazing, isn't it?
Look at that. I mean, and the great thing about that, Joe, well, the reason is, and we'll get onto this later as well, is because it's grown in our professional compost, which we're going to talk about later, because the compost makes all the difference. And when you've got a plant with a root system like that, what that means is immediately you put that in the garden, immediately you put that in a pot with compost, the roots are instantly going to penetrate into the soil around there, and that plant's going to establish within days and just give you this most amazing, endless display of flowers right up until the frost.
And that's coming coming in a 3 litre pot, so would you be potting that on now? What's the sort of duty of care as soon as this comes home?
I mean, you could probably leave that in that pot for another couple of weeks or so if you wanted to, but to be honest, I would go another couple of sizes up and put it in a slightly bigger pot, only for the fact is, because this is going to be quite a foliferous kind of plant, and if it gets a little bit top heavy and it's just in that little pot, it might blow over, so put it in a slightly bigger pot, and that way you can keep it watered more easily, but put it somewhere really sunny. That's what sunflower, clues in the name, loves the sun, loves super bright position.
Glorious. 560541. Now, it's an amazing plant, that one. It's also a half-price deal for you as well, which is brilliant. If you're in the discount club, that comes down to $13.49 as well. I don't think you'd go wrong having a couple of those.
No,
a couple of them either side of a patio door or something like that would be beautiful, wouldn't they?
Inside the front door. Yeah,
glorious.
Bookend them.
Absolutely. Right, let's move on. We've got loads to get through in this show. Biden's Hawaiian Flair is where we are going. We're going to. These are a really lovely, unusual-looking petal on these, Adam.
They are, yeah. And I grew Bidens last year. I didn't want to grow Bidens last year. I just happened to have a pot in my garden, and I nicked some compost from the front garden, and my other half had grown Bidens the year before, and I just think they'd just seeded themselves into the compost. Yeah. So I think I had a rose in this pot, and then I had loads of seedlings coming up round the edge, and I wasn't sure what they were to start with. Then they started flowering, and I realised it was Bidens.
So they don't take too much care then, based on that?
Easiest thing to grow on earth, these are, Joe. And these flower, again, I mean, they're flowering now. The quality of the plugs we're sending out to you is phenomenal. Amazing root system. Gorgeous foliage, flowering before they're even in the ground. They're flowering in the packet we're sending out to you. And again, these will keep going all the way up until the frost. So May, June, July, August, September, October, through into November. They make glorious ground cover, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of flowers. No need to deadhead. Again, plant them in full sun, good in poor soils, good in sandy soils. Just a real easy plant that will just give you this fabulous sort of sunset, sunrise, gorgeous colours all the way through the summer. I think the name Hawaiian Flair kind of says it all, really. Sometimes there are certain plants that, for minimum input, just give so much, and that's the thing with these. Great for hanging baskets, great for pots, great for ground cover, great for dry areas, great for rockeries, great for gravel gardens, scree gardens.
Do they like a lot of sunlight, these?
Sun. That's where they really do best, in full sun. So they'll take sort of partial sun, but full sun is what they absolutely adore. But I mean, the quality of the plants we're sending out to you here is absolutely phenomenal. You're getting 12 of those incredible plug plants. All the hard work's been done for you. Get them home, plant them up. These can go straight outside now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Do you think that last frost is done now?
I think so. I mean, feasibly, it's still possible. I remember many years back, we had about a -4, -5. I remember sort of mid-May.
Okay.
Looking at the outlook, I really don't think that's going to happen this year. So, I pretty much, I'm putting my neck on the line here, but I would say all these, all the plants we're bringing you today can go out now.
Brilliant.
I think probably from kind of, I don't know, I would say Manchester, Liverpool, southwards.
Okay.
Very unlikely.
Be good to go.
Perhaps a little bit further north there might still be a slight late frost, but yeah.
Lots of you chatting away with us in the comments. Julia says she tends to lose some of her plug plants. What's the best advice for duty of care once these come back to you?
Right, well, I mean, obviously these, they're in these fantastic little plastic greenhouses, which protects them. These are recyclable as well, which is good, so good news there. But what these little plastic sort of greenhouses do, when they send them out through the post to you, it's great because they keep the humidity up, they stop the plants drying out, it protects them from being crushed and bashed about, but they may have been in the post for a couple of 2 or 3 days, so when you get them home, open the package up, put them somewhere nice and bright. Don't put them straight into scorching sunshine, just put them somewhere nice and bright to start with, on a nice bright windowsill, give them a little drink, just leave them for a day or so, and then you can pop them on. I mean, these are probably big enough to go straight into hanging baskets or pots, whatever now, but if you want to, you could just pop these on into little 9 centimetre pots and grow them on for another couple of 2 or 3 weeks, and then plant them outside. And then, you know, they're a bit more beefy then, a bit more sort of stocky and strong, and they'll grow away really well for you.
Brilliant. I hope that helps. Any other questions you've got, get them in the chat. Another great deal for you as well. £8 off here as long as you are using the code. Julia's first time saying hello. Hi, Julia. Absolutely lovely to hear from you. Ian's back from his holidays. Where's Ian been on his holidays? Do we know? We think it was a cruise.
Very nice.
I quite like the idea of a cruise, you know.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Right.
I'd have to be in one of those cabins with a window on the outside, and I couldn't be in a.
Couldn't be in a central. But they all, do you know, there's a lot of the central, the non-window ones. They have like a screen on the wall. Is a screen, so you think, you know, you're outside. You could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Not convinced. Not convinced.
No.
Silvi is watching from Italy.
Oh, don't jealous.
Mi dispiace, mio italiano non è molto buono.
Oh.
Means I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian very well. I'd love to know where in Italy you're tuning in from. Love an international viewer. Dingo isn't in Italy. He's in Poole in Dorset. Lovely part of the world, Dorset.
That is a great part of the world. That's got that super freaky mild climate down there as well. They can grow all sorts of lovely palms, and it's like going to the tropics down there.
When you see some of the sort of gardens, I did a boat trip from Poole to... I want to say Brixham is wrong. It's just across the water from Poole along the Jurassic Coast. And you go past sandbanks, some of the folk gardens looking out onto the sea. Tropical,
yeah, they are.
Tropical.
Yeah, they grow the most.
Really gorgeous.
It's incredible down there.
Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. We would love to know. Right, Biden's Hawaiian Flair. We must move on from that. Alice got some of these last year, and they flowered their socks off in hanging baskets.
Yeah, do you know what, Joe? They're one of the easiest bedding plants you can possibly grow. You know, they literally. You plump them in. If they're in a hanging basket or a pot, obviously you need to keep them well watered and feed them occasionally, but you know, they just flower for month after month after month after month. And all they ask from you is put me somewhere, you know, bright and sunny. It's as simple as that.
You're good to go. Love those. You guys loved them earlier in the week, and that's why they're back here on our favourites table, of course. We're going to move on to probably one of my favourites, I think. Fox, not just generally one of my favourites. As a cut flower, lily's my all-time favourite. But I do absolutely love a foxglove. There's just something quite distinctive about them, isn't it? You see them a lot in sort of art. People love to draw a foxglove because they're so unusual, aren't they?
Yeah, you do see, and you see them a lot on motifs and on kind of I don't know, on like tablecloths and tea towels and postcards and greeting cards. Yeah, they're that gorgeous looking flower. Now this isn't like the wild foxglove that you see. This is a hybridised foxglove, and I've grown this one, this illumination. Oh my goodness me, the colour on this is
stunning,
absolutely staggering, because
it's almost a little bit tropical.
It is tropical looking, yeah. And I mean, this isn't orange, it's not pink. It's kind of it sort of blends from kind of one colour to another, and these flower week again, and that's going to be a common theme we're going to be talking about today, the longevity of the flowering period on so many things we're going to bring you. And also these foxgloves, they're not like the wild foxglove that does the straight up one stem. These are multi-stem, these foxgloves. So you might have 4 or 5 stems on these, and they just keep flowering for month after month after month. And I even found, once I cut the main flower spike off, they threw out other little side shoots and kept flowering again for me throughout the year.
Brilliant. I don't want to get you too excited, but have you seen the root system on this?
So I've got to hold back, Joe, because you know.
Look at that. Let me lift this up and tell you. I mean, that's quite unbelievable. I don't think I've seen a root system like that.
I mean. Goodness me!
Isn't that incredible?
I know. That's the quality of what we're sending out, though. Look at that. I mean,
it's amazing, isn't it?
And when a plant has got a root system like that, I mean, goodness me, it's going to thrive, isn't it? I mean,
would you sort of try and maybe separate these out a bit when it's that dense?
Well, Bex, lovely Bex, does this sort of squeeze and tease thing where Bex she squeezes the root ball a little bit like that to loosen it. Yeah. And then, you know, Bex is more gentle than me, but then Bex just sort of teases out like the roots just a little bit. Don't matter if the odd bit comes off, because just loosen them up a little bit like that, tease them out a little bit, just a little bit like. And I tell you why we do that is because where they've done so well in that little round pot, the roots have gone round and round and round. And that's what they got used to doing. So if you put that straight in the ground, they will keep going round and round.
Almost, is it? Yeah.
So if you tease those roots out, they'll start to go out sideways. and they'll start to penetrate the soil around them.
Perfect.
And get established really, really quickly.
Love that.
These will flower this year, these ones as well.
I love that they are quite inconspicuous, as in they look like just, sort of a nettle or something, don't they?
Yeah.
When they're in this form. But what they're going to do is explode into that gorgeous, stalk of colour, let's call it.
And they will flower this year. These, because normally foxgloves are what they're called biennial. So that means the first year they come up, they produce leaves and get themselves established. And then the second year, that's when they flower. Well, these have already been to that point of the leaves and being established. So these are in their year 2 now, if you like.
Right.
So these will flower for you this year. They'll do well in full sun. They'll do well in dappled shade. They like quite moist, damp, humusy soil. Great for pots, great for beds and borders. I would put these towards the front of the border because these are only about kind of 18 inches tall or so.
Nice.
So nice and compact. They're not like the big wild foxgloves that can get sort of 5-6 foot tall. But yeah, towards the front of the border, great for tropical flower schemes, great for hot borders.
You love a tropical scheme, don't you?
Yeah,
you really do. We're talking about Adam's Garden before the show.
And these give that kind of tropical kind of look because they've got those tropical, bright, vibrant colours. But so easy to grow. And these are perennial foxglove as well. So these will come up sort of year after year. I'm not saying these will live for donkey's years. And also, I'm pretty much sure they've got the lifetime guarantee as well, the winter hardy guarantee.
They do
on
indeed.
these.
How fabulous is that? You're getting all of that we just talked about for £3.33 per plug plant, which blows my mind. The amount of care and attention and work that's been gone into cultivating these to get them to this point, and we will send them out to you for £9.99. You don't need to pay the postage as well if you are spending over £40, remember, so long as you are using the code YGTV 1824. There we are. I almost got it committed to memory. Very, very busy on those. 480558. Adam mentioned our winter hardy guarantee, and there it is. So if you see that snowflake, normally a snowflake's a contentious issue, isn't it? However, what it means is if this plant doesn't survive over the winter, we will replace it for you. No quibble, as long as you cover the postage, which is amazing, isn't it?
Well, that's the confidence we've got in the products we send out. And again, that's something I'm not saying it's completely unique to us, but as far as I know, it's unique to us. Quite often, if you go back to a garden centre a couple of years later,
no chance.
It's very unlikely they're going to kind of replace that plant for you.
From 2 years ago?
I know,
You haven't enough?
But we know you. You've registered with us. We've got you on our system. So if you come back to us, we'll do that for you.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? We are going further around the potting shed, but we must go back to the fuchsia before we do. If you weren't here at the top of the show, this is a ridiculous deal. I think on Thursday, they were saying when we launched this on Thursday, almost every single basket had at least one of this offer in there. I can see why. You should be paying $4.99 each for these. You are getting 6 for the price of 1 in this deal. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's insane. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, normally $4.99 is a postage and packing price, but I mean, 6 of the and hardy fuchsias as well. So we're not talking about fuchsias that will flower for this season and then the frost kills them unless you go to all that effort of bringing them in and potting them on and keeping them sort of warm through the winter. These are fuchsias that are going to last many, many, many years. The one at the bottom here, this one that's got this very pale kind of purple centre and then the white kind of sepals around the top. This is one of my favourites. This is Hawk's Head. I love the simplicity of this one. And there's a garden I look after in Cambridge, and that one has been in their garden for donkey's years.
Wow.
And it's in quite a shady position, actually. It's behind an apple tree, but it comes up year after year after year. And just a quick thing about these as well, after a mild winter like we just had, they will regrow from the point they left off growing last year. So you can let them get as tall as you want. After
amazing.
a really, really cold, frosty winter, the stems can get killed down to about ground level, but don't panic, because you just cut those dead stems off. This time of year, new shoots come up and they will give you flower the same year. But the in-between of that is, if yours have got too tall from last year, because we've had a mild winter, just trim them down now. Cut them down to whatever height you want. Don't worry about it. Cut them down to whatever height you want. They'll reshoot, and that new growth will give you flowers for this year. But look, 6 mind-blowing varieties there, and hardy, lifetime guarantee on those. Phenomenal.
Brilliant, aren't they? Absolutely brilliant. When are these going to sort of flower from and to, Adam?
Great thing about fuchsias is these are going to start flowering midsummer, but what I like about fuchsias is they go right up into the autumn. So they're kind of mid to late summer flowering shrubs, which is great because at the moment, most of the shrubs flower in this country sort of May, June time. And you look out at the moment, there's just every garden, there's shrubs flowering at the moment, isn't there? Ceanothus and kind of clematis starting to flower. There's, so many things flowering. But by late summer, a lot of those shrubs have gone over. That's where fuchsias are beautiful because they keep that shrub colour going right up until the autumn and again until the frost comes along and sort of knocks them back.
Amazing. So if you do have a lot of early flowering in your garden, this might be a great one addition to add in there just to extend that flowering later into the summer. There's just so many reasons why you'd want to get these, and I'd be saying get them at the higher price, £29.94. They're good value at that price. They are ridiculous value though at £4.99. If you are spending over £40, of course, you're going to get that free postage, and you will get the free gift. The free gift is worth £9.99. That's coming alongside these. You're spending £4.99 to get that. In fact, even if you are grabbing these, paying the postage, getting the free gift, you're still onto a winner, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a win-win all round, Joe, as well. These and he said fuchsias. These freesias are fantastic as well. You're getting 50 freesia bulbs here as well. They're going to flower for you this year. You've got fragrance, you've got colour, and you're going to get one of these per order. So that's incredible.
Glorious.
You're getting some double freesias in there. You're getting some single freesias in there as well. And if you're getting 2 or 3 packs of these, why not have a couple of packs that you can plant in your beds and borders or in pots or even hanging baskets? But then, why not put a couple of packs somewhere in the garden and grow for a cut flower?
Brilliant.
It's your
Absolutely
choice.
Love that. Let me share with you then how that all comes together. You might be thinking, this is a bit ridiculous value. Let's show you the journey over on the website. You need the item number. Head on over to YouGarden.com. There you can get going. 510262 is the item number that you need, and that is going to pop up into your basket. It's £19.94. However, we haven't put the code in. YGTV 1824. Get that in and hit apply, and then you'll see what happens. So the price goes all the way down to £4.99, and then also the double freesia mixed will pop themselves into there as well. Just if you were ordering those 2 items, you are saving, you're only ordering one item, getting one as a free gift. You're saving £35 there. I mean, it's ridiculous value, but it's a great building block as well to start to build your basket. So if you want to then get yourself up to £40, we will then waive that postage. You'll save a further £6.99, which is wonderful. Don't forget you can join our club as well, which is a brilliant place to go because it's going to unlock those further savings that you can see on your screen. Now, if you go onto the auto renew, it's only £5 a year, which is brilliant, and it will always auto renew at that price. So you'll get 10% off of every plant and accessory order, 5% off outdoor living and gifts, and then you will get £20 worth of vouchers to use through the year, plus you get 4 £5 vouchers to use throughout the year, and then you'll get exclusive offers, competitions and expert advice. I think if you are, it doesn't take you long to realise that you can go for the auto renew. Most of you will make your money back just in the first order alone, which I think is glorious. It really, really is. Next item I'm going to move on to is these, the geishas. We were all very excited when we come in today to see just how stunning these were. We weren't going to have them in the show at one point. We were like, do you know what? We've got to have them on because they are so pretty.
Well, you know what? When you watch like Spring Watch or Autumn Watch, and they have that kind of minute silence or that minute of quietness kind of time, you almost want to do that with these.
You do, yeah.
You look at these, and these are just so gorgeous, so peaceful, so elegant. These are rhododendrons. And look at the flowers on these. I mean, goodness me. This plant is barely 12 inches tall. But, I mean, already, not even in full flower, but the foliage has disappeared. I mean, it's just kind of, the foliage has disappeared under the weight of flower on that. Look how pure white that is, but also I like the little green centres on that as well, that sort of little green bit in the middle there. These are absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous plants, and they're only 9 centimetre pots, but already they're multi-stemmed. They're young plants, but they're already flowering, and there's just something absolutely wonderful about pure white flowers.
There is, isn't there?
Yeah,
they're my favourites.
They are. They're kind of the purity, the innocence, the simplicity, and everything goes with white, doesn't it? I mean, you can put this in any scheme, so it's not going to clash. It's not going to sort of jar. You can use white to create great contrasts as well. And these will grow. These are very, very hardy, bone hardy.
Brilliant.
Lifetime, winter guarantee on these. Absolutely. Let's look at the root system on these as well, because I like to look at the root system. And again, you probably can't pick that too well on the camera, but there is a oh yes, you can. Look, a very brilliant fibrous root system on there.
They've got quite delicate roots, these ones.
Yeah, they have, and that's what you would actually expect from little broken branch. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, that's what you'd expect on azaleas. They do have a very, very fine, or rhodies, very fine root system. And you can plant these pretty much anywhere. They're quite happy in sun, dappled shade. The only caveat is they do like an acid soil.
Oh, okay. So one of the few that don't go into our premium compost.
Yeah, yeah. But again, that's not an issue. So if you, in your garden at the moment, for a number of years, you've had rhododendrons, camellias, azaleas, growing, flourishing, lovely glossy green leaves, you can put these straight in the garden with those. That'll absolutely be fine. But if you struggle to grow those kind of things, you'll need to grow these in ericaceous compost. And that's the cousin, or the brother or sister, if you like, of the compost we've got here. This is our professional brand compost, but we also do the same compost, but in ericaceous form. So that is good for acid-loving plants like blueberries, like azaleas, all those sorts of different plants.
Put Eric in the website. It'll do the rest for you,
yeah.
Don't worry. If you're going for the geishas, though, they are glorious. If you want to go for one, absolutely be our guest. They're £9.99. But pop 2 into your basket along with the code, then you're going to get a further saving, which is wonderful. So 510798 is the code that you need. Pop 2 in your basket. And then once you pop 2 in your basket and the code, you will get the double up deal, which is what we are after. If you want to watch us over on the website as well, you can, of course, have a little look at everything on the show as well. We look really well, don't we, today? Look. I don't know who's who. If you click on the picture there, it'll take you straight through to the live show, which is glorious. And there you can see everything that we've got for you. But remember, getting 2 of those in your basket, you're only paying an extra $4.99 for the second one. So you're buying one, getting one half price, which is glorious. Now, we mentioned it a moment ago, our premium professional compost. This is a legendary product. All the time that I've worked in shopping TV, which is 14, I know I don't look old enough, 14 years now, this has always been around, hasn't it?
Yeah, and that's a brilliant word, Joe. Legendary. Yeah, I've not heard that description before. Can I nick that from you in the future? Because honestly,
you're more than welcome.
Yeah, this is legendary, this compost as well. The reviews make it legendary. It's probably one of the most 5-star reviewed products we've ever brought to you, and it's not surprising because what I love about this compost is the pure simplicity, but the absolute brilliance of it. You know, sometimes you go to garden centres these days, and you look at all these different composts.
I don't know where to start.
You don't. Some have got different numbers on. Some have got this added. Some have got those added. It's like those adverts for hyaluronic acid and and all this other polypeptides, and it's like just tell me what I need. Make it simple. We've done that with this. This is a hugely peat reduced compost on this as well, because we're all moving towards peat free eventually. But what we've done to substitute the peat, we've added that sort of pulverised, what's the word? It's got out of my head there. Wood fibre. Yeah, we've added the wood fibre to this as well. And what that does, the wood fibre does 2 or 3 different things. It keeps the compost texture nice and open. That means that air, the oxygen can get down to the roots of the plants. It's really, really critical. It means those little tiny plants with little roots can actually pierce that compost and create that fantastic root system. But it also means this compost is going to let the water flow through it as well. And in addition to that, there's a wetting agent in this compost. So it makes the compost like kitchen towel. It makes it want to absorb the moisture, not repel the moisture. There's a slow release fertiliser in here, and the little
I just popped one a moment ago.
There's one there, Joe. Look, these little green beads. They're your slow release fertiliser. So they're going to feed your plant for up to 6 months. So not like kind of one huge wish of energy, like some of those energy drinks, and then it's all over. You've got that consistent feeding for your plant. So I've grown masses and masses of bedding plants in my greenhouse at home using this compost. I started the seeds off in this compost. I've potted them on into this compost. What I need to do next Sunday, I'll bring some in of what I've grown, because I want to show you the root system on them is phenomenal. And it's all down to this compost. It's pH balance as well, and that ties into what we were saying a moment about the geisha white rhododendron. pH balance means it's not too acidic, it's not too alkaline, it's towards the middle. So that means the vast majority of plants will grow in this compost.
It's the Goldilocks of compost.
It's the Goldilocks of, absolutely. Goldilocks of compost. Brilliant. Yeah, I'm going to nick that as well.
You're more than welcome.
I need to, where's my note? I need to write all these down.
I love that when we retail this, elsewhere, which we have done and we will continue to do, of course, because it is such a legendary product. The deal that we bring you consistently here on YouGarden TV, is the deal that everyone waits for. If you're buying this elsewhere, you'd have to be waiting a very long time to get this deal. Everyone would rush in and buy it at the same time.
Yep.
But as a thank you, because you're buying direct from the growers, we offer you this all the time. It's a luxury we don't often talk about, isn't it? But you save £17.99, and we include the postage, and I mean it's substantial. You're getting 2 50-litre bags here, so you're looking at what, £12.50 a bag delivered, which for the quality, Adam, is a really great price. Look, there are cheaper composts out there on the market. We know that.
There are,
but this is quality, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you buy cheap, you pay twice. At the end of the day, the results. I mean, goodness me, in the times that I've been doing, shows for YouGarden, the amount of pictures that people have sent in. There's a chap called Graham who he sent in a picture one day. He had 16 bags of this kind of stored in his garage, because he absolutely swears by this compost. We've had loads of people sending pictures of plants they've grown in their greenhouse, plants they've potted on. We had one gentleman, I remember a year or so back, even used this to grow daffodils in.
Wow.
Yeah, and I would say normally you can grow daffodils on a washing line.
Yeah.
And he did his own trial, so he had daffodils on the left in ordinary soil, daffodils on the right, using our compost, and the growth pattern of them was visible. I mean, the taller, bigger flowers, more vibrant plants, and that's what this compost will do. I mean, it just gives everything the best start in life. Then it sustains things throughout life. Brilliant for house plants, brilliant for fruit, vegetables, for taking cuttings, for sowing seed.
Indoor as well?
Yeah, indoors. I use all this every time now I repot a house plant. I always use this compost for my house plants, and you can even use it for things like cacti and stuff, because if you add some extra grit or sharp sand or something, then you can increase the drainage on that. So you can sort of actually create your own other sorts of compost from this by adding different bits and pieces if you want to.
I always kill succulents, cactus and stuff. Do you know why? It's because, right, the reason this happens is everything in my flat has a pattern at which I water it, which is sort of every 7 to 10 days, depending on how it feels. Because I know the succulents, they need watering far less than that, they get missed out of any watering routine, and I don't realise they need water until they're dead. So I need I think if I got more succulents and they had their own watering schedule, maybe then I'd be able to keep them alive. But it's ridiculous that I can grow lots of stuff at home, but not a succulent. Yeah,
I mean, succulents will take an awful lot of drought, but obviously, they will need water eventually. They can't survive indefinitely without water. But again, that's a good thing about a compost like this. With this compost, Joe, because it's got that wetting agent, because it's got that, pulverised bark and stuff in it, it's holding on to the moisture for a longer period of time. So, your plants don't dry out quickly in this compost.
And I bet that's really important when we have very hot, dry summers as well, because a lot of the time, if the compost is super dry, the water's just going to run through some of them.
It does, yeah, and that's again where the wetting agent comes in on this, because it makes the compost super absorbent. So, like Joe said, sometimes when some compost dry, you go to water them, water runs straight off, won't soak in. Great thing about this compost is it wants to absorb the moisture.
It really does. It's an amazing product. I think if you're not using this at the moment, try it, give it a go, see what results you get. I think if your results are improved, it will be worth every single penny, and it's something that you're already using. It's not like we're saying to you, buy this other new completely separate thing to get better results. You're already having to buy compost. You're just buying better quality compost. £24.98, both bags delivered to you. That becomes £22.48 if you're in the discount club as well. Right, lots going on. Need to remind you of the hardy fuchsias, which are over that way. I'm just going to show you a picture of them. These are, again today, ridiculous value. Nearly every basket has got one of these in it. You are getting 6 established 9cm pots there too. Absolutely glorious. 6 different varieties in there for you. Everyone should have them in their basket, shouldn't they?
Well, yeah, because the thing about those is, they're not bedding fuchsias. They're not fuchsias just for your hanging baskets this year or your beds and borders. They're permanent, hardy fuchsias that will live for 20, 30 years. Lifetime guarantee on those. 6 incredibly beautiful varieties, very disease resistant, easy to grow, and as Joe said earlier on, they give you that back end colour, when other shrubs stop flowering.
Absolutely. I don't know why my tummy like I'm pregnant there for some reason. I've just caught myself in the monitor. Oh, it's been a long day. We've had an email in from... I'm not pregnant. I know that's how rumours start. We had an email in from Ian, who's been in his holidays. Been to Spain, Morocco and Portugal.
Lucky so-and-so.
What a lovely little whistle-stop tour. But he's come back to Caribbean lilies. Look at those, Adam.
Oh, Joe, what? I've been looking... sometimes... I'll get a whole sentence out in a minute, because I'm getting so excited.
So excited.
These came up about a year or so ago, and I didn't buy these, and it is such a regret. And if we bring them this year, I'm getting these, because look at those, Joe. I mean, they are just mind-blowing, aren't they? They're so different, so unusual. Those great big strap-shaped leaves, and then those purple flower spikes on top that are just...
stunning,
just so
they?
different, so unusual, so strange and glorious and weird, but just brilliant.
I can see those being right up your strata. Very, very tropical.
Yeah,
those.
Definitely.
Whose is this garden?
Oh, I like that.
Ian's garden still. Look at that. It's got a bar. Where is it? Maybe we could pop round for a drink, Ian. He's in Yorkshire, lovely part of the world.
I was
not
in
that far
Yorkshire
from
last
me.
week. If I'd have known, I'd give him a knock.
Isn't that amazing?
But, and with the weather we're getting at the moment as well, that bar will be busy today because we're getting a bit of warmth now. So
it will indeed.
Great lawn as well. Look at the lawn. Good quality lawn there. Loving the lawn.
This morning it did feel like, especially here at the nursery, it felt like, when you get up in the morning on holiday you've got that warmth, the sun's beating down. Oh, we've zoomed in on the lilies. Try to control yourself, Adam. How beautiful are they?
They are just absolutely knockout, and again, it's like Joe pointed out, the reason I particularly like them because they do have that really kind of tropical, exotic, otherworldly kind of look to them, don't they? Really, they are
really
glorious.
Do. If you want to send us the pictures of your garden, let us know a snapshot of your the week in your garden, what you've been up to. Email us, please. It is ygtv@yougarden.com. We're going to go and have a little look at some more fuchsias. These were very, very popular when we brought them to you earlier in the week, and the reason for that is because they're on a buy one get one free. It's better than that actually, because we've discounted it individually and then popped it on a buy one get one free for you, and you're getting the free gift as well. 450008. Now I know we've spent a lot of time on the other fuchsias, and these are different, aren't they? So is it a case of different fuchsias for different purposes?
These fuchsias are great for just making a spectacular focal point during the summer. These are standard fuchsias. That means they've been grown on a stem, so you've got that nice long straight stem, and then you've got the branches at the top sort of cascading down, giving you that wonderful kind of weeping kind of look.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, look at the flower on these. These aren't examples of what we're going to send out to you and yours is going to grow into. These are examples of what we are sending out to you. So, when you open the box, this is what you're going to find in the box. You're going to find these glorious, glorious looking fuchsias. Mixed colours, so we're not specifying a particular variety, but whatever colour mix you get, they're going to be phenomenal because all these fuchsias are just so stunning. I mean, you've got the purples, you've got the pinks, and these are great for centre planting. So if you've got a nice big pot and you want to sort of a centre plant, or you want to sort of put some of these. Say you've got a lovely big bedding display, you might want to order a couple of sets of these because then you can put these, one of these every sort of 2 or 3 foot down the middle of that board and make a statement with each of these plants. But the great thing about them is it's just instant colour, isn't it, Joe? There's no waiting around for these.
Absolutely.
We're into May now already, so we don't want to be waiting any longer for colour. We've just had, I think there was a chap on the weather on Breakfast Television last week, said that April we only had 7% of the normal amount of sunlight.
I can
or
believe
sunshine.
that. It's been a washout, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just 7% of the amount of sunlight or sunshine we would normally expect. So we've all been so oppressed by that endless grey and gloom out there. So to have something like this instantly kind of bringing colour, bringing joy, bringing excitement, lifting your mood, getting you into that really excited kind of get out there gardening feeling, that's what these are doing. So,
yeah, they really are.
And flowering now, and on the end of each one, loads and loads of buds coming on these as well. And what you can do with these, once they've flowered for a few weeks, if they're getting a little bit too wide or a little bit bushy for you, you can just get a pair of secateurs and just trim them back to like another pair of leaves if you want to. They'll reshoot again, and those new shoots will keep flowering for you. So you can leave these to be kind of growing as they are at the moment. But you can keep cutting them back if you want to and make them even more bushy. It's up to you. You do whatever you want with these. They're your fuchsias. You enjoy them how you want to enjoy them. But as I say, they're going to bring you that immediate drama, colour, interest, flower all the way through, right up until the autumn. And they're not hardy, but of course, if you protect them through the winter and keep them away from really damaging frosts, there's no reason why you can't start them all over again next year.
Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Would you pot these on from this size, Adam? How big would you go?
These pots at the moment are probably big enough for the time being.
Yeah.
So you could probably leave these in these pots if you wanted to for another month or so.
Right.
You could drop them into some pot covers, or what you could do, we've got some fantastic pots, these will look great in, which you could just sit them in temporarily. Right. And then once they get a little bit more mature, then you can pot them up with our compost into those larger pots, and they'll be great there for the rest of their lives.
Brilliant. 450008, it is a mixture of colours. Plot twist, they're all fabulous, which is glorious. But yes, make sure you are just putting one in your basket along with the code. We will add a second to your basket. We'll also still add the free gift into there, of course, as well. And if you are spending over £40, you will then get free postage. So actually, do you know what? If you went for 2 sets of those, we would send you them, P&P included, and £9.99 worth of freebies in there as well, which is glorious. Now, if you've already got our code in your basket when you go to the website, the price you see is the price you'll pay. So when you go to the item page, it'll already show you the discount included if you've already added the code in there. So that's always good. So if you just add the code straight away, then you can have a good old look around the website. But if you've already got the code in there, then we'll already have sorted it out for you, which is glorious. But I love that. But yeah, the flowering fuchsia trees, the fuchsias in there. You've also, of course, you're saving £70 there, and you've got the free gift too, which is brilliant. We don't like that postage malarkey though. You'll only ever pay one postage, and that's more than £40 order value. You won't pay any postage at all. There's a lovely little buy one get two free on some pots that you might want to stick in there, and that might top them up. You'll be seeing those shortly. But we are going to move on. Mrs. Thompson is what we've got now. It's like being at the doctor's, isn't it? Miss Thompson,
yeah,
but it's a clematis we're looking at.
It's almost like a teacher's name as well.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson, can I have a wee, please? Yeah, it's kind of sort of got that sort of name to it, isn't it? But
it really has. But beautiful. And look at the quality of these already.
Yeah, already got flowers on, Joe. Look at that. I mean,
beautiful.
That one there's already got 2 or 3 flowers on there. And this is an absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous clematis. I like the fact that, it's not just one colour. You've got that kind of stripe of colour down the middle of the clematis there. And this is one of those clematis, it's going to sort of get to about, sort of a couple of metres tall, 2.5 metres tall, but it's not one of these totally bonkers clematis that's going to just go absolutely everywhere,
right,
and and just take over. It's easy to prune as well. You can just, after it's flowering, just sort of clip it back to where you want it to be, just to keep it in shape. So you don't need to worry about pruning this. But I mean, the flowers are just dramatic on this.
Really dramatic, aren't they?
Really unusual,
glorious.
really different. Lifetime guarantee on these. These are super hardy, and these are just great for kind of just climbing up through other plants. So you might have a archway with a rose growing over it, and it might be one of those roses that just flowers once,
okay,
and then it's all over.
Right.
And it's like, that's a bit
beautiful
of a shame.
when it happens.
Beautiful when it happens, but then it's just a one-off. Why not grow that clematis through it? So then, once the rose has finished flowering, you're going to get the clematis flowering as well. So you're going to get sort of flowers on this from sort of mid to all the way through to late summer. So this is a long flowering clematis. Great big flowers. I mean, probably flowers getting onto sort of like side plate kind of size flowers on these as well. Real drama from these. Couple of things with clematis. To let you know, they're big feeders, so you know, if you're going to grow these in pots or containers, give them lots of feed. I mean, we've got our blooming fast feed, which is really, really fantastic for these, or you could use liquid tomato feed or seaweed feed, which is great. Feed, you know, often. Also, they like to have their roots nice and cool and moist as well, which is really, really important. They like their tops in the sun. Yeah. And then, like Stu just said, you know, like on holiday, you have your body in the sun and your feet in the pool.
Absolutely, that's like they love it.
They like to be up in the sun at the top. They like to have nice, cool roots. So again, if you grow them in a pot, put other pots around the base of it just to keep the sun away. Shade. But other than that, you know, really, really easy to grow. I mean, and so absolutely ridiculously hardy. We'll get through any winter time, and also absolutely fantastic for our tower pot as well, because if you plant those in the tower pot, you don't need to let the clematis go straight up. You can actually grow it around.
Yeah, I love
so
that.
You can create that 360-degree sort of sphere of colour, if you like, from these clematis.
And they're great value too, because you're saving £15. You're saving more than you're spending there, which is always lovely. They should be $9.99 each. You're paying $4.99 each for these, which I think is beautiful. 550350 is your item number there. The tower pots as well, they are available for you on the show. If we were planting those into the tower pot, would you put 1, 2 or all 3 of them in there?
You could get away with 1, to be honest. You could put 3 in if you really want to kind of.
Would you get an absolute column of colour?
You would, yeah. You could, in theory, you could put 3 in there. So yeah, the choice is yours. Put 1 in and wait a little while longer for it to kind of eventually fill out, or put 3 in and then just, you know, fill it up really, really quick. I think I mean, that's a really, really big pot on the base there. So there's enough compost, there's enough root size in there, Joe, for 3 of them to survive in there. But just say one caveat about that: if you do put all 3 in there, feed, because clematis really like to be fed well. If you don't feed them regularly, they go a bit yellow, they go spindly, they go a little bit sad. If you feed them really, really well, you get gorgeous, glossy, healthy leaves.
Feeding well, how often are we talking?
I mean, follow the manufacturer's instructions, but liquid feed you could probably do once a fortnight when you water them. Mix it up. Don't always follow exactly the amount they say. It's always tempting sometimes to think, I'll put an extra spoonful in. Don't ever do that. Do exactly what it says on the packet. You know, feed them, liquid feed them once a fortnight. From now through to probably about sort of middle of August, and yeah, they'll flourish.
Can overfeeding your plants have an adverse effect on them?
Yeah, I've done it myself. I've killed plants by overfeeding.
Right.
Because you always think, don't you? Oh, I'm sure it won't matter if you put an extra bit in, but you've got to remember, these companies have spent years and years doing trials and stuff to find out the optimum amount of feed that plants need, and it's just like medicine. You know, if it says take 2 Nurofen, you wouldn't take 6, would you?
No, you wouldn't.
So same with your plants. If it says, you know, put 20 mils in 2 litres of water, that's what you do.
Absolutely. Make sure you follow those instructions. If you own these tower pots, they're a double up deal today as well. 2 of them for $39.98, which is great. We would love to see a picture of your tower pots if you already own them, or if you haven't got any pictures, just pop us an email. Let us know in the chat what you're growing in yours. Edibles as well in there. Maybe some strawberries in there. It's a shame we've got any strawberries on the show, because I've dressed as a strawberry today.
I love that
It was actually a friend of mine got it for me from Copenhagen.
Beautiful shirt.
And it was a guy, a little independent workshop guy, and he took fabrics that he reclaimed from like house clearances and turns them into shirts. So this could have been like a bedspread or a pair of curtains originally, and because it's a bit sort of faded in different places. I absolutely love it, I really do. I was very disappointed this morning as well coming in, because I said to you when I got here, was driving up the whatever it is that gets you from Peterborough to here. And there was all signs out today for the first time: cherries, raspberries, strawberries, next lay-by. And I thought, oh gosh, they're out early. I got really excited. There was no one there.
I don't know how that's going to happen because cherries have only just finished flowering, so we're months away from cherries.
Yeah,
so
not ready for local grown yet.
I think the guy's just really optimistic. You know,
okay.
He's
put those signs out really early.
He's got a plane load flown into Stansted, from Peru or somewhere, and he's going to kind of.
Who knows? But yeah, don't forget the double up on that tower pot 130461. The double up. So if it's a buy one get one, it'll automatically appear. A double up, you need to put a second one in alongside the code to get a hold of it. You do it, and we'll give you that juicy discount, which is nice. We are moving on. What's the flocks say?
Well, I'll tell you what the flocks say. The flocks say I am just absolutely gorgeous. Again, I know I use that word gorgeous a lot, but these carpet phlox, they are flowering right now. And if you're driving around and you see these are ridiculous. I mean, that is exactly how they look. On the way here this morning, as I was driving through Swaffham up towards the A47, there's a house on the left, and they've got these carpet phlox trailing down the side of a little raised stone wall.
Oh, gorgeous.
And it was just a carpet of pink and purple.
Wow.
You can't barely see the foliage, and that will be like that for sort of about 4 to 6 weeks. So easy to grow. These are nice and compact. They never get any higher than about sort of 4 or 5 inches tall. Ground hugging, great for ground cover. They're evergreen, so even when they're finished flowering, they still look
handy,
green.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So even in the winter time, you've still got some colour, some interest there from the foliage. Bone hardy. The most crazy drought-tolerant plants that I know of. Once they're established, they can grow in the dry sort of crevices, nooks and crannies between paving stones, rockeries, scree gardens, gravel gardens, alpine gardens, dry areas where other things really struggle.
Real all-rounder then, these.
Real all-rounder, full sun, sort of partial sun. The only place they won't like is shade. They won't do particularly well in shade. But
this is Sean's garden here, which I had the pleasure of a little look around on Monday evening. Absolutely stunning. That's one plant. Hang on a minute. So that's one plant.
That's what they do.
You're getting 24 of these. You're going to be able to cover a really large area.
Well, I would say, you remember the old-fashioned kind of metal dustbins? Well, they will cover a dustbin lid size. One plant will get to that size.
Wow!
And they just year on year they just spread out and they just sit flat on the ground. And I've been to Sean's garden. We helped design Sean's garden, myself and my husband. Yeah, so we've I've been to Sean's garden and I know how open and windy and dry Sean's garden is.
There he is. But he's got some clothes on there. I almost didn't recognise him.
He's got that long.
Now, that's in reference. I should just caveat that. This is in reference to his naked gardening picture yesterday, nothing else. How rumours start, Adam.
It is, yeah, because people think, did Joe know that then? When's he seen Sean in the buff? But it was, naked gardening day yesterday.
It was indeed.
We can't find the picture now, can we?
We can't. He's removed it. So I'm gonna interrogate him as to why that has happened. I was at his garden on Monday night, and he was getting ready to leave the house, and I just walked over to have a little look, and I knew it was Sean's greenhouse. I posted the picture on my Facebook yesterday. We'll try and show it to you. I don't know if you've still got it, Stu. We didn't show it the other day, did we? He's got it. He's got it on his phone. He might have it now. Here we go. How do you know this is Sean Ryan's garden? Take a look. Here it comes. It's on the way. But yeah, it was. I know there is. You can't dispute that it's Sean's garden, and you'll see why. What's the giveaway there?
Well, glass, yeah.
Glass of wine there.
He's growing wine in the greenhouse. Look.
Imagine that.
Yeah, goodness.
Turning seeds into wine. But that had been there for quite a while, I think. We've been in the house for a few hours at this point.
I think that's just apple juice, though.
I think it is. Yeah, I love it. It's absolutely stunning, though. Really, really glorious. He obviously didn't normally leave a glass of wine unattended.
Don't get him warm, do you?
No, it'd be very warm in there for a couple of hours. What I would say, Sean is, of course, often here with you. He's a very busy bee at the moment. We have got a clip of him and Bex coming up a little bit later. He is on QVC when we finish, so stick with us until 2 p.m. Then you can head over to QVC and catch Sean over there. Where Bex is anyone's guess at this point. She was on a hen do last night in Blackpool. They went to Funny Girls. I dread to think the havoc that they caused. They probably shut Blackpool down after that, I would imagine.
It's cordoned off now, isn't it? Yeah.
The whole thing's cordoned off. What with that and a by-election yesterday, Gosh, too much to handle.
They're trying to get Joe down off the Bex down off the tower, aren't they?
Yeah,
now,
absolutely they are. She's actually just text. She's waiting for a full English. There you are.
Wow.
That was sort of right.
Oh, well, that can't be too bad then, Bex, if you can face a bit of greasy bacon and greasy sausage.
Oh, yes. Love a greasy sausage after a night out.
I know we're going on a tangent a bit, but scientists did do a study, apparently, on a full English breakfast, and there are some elements in there they've discovered can help to counteract a hangover.
Really?
So, yeah, because for me, if I've got a really bad hangover, the idea of eating bacon or sausages it would just finish me off, you know.
Yeah.
But a lot of people swear by it. They say,
I mean, I don't drink anymore. When I did, full English or a sausage sandwich, I think is the key, is the best one. Let us know your hangover breakfast. I didn't see us going in that tangent, but email us in. Show us your tower pots. Let us know what's curing your hangover. Geranium storm cloud is where we are going
That'll
next.
cure a hangover.
These look gorgeous as they are, don't they? Love the foliage on these.
Yeah, and that's brilliant because somebody as yourself who's not like a full-on gardener all the time. It's great to get sort of your perspective because you look at that and immediately you notice the foliage, you notice how gorgeous that foliage is. And that's the great thing about it, Joe. That's when you know you've got a really fantastic plant because, when somebody comes along who's not necessarily a full-on gardener, but then they say, wow, I love the foliage on
Beautiful.
that. And that foliage contrasts so brilliantly with the flowers as well. You've got that kind of intense, deep purple and the quality of these.
Even is it the stamens, or we call them? Are really interesting on these.
They are, yeah. You've got the sort of the stamens in the middle, you've got the stigma and style there as well. So everything about this plant is wonderful, and not a lot of plants are that sort of purple. It's a very unusual, different purple. But when you contrast that purple against that really defined kind of foliage underneath, and I tell you what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to move the pick out of the way.
Here we go.
Well, I need to do. A couple of things I'm going to do is first thing I want to show you is on this plant here, there are
so much, isn't there?
3, 4 stems that are going to flower for you. You see these? This is a leaf stem, so you can tell. You can tell this is a leaf stem because it's quite narrow, and thin. But then look, this one. If I lean this over, this stem here, you can tell that stem is much thicker than a leaf stem. This is a flowering stem. Okay. These are the flowering buds in the top. This plant is in a 9 centimetre pot. 1, 2, 3, 4 stems already. Right. This is going to flower for you within the next 3 or 4 weeks, unless. Oh, look at that!
Oh, again, lovely!
Look, fantastic root system there as well. Big, white, gorgeous roots on there, really strong. In fact, darker roots down there as well. Quite
substantial, the roots on there, by the looks of it.
I can't even. It's got such a solid root system.
Oh yeah, that's firm, isn't it?
That is really, really firm root system there. That is a brilliant root system on that. Some garden centres would put this in a 2 litre pot and charge you perhaps $7.99, $8.99. Right. If not more, for kind of just one of these. Yeah. The fact you're getting 3 of these absolutely amazingly super established plants that are going to flower for you this year. There's no waiting around for these.
Anything special with these that we need to bear in mind when it comes to
geraniums are great. These aren't the bedding geraniums that we talk about. These are your perennial geraniums. Okay. And there's hundreds and hundreds of varieties of perennial geraniums. But the one thing in common with all of them is, Joe, they're all super, super hardy. They're all very easy to grow. They're all very robust. They'll get through the coldest winters. They're great for really hot, dry summers as well.
Perfect.
So I remember the drought we had the year before last. One of the plants I did notice,
wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I mean, we got up to 40 degrees, didn't we?
Ridiculous.
And I noticed one of the few plants that actually got through that really dry area were geraniums, were sort of perennial geraniums. Full sun is what they actually like, but there'll be a dappled shade, sort of part sun, so sunny morning, sunny afternoon, or vice versa. But any kind of soil, particularly, they're not really fussed about soils, apart from very waterlogged soils. But generally, really easy to grow, not fussy, very hardy, will come up year after year, get to about sort of 12 to 18 inches tall, months and months of flower colour, gorgeous foliage, hardy. What more can I say?
Really wonderful, aren't they? A
incredible
great
plants.
value. Again, it's what, 3 for the price of 2 here, if you think about it in that context. 565. Should we try that again? 560986 is the item number for that one. If you are looking for anything on the show, you can just go to the homepage of the website, click there, as you can see, YouGarden TV. We're both looking well. Click that and then scroll down. You'll see absolutely everything that we've got for you. So if you've seen something, you go, oh, I love the look of that, head back down. There's a geranium storm cloud, or maybe there's stuff on there that we haven't shown you yet that you want to have a little look at. Pink pampas grass, maybe. You can see those on there. They are looking glorious. Oh, what's that one just there? That was my pick, wasn't it, on Wednesday, the Echinacea Green Twister. Adorable. I love that one. We'll be seeing that a little bit later in the show as well. So it's all over there for you. But so because we have the code in our basket, look, you're seeing the price you pay. So it's actually suggesting you go for 2 instead of 1, because one of these would be $9.99. 2 of them for $9.98, but actually 3 of them there, look. 3 of them $14.97. Oh, love that. Head on over to the website, and there, of course, you'll say it's a penny cheaper to have to. I mean, we really are giving it away.
And the thing is, Joe, as well, that's no bog standard variety either. Yeah, that's a really unusual echinacea. I mean, most echinaceas you think about being pink or white. I mean, that one, it's like a kaleidoscope of colour,
it was my favourite item on the show on Wednesday when I was here. Very popular. You guys loved it there. We have got a couple of things to show you. The Aquilegia. Sounds like a superhero, an Aquilegia.
Yeah. Well, these are superheroes, these plants, because, again, these are really tough. These are really robust. These are great for shade. Aquilegias are brilliant for shady gardens. So if you've got a north-facing border or somewhere that's not particularly sunny, these are glorious for that part of the garden. They come up year after year, very hardy, very robust. The leaves themselves are super attractive, never mind the flowers, but the flowers are gorgeous. They're called columbine, is their sort of common name. But yeah, these are flowering about now, and they flower for a good sort of 4 to 6 weeks. Reliable, easy to grow, not particularly fussed about soils. They'll grow in most soils. In fact, they actually self-seed about once they're happy, and they just sort of come up all over the place. So if you're looking for a plant also to bridge the colour gap, because these are flowering about now, and sort of most of the bulbs have gone over now, haven't they? We've just got some sort of tulips left, but we're still waiting for the main perennial borders to sort of burst into colour. I was away last week in Cumbria, and we went to a garden in Cumbria, and there was this huge herbaceous border, and all the perennials were coming up, but almost none were flowering. They were just still in that green stage still, where they're growing all their stems, but no colour. If you want to bridge that colour gap, then something like these Aquilegias are brilliant, because they'll flower for you now and give you colour between now and when all the other perennials kick in. And again, let's just do a little root.
Oh, here we go.
Let's just do a little rooty thing.
Oh, look at those.
Look at that. I mean,
incredible, isn't it?
Gorgeous root system again there. So all of our plants, these have not just been in the pot for a few weeks. You know, and when you empty out, all the compost falls off. We've grown these on with love, with care, with dedication, with professionalism, so that, you know, when you get these home, they're going to go in the garden, they're going to get established, they're going to give you that colour for year after year. These will have the winter lifetime guarantee on them as well. And so even after they finish flowering, still got that lovely foliage. So yeah, beautiful plants.
Brilliant. You're getting 2 for $10.98. That's £9 saving. They are brilliant value. They're less than half price if you're in the discount club. Dark Eyes is the next one that we've got here. What an unusual name for a flower.
It is unusual, yeah, because we've got brown-eyed girl, haven't we, on the sunflower. We've got Dark Eyes here. You can tell why it's called Dark Eyes, can't you? You can see in the middle of these flowers, you've got that lovely dark centre. Now, verbascums, or mullins is their common name, these will grow in the most silly, dry areas possible. Yeah, there's a wild form of this mullein that I see loads growing on the way up here. When I come over Sutton Bridge and I'm on the A17, there's these really dry banks, and you see these wild verbascums, and they grow in this bone-dry, really poor, sandy, gravelly soil. So if you've got an area like that where other things struggle, these will love it. In fact, they will hate you if you put them in really rich, fertile soil. They won't like that kind of soil. So if you've got a problem there in your garden that's really hot, really well drained, really poor soil, and other things struggle, put these in. These will thrive. These will come up year after year. They'll grow these wonderful erect stems of wonderful yellow with the lovely purple eye in them. Get to about sort of 2 to 3 foot tall. Don't need staking. In fact, plant them, leave them. The leaves sort of form a nice rosette that hugs the ground. And then the flower stems come up from the centre and just keep flowering for week after week after week. They'll attract the bees, the butterflies, the pollinating insects. They have a little bit of a slight kind of fragrance as well. I'm not going to overplay the fragrance because it's not like Lily of the Valley, but they do have a bit of a fragrance. But as I say, the main attribute of these is they will grow on those really poor, dry, problem soils where other things might struggle once you've got them established. So yeah,
beautiful,
try these, you'll love them.
They are great. 3 plug plants here as well. They're in beautiful condition again, as you can see. £5 off brings these down to £9.99. 480-980 is the item number you need if you want to grab a hold of those. The root system's looking glorious, isn't it?
Brilliant root system there. And these will grow away really quickly. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if these flower for you this year.
Oh, really?
I mean, you might be looking at this and think, come on, that's not going to flower this year. But you know what? Get this out into the garden, plant these. These can go straight out now. They're bone hardy. Plant these outside now, somewhere super sunny. And as I say, I wouldn't be surprised, but by the end of May, they'd have doubled in size. Perhaps end of May, early June, you'll start to see a little flower spike come up. And there you go. And you can just enjoy these wonderful verbascum dark eyes.
Really glorious, aren't they? 480-980. We are going back to the fuchsia. Don't forget to use that code, of course, YGTV1824, because that is going to unlock all the different offers for you. So the double ups, the buy one get ones, it's going to get you a free gift. When you're spending over £40, it's also going to unlock your free postage for you. I think, and so far pretty much all of them have, if you are placing an order today, you should have this in your basket, shouldn't you? Because the value's off the chart.
£4.99, Joe. £4.99 for 6 hardy fuchsias, and not even plugs. These aren't plug plants. You know, these are in 9-centimetre pots. These are, look at these. These are multi-stemmed, multi-branched fuchsias, already 6, 7, 8 inches tall. With, come on.
This one's well established.
Hey, look
wowzers!
Hey,
look at that!
Look at that! You can even see, look,
where it's grown up.
It's grown up the side of the pot. I mean, it's actually grown up with the sort of striations of the pot.
That's crying out to go in a bigger pot. That one, isn't it?
But look at that! I mean, that is such a crazy plant. I can see in some garden centres that I know of, they would have that probably in a 2 litre or a 1 litre pot now, and they would be going $4.99, $5.99, even $7.99 each for those. And again, you know, do a little squeeze and tease on these, like Bex says. So just give them the root ball a little squeeze, and then just loosen those roots a little bit around the edge before you put them in. Just tease them out a little bit, and that way, you know, it'll get those roots to start going outwards rather than sort of growing round and round. But look at these. I mean, hardy fuchsias. These fuchsias are going to come up year after year after year. 6 gorgeous varieties there as well. So we're going to send you out 6 different varieties. The Hawk's Head, this one down here is my particular favourite. I love that soft purple with the white sort of sepals and petals around the outside. But you've got Delta Sarah, you've got Dollar Princess, you've got Heidi Ann, you've got Mrs. Popple, and you've got Snowcap. So, as I say, 6 incredible varieties. Look at this one. I mean, Joe, come on. Look. I mean, that's already getting on towards a foot tall.
Yeah.
And that'll be producing flower buds any time now. So these will flower this year. Guaranteed. You'll get flowers on these this year without any problem at all. You can plant these in full sun. You can plant these in dappled shade. They're not particularly fussed about soil. They won't really like very, very wet soils, but not hugely fussed about soils as long as there's a bit of moisture in there. And the good thing about fuchsias is they flower from mid right the way through to late summer into autumn when other shrubs have finished flowering. So they give you that colour at the back end of the year when other things aren't flowering.
Amazing, aren't they? 510262. If you want to go for those, you are saving $24.95. As long as you have the code in, you'll be fine to get those for $4.99. You will also get the 50 Freesia Corms as your free gift. It doesn't matter what you've got in your basket, as long as you've got something in your basket alongside the code YGTV1824, then you will get the free gift. As long as the code's in it doesn't even need to be something something in the show. Anything else that you shopped on the website, you add that in there, and of course then, if you're spending over £40, you'll get the free postage. Now I thought the £40 free postage thing was just a site-wide thing. I actually didn't realise until today it's a YouGarden TV thing, so you've got to have the code in there to take advantage of that. There are sort of an awful lot of reasons to tune in and watch these shows, aren't they, if you're a keen gardener, because you do get lots of extra special offers.
Yeah, and what I like about Jez is I have a sort of slightly kind of different psychology on the saving side of things, because the way I see it is, you know, if I set myself a budget today, I don't know, watching this program, so I set myself a budget of, say, £60, and I'm willing to spend £60, and then I put it all in, you know, I get the savings, I've joined the club, and then it comes down to 45. Now, for me, I wouldn't think, oh, great, I've saved that £15 for me. I'll be back on there thinking
get some more.
I've got another £15 to buy more plants.
So, if something has a saving, I always think, like, you know, brilliant. So, like, these are £3.99, buy one, get two free. That means I can go out and spend £8 on something else then, because
it's great, isn't it?
You've made the saving.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you on that.
It's like going to a shop and thinking, I'm going to get a dining room table and 4 chairs today, and then they actually say, well, actually, you can walk away with an armchair as well for the same price. It's like, that's amazing.
Absolutely. Don't need an armchair. Haven't even got a front room. Never mind. We're going to move on to these. It's your Torino planters, 8-inch square. They are buy one, get two free. So they would normally be £12 there or thereabouts to get the 3 of them, under £4 today. These look really lovely, don't they?
So if you get 4
so for £8 you'd get... So for £8 you'd get 6. For £12 you'd get 9.
Wow.
For £16 you'd get 12.
What?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but a great one if you're, you know, a few pounds short of the £40 postage incentive. This is great. Don't pay £6.99 postage, pay £3.99, or get a couple of sets of these, and it will bump you up over that spend. I would imagine as well, I said the other day with Bex, these are sort of a good all-round potting on size. It wouldn't hurt to have a few of these ready to go in your shed or your greenhouse.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. Because the thing is, you know, I know Bex is a real huge fan of growing things in pots, and quite often when you've got things in pots, you end up with quite substantial pots you pretty much keep in one particular place because they're too heavy to move around. You know, and you've got them in one spot. But you know what Bex loves to do, it's kind of changed the look of things. So, you know, you can keep those major pots in that same place.
Absolutely.
But if you've got some smaller, more manoeuvrable, lightweight pots like this, you can accent those pots, can't you, at different times of year and change the mood, which is a great thing, and just swap these about. And, you know, these kind of all nestle into the corners with round pots. The idea that Bex comes up with, I really adore about these, is having the either side of steps. If you've got some steps going up from a lower part of your garden to a lawn, you could sit these in the corner of the steps, because they're about, you know, the same width as a step tread as well, and just ideal size. So in the summertime, you could have summer bedding in these, you know, geraniums, petunias, lobelia. Whatever you want to, and then in the winter time,
Graham's got some of these.
Got some lovely little
fuchsias in there.
Little fuchsias in there, which are going to look spectacular.
And Karen's building a herb garden with hers as well.
I've also got some strolch as well there, which is great. And was it Karen with herb garden?
Karen, yeah.
Yeah, and one thing people are doing, Karen, as well with those herbs, there's a bit of a trend at the moment to grow herbs in pots like this, and then actually put the pot of herbs on the table itself when you're eating. So
fancy.
People pick their own fresh herbs and add it to their food there and then. So, which is a really nice thing to do. So you know, you might want to pick a little bit of basil, or you might want to pick a little bit of parsley, or
mince, and mince grows like wildfire, doesn't it?
Pluck off a few stalks of chives and chop them up and put them over your, I don't know, your mashed potato or whatever.
Delightful. I'm loving this idea.
The great thing about these pots is they are just that perfect size for doing all those sort of different things with. They're UV resistant, they're frost resistant, they've got the great drainage holes there as well, which is great. And for a small pot, I love all the detail. I like the recurved rim around the top there, which is great. I like the little sort of lines that go around the side, little horizontal lines there, and that lovely burnished kind of antique look to these, Joe, as well. And you know what? I used to absolutely hate plastic pots. I've said this. I say this all the time.
A lot of people. Beck says she used to be a pot snob. Is how she describes it.
But I tell you why I didn't like plastic pots. in the olden days with plastic pots, you could see the seam down the
they
side.
were just brown, weren't they?
They were just brown.
Yeah.
And where they come off the blow mould, they also have those kind of little thin bits of papery plastic hanging off the bottom. You have to sort of pick off. They looked cheap.
Yeah.
These, I tell you what, again, Bex and I have said this. We said, like, if you put these on a stand in a street somewhere and then got people to walk by and say, without picking these up, tell me, do you think these are metallic or do you think they're plastic?
Absolutely, you would know,
I think
wouldn't
a
you?
lot of people would hesitate to tell you exactly what they are. But,
Absolutely.
You know, they look
And
like
also,
the real deal.
Especially if you're growing these and you've got things that are sort of cascading over these as well. You're not seeing the whole pot a lot of the time, are you? So, I mean, great value. And also it means that you're not going to break them, not going to shatter, none of those different
no frost
things.
damage
Not
to
going
worry
to
about.
harden and become brittle.
And also
which is
they
great.
keep the moisture in, because terracotta pots can wick away the moisture. And also, after a while, they get all that green slime on the outside that looks really horrible. When you pick them up, it's all over your fingers and everywhere. So these are going to conserve the moisture, so they won't need watering so much. But at the end of the winter, when you go to pick these up, if they were terracotta, you go to pick these up quite often, the rim just snaps off. Not going to happen on these.
Not going to happen with these at all. A great little item to bump your basket spend up to get that free postage. 130272. Put one in your basket with the code. We'll add 2 more into there for you. What a great deal. Let's have a little bit of a recap then and look back on some of the things that you've loved so far in this 4-hour Sunday extravaganza. Let's kick off with the brown-eyed girl. Was one of the first plants that we had a look at. An amazing sunflower variety that is going to produce, well, viewers have talked about thousands of flowers from these. I mean, they're amazing. They really are. It's also on an amazing deal too, because it's a half-price offer for you, which I think is glorious. A really lovely sort of teacup-sized sunflower. Really lovely pop of colour that. 560541 is the item number if you want to go for that. Let's move on. Biden's Hawaiian Flare. Again, a really lovely one that's just going to grow very easily for you, no matter where you are planting these. This is a brilliant deal because you're getting 12 plug plants in here for $11.99. That is £1 per plug plant. Really love the unusual colouring on the petals here. It's just beautiful. They're in great condition coming out to you as well. The ones we've got here in the studio are glorious. 400551. We think these are ready to go out now. We've been saying plant stuff out after Eurovision, I certainly have, for months, and now it is Eurovision this weekend and the frosts are over. The dog days are over, the frosts are gone. We can get out and get planting everything, which is glorious. £11.99. Next up is your Digitalis Illumination Flame. Really beautiful. I know Adam absolutely love this one. Really gorgeous tropical colourings on this foxglove variety for you. 480558 is your item number there. And again, £5 off on that. You are getting 3 jumbo plugs. They are whoppers, these, and they are garden ready. I know, I'd imagine your garden is probably ready for them as well now. They are winter hardy. They will come with that lifetime winter hardy guarantee. 480558 is your item number for that one. Mrs. Thompson, that's what we're looking at next. It is your clematis. I always want to call it clematis, it's clematis. I really struggle with things like dahlias, I want to call them dahlias. Clematis, I want to call clematis. I think there's a sort of older, very posh lady within me waiting to get out.
You can say clematis or clematis.
Oh, but not clematis.
You can say clematis if you want.
Tomato, I guess. If you want to go for these, you're going to get 3 9cm pots here, which is brilliant because they should be £10 each. You can get all 3 of them for $14.97. However, you do have to make sure you're using the offer code YGTV1824 in order to unlock that deal. 550350. The fuchsia trees, these were very, very popular earlier in the week when I was here with you on Wednesday. I can understand why, because it's not just to buy one, get one free. What we've also done here is we have taken off £5, and it's on a buy one, get one free. $22.49 if you are in the club, which is glorious value. 450008, your item number on that one. The phlox carpet, beautiful. These were the ones that Sean was growing. When we looked at this picture of Sean's, it was 1 plant that we were talking about. You are getting 24 plug plants. Think about that dense carpet of colour that you're going to be able to create by popping these into your garden. They are looking glorious. There is Sean. Is that Sean in front of it? Oh, there it is. You can see it in the background. That's big, isn't it? It's substantial considering it's just one plant that you're looking at. You're going to get 24 times this, and think about what it's going to look like. That lovely dense carpet of colour once it's become established. 480533. Pinks, lilacs, whites and creams in this particular bundle for you. £13.49 if you're in the discount club. 480533 is the item number. And then what you've just seen a minute ago, the Verbascum Dark Eyes, 3 plug plants here, a really lovely, unusual flower this, just beautiful. The foliage is gorgeous here as well, that ground hugging foliage for you. 480980 is your item number if you want to go for that one. The geranium storm cloud, the storm cloud we all want in our garden. Again, really, really beautiful this. I love that very unusual stamen that you've got in the middle there, and those beautiful petals around it. Just going to be a real talking point, this one, I think, in your garden. You're going to get 3 9cm pots here. So again, a really well-established plant for you. 1997 will get you all 3 of those, saving you £10, which is wonderful. 560986. One more to share with you before I go back to Adam as well. It is your Aquilegia that we have brought to you. I love this. It kind of looks a bit like a frankenflower, as I call it. It's almost like one flower in the background with another flower stuck on the top of it, because the petals, they look so different. You've kind of got like a normal petal on the back, but then like a cone on the front as well. It's like a 2-for-1, isn't it?
Oh, so like a kind of decoupage kind of flower.
A decoupage. I love that. I love that. 561073 is your item number, and it's half price too, which is wonderful. So please make sure you are grabbing that up. Now we are going to give you a reminder on the compost, and whilst I'm not going to do that for you, Adam's not going to do it. He's having a little shuffle around there. I love it. Peter and Sean are here, and they are going to share the details of this amazing compost with you.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, they're slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic, and plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in, but most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
A genuinely amazing offer on that compost, because you are getting 100 litres. You're getting both of the big bags you can see down here delivered for £24.98. So what, £12.50 a bag. If you have tried it, you'll know how brilliant it is. If you are yet to try it, get it home, give it a go, see what kind of difference. That's the thing, isn't it? If you say you can make a tangible difference to what you're growing, we all want that.
Well, it's critical. I mean, yesterday I was doing a blog, or a vlog, I should say, and it was all about vlog. Yeah, I was doing a vlog, and it was all about soil and the importance of soil for plants and giving them the best starting life. And you know, that is the most critical thing to start a plant off in life. Is what the roots are growing in. You know, it's that and light are the two most critical things to get a plant going. So you're using inferior compost, you use poor soil, the plant suffers. You use top quality, incredible compost like this, you get those results right from the get-go. It's amazing. It's
amazing quality. 100125. We are going to move on. I'm making myself laugh with my own joke that I haven't yet verbalised. That's how sad I am. This year's Eurovision entry for the UK, Oleander. It's Ollie Alexander. Do you know what? An hour and 35 minutes before I mentioned it. That's got to be a record. But that aside, these are brilliant, from a brilliant breeder, and you can see the exceptional quality on these, can't you, Adam?
Well, I know you're a guy that travels, and you're off to Torremolinos, you told me a few weeks time.
Yes, on Tuesday.
So when you go to Spain, any of those sort of places, Joe, you know what it's like when you get off the plane lands on the runway.
Keep an eye on my socials. I'll see how many oleanders I see through the week and snap them and upload them for you.
But you know what? That plane lands on the runway, doesn't it? And you're dying to get off that plane. The door opens, the heat hits you. You walk through the airport. You collect your bags. You go to those sliding doors that open. Yeah. The coach is there waiting to take you away. What do you see all the way along the side of the airport? Oleanders.
Jess Glynn, Hold My Hand, playing on repeat.
That's it.
Depending on who you've flown with.
And immediately you're transported, aren't you? You're on holiday. You're not in England anymore. You're not in Scotland anymore. You know, you're away. You're on holiday, and that's what oleanders do. They kind of bring that magic, that excitement, that kind of feel of being somewhere different and tropical and exotic and wonderful into the space in your own garden. And you know what? These are hardier than what a lot of people say or think. They're hardly down to about -5.
I mean, the winter we've just had. I mean, I think I can remember one day in December. I was sort of Oxfordshire. It was exceptionally cold, and it was about -4 at its coldest, I think.
Well, that's funny because there's a place called Benson in Oxfordshire, and that's one of the kind of frost pockets.
Is it?
Yeah, that always tends to be one of the coldest places in winter.
There over Christmas.
Yeah, Benson, Oxfordshire, and Santon Downham, where I live in Norfolk, is another place that has that kind of reputation for really cold spots in winter. But these will go down to about -5, and as they get mature and hard, tougher, they become hardier as they become tougher. But of course, you can always grow these in pots. They make fantastic pot plants. So if you are in a really, really cold area, you can just put them somewhere for the winter to keep them away from really severe frost. It doesn't have to be warm. They don't want to be cosseted or mollycoddled, you know, just somewhere that's just a degree or so above freezing, but it's quite nice, bright and light, and keep them on the dry side when you store them through winter. But enough of talking about winter. We don't want to be talking about winter and that time. We want to be talking about now and what these are going to be doing now. And what these are going to be doing now is they're going to be flowering while they're in the box.
I was here on Wednesday, and these have visibly come on since I was here on Wednesday in just a few days.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because, again, you know, we had only 7 to 8% of the sunlight in April that we expected. And plants react to light. Plants are very light sensitive. Now we've got the blue skies. Now we've got those light levels. Now we're getting a little bit more warmth. All of a sudden, the plants are thinking, yes, let's go for it. Let's seize the moment. Let's seize the day. And that's what these are doing. And the great thing about these, Joe, is, as you say, they've come from a breeder that has got a 10-year waiting list for these.
Trousers.
We've got some incredible pictures of these actually up here, you know, in the greenhouses. We've got like all these laid out, and they're all wonderfully sort of formal, same size plants, all great quality.
I think that's a great point as well, because what I always presumed before I came here and worked here at YouGarden TV, when I worked at other channels in the past, that the one you see on TV out of 200 will be the absolute top pick best there is. Do you know what it is? It's a real representation of what you're getting. Some of them might be, you know, might have slightly less flowers on them. Some of them might have more flowers on them. But we want to give you a real sort of depiction of what you're going to receive, don't we? What you see is what you get, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Stu, if we got any pictures of them laid out in the green, because
Sean's lips are moving, but you won't hear him.
Well, look at those. So, you know, we could have blindfolded Sean in there and said to Sean, just randomly pick out 3, or 1, and every time, look, you're going to pick out one that has got, you know, that is multi-branch, that has got flower buds or is already flowering. These are just such phenomenally high quality plants. These are pink ones here. Today we're bringing you the lovely creamy yellow ones that are orange in bud. And then as they sort of burst out, they come to that lovely bright yellow colour. And if you look at each one of these, Joe, there's 3 kind of main plants in each pot, and then pretty much each one has its own 2 or 3 stems on each one of those as well. Leaves all the way down to the bottom, so not kind of spindly little stems and just leaf at the top. Evergreen leaves as well, willow-shaped evergreen leaves. And I tell you what, we've got to do this, haven't we?
Oh, let's have a look. I didn't think you were going to.
Wowzers! Again, look at that.
Look at those. Well, that's beautiful,
Isn't that lovely?
Isn't it?
I mean, never disappoint. Look at that.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
That is, you know, oh, dear me. I tell you, I'm going to have to take Prozac next time if I keep taking these things out of the pot. I need to calm myself down.
They are beautiful. You guys loved them previously. I can't believe when we're talking about, you know, the quality of the plant we're bringing to you, growing on to the level that it is, that we're able to do this on a buy one, get one free. I think that is oh, what was that? That was a mix of about 4 different words there. It's exceptional value for money is what I was trying to say. I don't know what words we were mashing together there.
So we know what we mean. We're passionate. It's the passion sometimes, isn't it?
It really is.
The passion gets in the way of the words.
Do you know what? I think what we're really fortunate here in the potting shed that we come into work and we get to see it all, feel it all, smell it all, and it's really exciting. And what we're doing is sort of living the experience that you're going to get when you get these home. When you get these home, you take them out of that protected packaging because they are going to come to you in tip-top form. You are going to be so excited and glad that you went for these, and you're going to be super glad that you did it whilst you were getting 2 for the price of 1.
And it's the great thing about these, Joe, as well, this is months and months and months of flowering. You know, already in flower pretty much, but I mean, look at the amount of buds that are there. You know, so you know, this is flower for next week. This is flower for a few weeks' time. This is a flower for about a month's time, and then you know there'll be more shoots coming out of the side, and then once the main
here.
Yeah, well, look at
that one just there.
Down in the middle.
Look there. So you can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, or each one has got, and then, I mean, there's got to be 30 on there ready to go. And that is just on one of those. Exceptional, aren't they?
Yeah, they are exceptional. And once that main flower head is finished, if you trim that off, then chances are one of these side branches will also produce more flower spikes. Again, the only caveat for these is plant these or grow these in the sunniest, warmest part of the garden you can possibly grow them in. That's what they'll really love. That's where they'll be really, really happy. But as I say, fantastic pot plants. An example I always use, even if you're 3 floors up, you can enjoy oleanders because they make fabulous pot plants. These are compact, these are healthy, these are vibrant. These are going to come out the box looking like this. It's like Joe said a moment ago, we haven't been scouting around trying to find the one plant that's flowering. To give you the example, Joe and I could have walked around blindfolded through those oleanders, and whatever one we picked out would have looked as glorious as the 2 we got here.
Beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely lovely. Wonderful then, if something like a sunny balcony or a sunny terrace, if that's what you've got, these are going to look glorious.
Lovely. And drought tolerant as well. So if you've got plants that are, you know, you might be going away for a couple of weeks and you're worried about, you know, certain plants wilting because they can't be watered, you know what, these will go a couple of weeks easily without being watered. I mean, they won't go indefinitely, but, you know, they will go for a good couple of weeks without being watered. But they'll just bring that holiday feel into your home and your life.
And we all want it, don't we?
We do.
Glass of sangria and a couple of these on the patio. Delicious. 680059. Julia's gone for these. And this is how it's going to look in your basket. So we've put the hardy fuchsias in there because it'd just be rude not to be fair. And we've also put the oleanders in there as well. So that would be £50 almost. Would be great value at that price. However, £56.92. If you're adding the code YGTV1824, the saving becomes £64 and £41 delivered is what you'd pay. I would add something else in there. I'd probably add a couple more of the fuchsias and pop that up to, or actually you could order another set of fuchsias and some of the pots that we looked at earlier, and that would take you up to that £40 spend, which is great. Let's pop some Torinos in there as well, Shu. $3.99 for one, or you can have, of course, $5.98 for 2. No, we want you to have all of them. So you'll get add one into your basket, and then we'll pop 2 more in there for you as well. Of course, you want to sort of double up, triple up there with those, you can. But now £43, and that is what we're paying to deliver. Look at the savings on that example basket, £97.86.
That's ridiculous.
It's wild, isn't it?
£97.86. I mean, that's pretty much that's almost double. No, it is more than double, isn't it? What the total is? Yeah.
If your budget for today's, garden haul was £45, what an incredible basket of goodies that is. Fuchsias, freesias, oleanders in there, and some pots as well. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. That really, really is. Let's move on. I think sometimes with Grow Your Own, we're doing it because we want to have something that's tasty, don't we? I didn't realise when I brought these in that these were inedible, because I think they look stunning in their own right. I just thought these were a gorgeous plant that we were bringing to you because they do look beautiful. They've got sort of a little bit of a eucalyptus vibe to them.
Yeah,
almost,
I can get that, Joe.
they?
Yeah, because you've got that kind of shiny kind of leaf look to them. And you know what? Sometimes Grow Your Own as well. There are some things which I find are a bit gimmicky sometimes, and they don't really catch on. These honeyberries have definitely caught on.
I've never heard of a honeyberry ever. Never ever heard. And I work with food and in food and cooking. I've done for a long time. Well, the hairy bikers love a honeyberry, apparently. A honeyberry porridge. Delicious.
Yeah, and kind of great memories of...
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, of those guys. This, say, is absolutely an amazing edible plant. It's a member of the honeysuckle family. So, normally you think about honeysuckle, you think about a climbing, twining kind of plant with gorgeous sort of fragrant flowers that go up around trellis or tree stumps or somewhere like that. Well, this is the same family. This is Lonicera family, but this is a shrubby type of honeysuckle. It's just finished flowering. It's been flowering recently, but this actually has the most unusual kind of fruit. They're like a sort of a blueberry kind of coloured fruit.
I've never even seen them in a shop or on a recipe.
No,
or
I don't think you will
anyway.
find these in the shop. They're they're sort of elongated. And Bex has tried them, Sean has tried them. I've got one of these in my front garden that's flowered this year. My other half has been growing it in the front garden. It's flowered its socks off this year. They're self-pollinating, although the bees have been all over it. So I'm hoping later this year, for myself personally, to try the first honeyberries I've tried. They're really, really full of antioxidants and vitamins and minerals. They're super sweet, really, really juicy. And again, when we were on with Bex the other day, we were kind of saying, let's think, spitting everywhere, excuse me. let's rethink fruit salads, because we were thinking, just imagine, because we had kiwi fruit on the other day, and we had strawberries, and we were just thinking, imagine having, green slices of kiwi, then these honeyberries, then bright red strawberries.
Wow.
Kind of on a pavlova or something. Just the colour mix there.
Do you grow kiwis in the UK?
Yeah, we had kiwis. Yeah, you can grow kiwis as well. But these are bone hardy. These honeyberries or the Lissera come with a winter lifetime guarantee. They get to about a couple of metres tall. Very, very easy to look after. Very little pruning involved. Really, it's just a case of plant them, let them grow. First couple of years, I wouldn't do anything with them, to be honest. I'd just let them do their thing, let them get established. And then sort of second, third year onwards, what you could do is, you could have a look at the plant, and if you've got some little wiry stems, say like this one at the base here, or any stems that are crisscrossing or have died back a little bit, you could just prune those away early in the spring and just sort of open up the centre of the plant a little bit so the air and light can get through. These come on a little stake, but they don't need supporting. Okay. In fact, last time we actually cut. In fact, I'll do that if we come back to these. I'll cut the little tie for you on the side, and then you can just see kind of how sort of nice and loosely this plant sort of stands. But it's just one of those fruits that's so different, so unusual, but not complicated. They're just simple, hardy plants. Oh, we've got to do it again as well.
Oh, let's have a little look. When can we expect fruit on these, Adam? Look at those.
Fruit on these sort of mid to late summer. So
that's
at that.
Dense, isn't it?
Look at that. Just
amazing. Yeah,
gorgeous.
These are shooting now, so we'll be looking for flowers,
gorgeous root system on there.
Just beautiful. I'm desperate to try a honeyberry. I'll be looking out for them absolutely everywhere. You can buy dried ones, apparently. Who knew?
Why don't you?
It's blown my mind.
Set yourself, you be the first chef to kind of...
To make honeyberries a thing.
Air.
Let's make honeyberries a thing.
Go for it.
If you want to go for these, I love something that's a bit unusual and a bit of a talking point, something that you won't have seen necessarily before or tried before. These are going to give you that. They look gorgeous and they're edible, which is a winner for me. It's a double up deal as well, so you can get two of them for $14.98, which is glorious. 310070 is your item number if you want to go for those. Make sure you've got the code in there. We're going to have to go back to the favourites table, because it's very popular. It's why it's the favourites table, let's face it. And we're going to have to come back to these. Every single basket, I think, should have a set of these in them, and pretty much every basket has so far, because it's ridiculous value. Lots of you multi-ordering on these, which is another great way to go, because look, if you went for say if you spent £20 on these, we would send you 24 pots of these. It's just an amazing display of colour you'd be able to create with these, wouldn't you?
What I thought you was going to say, Joe, I thought you was going to say that if we charged you £20 for 6 of these, you'd be chuffed.
Oh,
You'd be amazed.
You would?
Yeah, I mean, £20 for 6. But yeah, when I came in and Stu, our producer, director, kind of said to me, Adam, because I've not been in for a couple of weeks, he said to me, what do you think we're doing these for? So I thought, well, in my head, garden centre's probably about £5 each, but we're not as dear as that. So I kind of said about 15, 18 quid. And then Stu said, no, £4.99 for all 6. I was
ridiculous,
like, no,
isn't it?
That's not right. It can't be. Or if it is, they've got to be plug plants. They can't be these.
And also, if you went for just that on its own, you'd also get £9.99 worth of freesias included in there as a free gift. Every single order will get a free gift too. 50
freesias in there, double and single, fabulous cut plants, scented. These are heat-treated ones as well, so these will flower for you this year. And they've actually got some of them actually got little green shoots on already, so they're brilliant. Absolutely sort of gagging to get into the soil and get going and get growing and give you these wonderful, gorgeous, scented, multicoloured displays. And talking of multicoloured displays, 6 different varieties of fuchsia as well. We're bringing you. We're not just going to bring you 6 of the same plant. We're bringing you 6 different types, all with their own very individual kind of flowers. I love Hawk's Head is my favourite one. I love the simplicity of this one. But you know, these are bold, these are brash, these are. Do you know what I'm always going to say? I'm going to say these are vulgar, but in a good way. You know, these are out there. These are loud and proud, and you know, and kind of really gorgeous, stunning flowers. But they're not like your normal bedding fuchsias, where if you forget to, you know, put them somewhere frost-free at the end of the summer, next spring they're gone. These are bone hardy. These have a lifetime guarantee.
I'm just going to have a little look at the roots of this one.
Well, that's one of the smallest ones, and even that one will have a good root.
I just love Adam's reaction. Look at that.
Look at that. Yeah.
How amazing is that?
And that's probably one of the smallest ones out of the 6. But even that one, Joe, look at that stage, has got roots all the way down to the bottom of the pot there.
How amazing is that?
Absolutely
really
brilliant.
And that's, you know, tip-top quality. That's exactly what we love to bring to you, and that's exactly what you are going for. And they are substantial, these. You know, we're not sort of, you know, you're not purchasing a promise with these. You can see they are good to go, ready to burst into flower.
These will flower this year. They will flower this year. There's no argument about it. You know, you look after them, you treat them right. These will definitely flower this year, and they'll come up year after year after year. Brilliant. Lifetime guarantee.
And they are not one per customer either. Lots of you choosing to add multiples of them into your basket, which is a really savvy way to go. Let's move on to this next one. One that I know you love. It's a Foxglove Digitalis Illumination Flame. It's a mouthful.
It is a mouthful.
But again, not sort of a regular foxglove we might think of. Sort of a paradise foxglove almost.
Yeah, it's what's called like a hybridised foxglove. So at the moment, if you drive around the countryside, you can already see the foxgloves are standing up their flower spikes. They're about 1.5, 2 foot tall already. And those foxgloves, our native ones, will get to anything up to 6 foot tall. These are more like sort of 18 inches to 2 foot tall, and these are multi-stemmed as well. So it's not just one stem and then that's it. These are multi-stemmed, and they just produce these most dazzling sort of pinkish orange flowers for many months. I've grown these before myself, and again, what I liked about these, because in my garden I go for that tropical jungly kind of look, I just like the fact that these just had that unusual, different, I don't know, somewhere far away kind of feel about them. Easy to grow. These will come up year after year. Jumbo plugs, again, I don't need to show you the root system. You can see it. Look at the root system
on that one there on the right.
These will flower this year as well, Joe. Get these in the ground. These will flower for you this year. By the end of May, they're pretty much doubled in size. Probably by sort of June, July time, these are going to start to throw up flower spikes. Plant them somewhere sunny and bright and well drained, and yeah, just enjoy the most sort of bedazzling displays of foxgloves like you've never seen before.
It's a fan. They're having a Celine Dion. They're having a Eurovision moment there with a fan. You can see that's just our little fan that we've got going. What I love about these is they're inconspicuous because they just look like they look like some nettles when you get them home, but they're going to burst into this gorgeous array of flowers.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about some plants. And some plants, they start off and they're kind of I don't know, back of the theatre kind of plants, aren't they? And then they burst into flower, and then they're suddenly front or centre stage, aren't they? They kind of find their time to shine, and that's what these will do.
They're really beautiful with these. 480-558 if you want to go for these. They're saving you £5. Whilst we've got gardening guru himself, Adam, here with us. My new name for you, by the way. It's a great opportunity to get any gardening related questions that you have. I mean, you can ask him anything. He'll answer anything, to be fair.
Well, as long as it's about
gardening or non-gardening. When is penstemon season?
Penstemons, or penstemon, however you want to say it. Penstemons are in the process now of growing. Most penstemons are probably about 7-8 inches tall. Probably in another sort of 6 weeks or so, they'll start to flower. And penstemons flower for week after week after week. So once they get going, you've got a good sort of 2 or 3 months worth of flower. But you need to wait about another 4 to 5 weeks or so before they'll really start to flower.
Brilliant. I hope that answers your question. Anything else you want to know? Is it too late to plant a begonia corm? Brenda wants to know.
No, it isn't. Because you know what, Brenda? You could have started them back in February when the light levels were much lower and the days were shorter, and they would have taken longer to grow then anyway. Because now we've got high light levels, we've got long hours of daylight, they will actually grow away a lot more quickly. So get them in now, start them growing now. They'll flower slightly later than people who started them earlier, but no problem at all, still growing them now.
Brilliant. I hope that answers your question. I guess has it been a bit of a funny sort of stop-start this year, because we had quite a lot of sunshine in March, didn't we? And then we had hardly any sun in April, but a load of rain. It's almost like we had a sort of false spring.
Do you know what, Joe? These days it's all over the place. I mean, in February we were having temperatures of 18, 19 degrees, and magnolias flowered a month earlier than they normally do, which was bizarre because they actually missed the frost, even though they flowered a month early. And then, ironically, when they should have been flowering, then we got frost, a couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago in April.
Isn't it?
So yeah, you just can't tell anymore.
Yeah,
it's
you've got
all over the
your
place.
wits about you, even more so now. Very busy on those, saving you £5. We've got Biden's Hawaiian Flair is where we are going. It's not endorsed in any way by the President of the US, we should say.
No.
This. I'd love to know how it's come up with, how we've got to this name.
I'm sure he'd like them though if we did ask him.
I bet he'd love them. I bet he's a discount club member actually. He's not for the record. Before we get told off, we don't ship to the US.
But yeah, look at these, Joe. I mean, these are just beautiful. Now, I picked this little plant up as an example here.
So delicate.
They are delicate, but fabulous root system on there. So you've got that incredible root system. Let's turn him round. There we go. So you can see straight into the flower there. Almost a little bit like one of those little sort of single dahlia flowers.
They look a bit like. Remember you used to get those sort of robotic dancing flowers as a kid that move. That's exactly what it reminds me of. This is sort of quintessential.
You
flower,
on the back of a car and stuff. People you'd see
and they'd kind of walk past them and they'd sort of move and play a song.
Like
that, that's what it reminds me of.
But these are great, and I'm going to pop this one back down because you can see drop it all down with its mates down there. These Bidens are probably some of the most foliferous flowers, bedding plants that you can have. Incredible for pots, hanging baskets, ground cover, rockeries. They grow in full sun. They love full sun. Months and months of flower. They don't get particularly tall, only about 6, 7, 8 inches tall. They spread, but you know what? For such minimum input, they will give you the most dramatic displays of hundreds and hundreds of flowers all the way through the summer, right into the autumn until the frost. They don't need deadheading. Just water them, feed them occasionally. But honestly, all you've got to do is plant them, leave them, enjoy them.
Amazing. They are great and they're brilliant value as well. $11.99 to get 12 of them, so £1 per plug plant. We're going to move on to the brown-eyed girl, which I love. I love a sunflower. I don't know why I buy them. Do you know what I love? I always love to have flowers at home as much as I can.
Yeah, I do.
When I'm at home. But because I spend quite a lot of time on the road, I've just been away for 10 days, I'm on holiday for a week, so I'm back for a few days. I have to really be careful about what I buy. So I love buying things like tulips, for instance. They seem to last me a long time. But in the summer, sunflowers I love because what it does is they'll last a really long time. Sometimes though, you buy them from the supermarket, but they're closed. Sometimes not all of mine open.
Yeah, some plants don't actually open very well from being tight bud. Dahlias are an example as well. If you're going to pick dahlias, always pick them just as the flowers opened out. So you pick them in tight bud, they just stay in tight bud, they don't open out. But what I would like to challenge somebody to do is to actually grow this sunflower to 6, 7, 8 foot tall. In fact, I'd offer you £10,000.
Right, okay.
If you could get it to grow.
It's not that variety.
No, this won't do this one. It just will not do it. This one is a really super compact variety that in fact, in trials, we've actually counted, or we've stopped counting, 1,000 flowers on one of these plants, on one plant.
Over what period of time are we talking then, from beginning of flowering to end of flowering of this?
That one in front of you now, look,
yeah, I mean,
already,
that's
the flower now. So we're at the start of May.
And this will be its first flower of the season,
yeah, so it's starting right now. And you know what, Joe? This will go through until the first frost knocks it back.
Wow.
Now, I said to you earlier on, I've been self-employed for 37 years, and one thing I've noticed as time's gone by, as the environment warms up, frosts are now coming later and later. And I'm finding in recent years we're not really getting the first damaging frost until about the middle of November.
Wow.
So this will keep flowering for you up until the middle of November. It's not going to get more than about 2 or 3 foot tall, so it makes a fantastic pot plant. Look at that shot there. Look how vibrantly healthy the foliage is on that plant.
Foliage. The foliage is interesting. It's like a cat's tongue.
Yeah,
it really is like it's sort of
rough kind of
sandpaper-esque, isn't it? It's really, really interesting. And there's so much foliage with this as well.
It's glossy. It's verdant, isn't it? That foliage, absolutely verdant. And you know what? You look down into all these shoots, and there's buds coming, and there's more buds coming.
I mean, you can see loads of them.
And the reason being is because this plant has been bred not to be able to produce seeds. Now, every plant on the planet has one aim in life, and that's to reproduce, that's to create seeds.
Right.
And normally, for most plants, once they've got to that point of creating seed, they will stop flowering because they've done what they need to do for that particular year. Annuals die after they finish flowering, that's the end of. But this plant can't do that, so what it keeps doing is keeps trying to flower to keep producing seed, but because there is no seed, those flowers die. He thinks, well, I'll try again to make seeds. I'll create more flowers. So we're kind of forcing this plant to keep flowering. And that's why you just get these endless displays of these lovely semi-double flowers with that dark button in the middle and then that lovely sort of colour moving out for month after month after month.
Beautiful, isn't it? Really lovely.
Absolutely knockout.
If you a lot of bang for your buck, that's going to give you over the course of the summer, because you're getting those abundance of flowers. I guess you could cut. Could you cut those and take them inside if you wanted to?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? No reason to. If you the picture there, you can see they've got nice sort of 5-6 inch stems on them. So cut them as low down as you can, and you can have half a dozen of those. In fact, that will just keep it flowering as well.
Yeah, they're beautiful. I love to have lots of single stems, so lots of little thin vases with single stems everywhere.
That's nice, isn't it?
A
nice
beautiful
finish.
one to do that with. 560 541 if you want to get that. It's a half price deal for you. So a lot of you multi-ordering on that. Now, if you have just joined us, had a sudden influx of viewers, you might have missed this. It is the Fuchsia Hardy collection for you. It's obnoxious value. That's what it is. It's amazing. 6 winter hardy plants here for $4.99. You can't get a cup of coffee most places for $4.99, let alone 6 winter hardy fuchsias.
I know. Joe, actually, the other day, going on a tangent, I bought a box of Paxo.
Box of
Paxo. £2.50 for a box. I couldn't believe it.
Oh yeah.
12 stuffing balls. For, I'm not seeing pack. I thought, wow, that's insane.
The cost of stuff really
has really gone through the roof. But not to be sued by Paxo. I love your product. But I mean, these are just absolutely mind blowing. I mean, 6. Come on, 6 hardy fuchsias, $4.99. It doesn't make sense. Where I live in Swaffham, there's a guy there that has a market stall. He sells plants at the most daft reduced price I've ever seen. He wouldn't have been able to sell 6 of these for $4.99. 6 hardy fuchsias in 6 fabulous different varieties with all different colours, different size flowers, slightly different sort of flower habit. Plants that will come up year after year after year after year with our lifetime guarantee. And I'll just quickly whiz this one out the pot. This is Hawk's Head, this one. It's Hawk's Head. Yeah, it's Hawk's Head. Yeah, I recognise it from the foliage, even though it's the labels on the pot. Look at the root system on there, Joe. I mean, a phenomenal plant below ground, an amazing multi-branch plant above ground. All 6 of these will flower this year for definite. All these will flower for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. In a mild winter, they'll grow back from where they finished the previous year before. In a cold winter, they get knocked back down to ground level, but don't panic. Cut the dead foliage off, they grow back from the ground and they will flower again for you that same year you've cut them back. These are just phenomenal, brilliant.
Really glorious, aren't they? I think every single basket should have one of those in. Even if you were just buying those on their own, you've got to make sure you're using the code YGTV1824. That's how you get the deal itself. But even if you're just going for those, we'll actually send you those and the freesias as well. They are today's free gift for... I mean, even including the postage, you're still only looking at about £12. You'll only pay the postage once. If you don't want to pay the postage, you can also do that as well. If you spend over £40, postage will be included in your order, which is amazing.
So $9.99, these free.
Yep.
And just $4.99 for 6 fuchsias.
It's ridiculous,
It's mad.
isn't it? It's absolutely ridiculous. We will be back shortly. Now, Sean and Bex are not here today. Sean is down on QVC. He will actually be live as we end. So when we finish at 2, you can go across and join Sean. You can't join Bex today. She was on a hen do last night in Blackpool, so who knows? I think she needs a little bit of peace and quiet. She's feeling a little bit delicate, I'd imagine. I might text her now. But we're going to take a short break, and Sean and Bex have recorded something special for you. Take a look.
All right then. Well, hello, and thank you for letting us be part of this Sunday show. Adam and Joe are doing a fantastic job.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I'm sure
but we
they are.
presume they are.
We know they are.
Yeah.
But Sean and I thought we'd pop in, we'd do this little recording for you just to see some of the items that you won't have seen already with Sean and... Well, no one's Sean and I'm...
No, keep going. It's recorded. That's what it's like. Keep going. We don't mind, you don't mind the odd mistake. Try again, Bex. Go on. Go on.
Sean and I thought we'd pop in and just show you some of the things that you haven't already seen with Adam and Joe. This is Sean, I am Bex, and these are some potatoes.
Well done. you wish you were still watching Adam and Joe at this rate, won't you?
Sorry.
No, we've got some great products, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Things that you haven't seen so far, hopefully during the Sunday show. So,
Let's
we
do
love
it.
this one, don't we?
Yeah, real big fan of this particular collection because you've pretty much got everything you need in here. All you need to add is some compost and you can grow 3 amazing varieties of potatoes, but in the smallest of spaces with no digging involved.
Now, you actually get 3 of the grow bags. Now, we love these. I mean, they're great for growing your potatoes, but they're so tough. I mean, you can use these.
Are you ready?
4. I was going to say tug a bag, but yeah.
Tug a bag, tug a bag.
But the reason we're doing this is because they are brilliant. When you've used them for growing your potatoes, they're great for shopping, they're great for storage. Do you know what? We've tugged and tugged at these handles and we cannot break them. No. So they are really brilliant just for, say, lugging things around, storing things, shopping, recycling. But they're brilliant for growing potatoes, tomatoes, rhubarb canes, pretty much anything and everything. Even small fruit trees can grow in those.
Yeah, totally.
But you get all your seed potatoes as well.
You do indeed. So they come to you in the separate bags. They are labelled. You get Pentland Javelin, you get Charlotte, and you get the Desiree included in there as well. So Desiree is gorgeous. It's that lovely red-skinned potato.
It's a good all-rounder, isn't it?
Absolutely. Very versatile. Boil it, mash it, chip it, do what you like with that one. The Pentland Javelin is the, new potato.
And that's the first to crop, isn't it?
Gorgeous, yeah.
It's fast javelin, you see.
And then, that's the way to remember. I love that. A lovely mnemonic. And then you've got the Charlotte potato in there as well. That's that lovely elongated one. Great one for, salad potatoes. Eat them hot or cold. They're absolutely gorgeous. You also get the bag of the organic base potato fertiliser included in here as well, and the process is so simple. Yeah, no digging.
And now that we're into May and the frosts have passed, it's a great time to actually get these started and know you're going to be safe. So we have got step-by-step instructions, and the first thing you need to do is take the seed potatoes out of the packets and you need to chip them. You always do yours in egg boxes, don't you?
Yeah, so just take an egg carton, take the lid off, stand the seed potatoes on end inside the egg carton, and then just put them on a windowsill somewhere, basically. I leave them there until the shoots start appearing. So you've got loads of shoots on there. That's when you're ready to start following this process. So a few inches of compost into the bottom of the bag, 4 or 5 inches is what I do. Lay the seed potatoes in there, cover them with compost, little bit of the fertiliser, water well. Then we're going to wait for a little bit of this green growth to start appearing, and then what you do is you bury it, which seems really weird. I know, it seems
awful, but that's how you do it.
That's it. So just bury that green growth, bit more fertiliser, water well. Keep doing that until you reach the top of the bag, and that's where you you just let it grow then. You let that green growth come. Obviously keep on watering well. Potatoes love water. Once it flowers, they're really pretty, like white flowers you get, and they're really pretty. Once the flowers start to go over and once the foliage starts looking a bit droopy, that's normally your telltale sign that your potatoes are ready to crop.
And then all you need to do is literally tip the bag out and enjoy the potatoes.
Yeah.
And they taste, whenever you grow potatoes yourself, and I've grown them many, many times, they taste delicious. And this is you and the boys last year, isn't it?
Yeah, this was us last year, so that's my youngest there. We just tipped the bag out into one of those, plastic trucks. He had a great time just digging through the dirt, picking out all those potatoes, and then we went in and we cooked those and ate them. It's a great, enjoyable thing to do, no matter whether you've got kids or not. But if you do have kids anywhere in your family, it's a really wonderful process to take them through.
And you literally grew them in the grow bags and then just tipped them out into the
so you can see all the foliage in the background there. So obviously we took all the foliage off. There's the bag in the background. We just tipped it up into one of those plastic trucks and started digging through it.
Now the price that we've got for this Sunday show is amazing. It's $14.95. We've actually sold the bags by themselves for nearly £5 each.
That's right.
And remember, you can reuse those again and again and again. And the great thing is, if you really enjoy the experience of growing potatoes this year, next year we do like refill kits where you just get more seed potatoes and fertiliser, so you can grow them for many, many years to come. Amazing value, just $14.95. Don't forget, postage is $6.99 an order, but if you do spend over £40, you get free postage and your free gift this Sunday. 50 freezers, doubles.
Yeah, the double freezers. These are the heat-treated bulbs that you're getting in here as well. So that means that these are going to be even better for you. It's quite difficult unless they're heat-treated to get them started, but ours have been heat-treated. So
that's an amazing free gift worth nearly £10 and free delivery of £40 or more. Now, something that we both use
so much every time I'm in the garden. Every time I'm in the garden.
our heavy duty pots. You get 4 of these right now for $17.99. So that works out £4.50 each. So let's take it in turns, Bex.
Go on then. You go first this time.
So I use them every single time that I weed.
Yes, definitely. I've got loads of things growing in mine, so I'll name them for you. I've got the appletini, I've got blueberries, 3 of them, I've got a rose growing in one, I've got garlic growing in another, a cordyline, and the prunus triloba.
Brilliant. So
Loads
got a
of
lot.
them. Got a lot.
I use mine for carrying logs in. I mean, obviously it's warmer now, so the log burner's off, but I use them for carrying logs.
I've got one under the side in the utility room. That's where the recycling goes before it goes to the big bin outside.
I actually put my compost in there. I know the bags are only 50 litres, but I find it easier to pour the bag into the heavy duty pot and then just get the compost from there.
Fabulous. Every time I go into my shed that's down the side of my house, this is what I pick up, because inside here I've got all of my most used items, my secateurs, my gloves, my kneeling mat, my trowel, my spade.
You just saw some autumn leaves there. Let's not think about autumn, but when the leaves fall down, it's brilliant for actually storing your leaves in there and maybe putting those leaves on the compost heap.
Yeah, they're really, really strong. They are incredibly durable. I know you've had yours well over 10 years.
Over 10, yeah. I reckon about 12 years now.
I think mine are about 6, 7, maybe 8 years old as well. But should we do the tug of war with this one as well? Because you know that little plastic trug that you saw us using when we were digging out the potatoes? The handles on those fall off and break all the time. That doesn't happen with these. These have been moulded into place, so the handles never break off these.
And something else I absolutely love about them is the drainage, because we've had a really wet 7 months, haven't we? And a lot of plants will die if they're waterlogged. Obviously, there are a few plants that love really wet roots, but most don't. With these, you've actually got massive draining holes around the side and the bottom. So even if that is on a really flat, solid surface, water still has somewhere to go. And honestly, they are absolutely amazing. I grew the best tomatoes ever last year. I did a bit of a trial. I grew some in smaller pots, some in these, and the ones in these did so much better.
Yeah, I think they do like to be a bit deeper rooted,
I think
don't
so.
they? For the most part. It's honestly one of the best investments you'll ever make. I know our regulars, we've seen all your pictures. I know you've got loads of things growing in these. We get lots of pictures, so thank you very much. If you're one of our newer viewers and you've never experienced the heavy duty pots, this will be one of the best investments that you make, because if you break it down to pounds per use or pence per use, honestly, you'll use these so many times.
And one final thing, sometimes you can even use it as a temporary home for plants. So you know, sometimes you dig a big plant up and you don't quite know where to put it. Pop it in here and it can have a temporary home.
It can, absolutely.
I've done that a few times and got away with it. So they're absolutely brilliant. If you're trying to get your order to over £40 to get free postage, highly recommend those. Now, we were talking about having, hopefully, well, it is drying up now and it's getting a lot warmer. But the fact that we've had a lot of rain means we've got a lot of slugs and snails around at the moment.
So many. There's so many of them. And they love hostas. They love the new, fresh growth that comes up. They love delphiniums when they're first coming up. There's so many plants that your slugs and snails like to munch on.
I did notice my lupins had been nibbled.
The lupins, but you're
right, this time of year, all of that new growth, the slugs and snails are like, oh. So we've got a solution. Yeah,
we have, and it is the twin pack of the Strolch. This one is absolutely fantastic. From my own experience, I used this last year around my hostas, and my hostas were absolutely amazing. My hostas are coming back up this year. 2 of them are fine. 1 of them's getting munched, so I need to put a little bit more Strolch around there. Absolutely. But this will keep those slugs and snails away. There is something in it. It's mineralised straw, but there's no pellets, there's no poisons, but there's something about this that the slugs and snails don't like, so they won't slither across it to get to that all-they-can-eat buffet, which is your plants.
So it doesn't actually kill them, and we know that slugs and snails, actually, they do play a valuable part
very beneficial
in your garden, but this is a really, really friendly way of just getting them to move on and not to eat your favourite plants. But also, when you saw that, it looks really neat. It can really tidy up a bed or a border. It can also suppress weeds. What you need to do is get rid of the weeds first of all. So dig out the weeds, cover with Strolch, and it can suppress new weed growth coming through as well. But it also helps with things like if it's a cold winter, it can add a little bit of extra protection.
It's a mulch, yeah. So it gives your plants that extra little duvet just to keep them warm over the winter months, but it helps also with retaining moisture in the ground over the summer months.
Yeah.
So it means that you're not having to water as often, which is brilliant. I love it. I love a product that does multiple things.
And we say it's active for a good few years, but then you can always just dig it into your beds and borders, and that will give it fantastic texture as well.
Yeah, it can loosen up.
Because of your clay soil, put this in.
Totally, it'll loosen up that texture and create a nice texture to it.
It's brilliant, and you can get 2 bags today for just £36.97.
I'm not playing with it either. It feels nice.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It does. It feels really lovely.
Although slugs think it.
They don't like it.
Yeah, they think it feels awful.
They think it's horrible.
Yeah, that's what they're going to hear. Right, we've got some amazing plants for you right now. I'm going to start with something a little bit quirky, actually. It's a camellia, and it's called a tea plant for very good reason.
Yeah, this actually produces tea leaves.
Yeah.
You could be brewing your own tea from a plant that you've grown in your garden.
How cool is that?
How cool is that? Absolutely. Now, the fresh leaves are the ones that you kind of want to use for that. I'm not.
So you don't dry them out?
You can. So you can use them fresh, or you can dry them out. I can't imagine many of you are going to do that, but I just think it's fascinating that you actually can. And it's a camellia. It has these beautiful flowers on here, and the great thing is that they are sort of later flowering as well. So those don't come until sort of much later on in the season. Like October time is what I'm talking.
Because a lot of camellias, it's early doors.
Early doors, yeah. This is later in the year.
I'm not going to pretend I'm a tea drinker, I'm a coffee person.
Me too.
But I would buy this just for those gorgeous flowers.
I would buy it for the gorgeous flowers. I would buy it for the fact that it is evergreen, and I would buy it for the fact that it is a long-lived perennial. So we are talking decades out of this plant. This plant can live 40, 50 years. So this is one that potentially is going to outlive you, me. You know, but it's going to get nice and big in your borders as well. So this can, over the years, it can get to 3 or 4 metres. It can spread by a couple of metres as well. But it's evergreen, it's gorgeous, and you've got these beautiful flowers on here as well. And
I love the fact that it flowers later on in the year.
I do as well, yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the price today as well, this Sunday, £7.99. Normally £14.99, £7.50, 049. Right, now if you love fragrance in your garden, because I always think gardens, they're about all the senses, aren't they? Not just how it looks, but how it sounds, how it smells, and this is a gorgeous fragrance, isn't it?
It really is. We love the scent that we get from Daphne's. I mean, this one is kind of perfect for smaller gardens because it's compact and it's slow growing. So ultimately, this can get to 3 feet height, 3 feet spread, but it's going to take a while to get there because it's a nice, slow growing one here. It works for all sorts of gardens, certainly the smaller ones, or balconies, or terraces, as long as you... So I was going to say you need it in a sunny position, but actually you can cope with a part shady position as well. Yeah,
doesn't like full shade.
No, but it does have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit,
and that just means, Bex, that it's got to be easy to grow, hasn't it?
Totally. So they take these plants, they trial them, they test them. It has to meet a certain set of criteria in order for it to be awarded that Garden Merit Award. But what it tells us as gardeners is that this is going to be a good one for us to have in our UK gardens. It's garden worthy. It should be relatively easy to grow without too many issues, and that's exactly what you're getting here. The sweet, heady fragrance that you get from a Daphne is gorgeous.
I wish it was in flower now.
I do as well.
I can almost smell it. It really is beautiful. My mum had this one in her last garden, and I do remember it was she had a few Daphnes actually on her driveway, and you'd open the car door, and it was just absolutely gorgeous.
Well, it does have a long flowering season as well, so once this gets established, it should start flowering sort of April, May time, and it should then keep going for you throughout the summer and into sort of September, October time as well.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's called the Eternal Fragrance Daphne there, £14.99, 510-531. Now, something that has been really popular in the last week or so is our Hypericum, and this is one of those, again, absolute winners that does so much for so long when it comes to giving back an awful lot into your garden. Called Miracle Attraction, and let's start with the flowers, Bex, because they are really interesting, aren't they?
I love them. They are bright. They are a bright yellow colour, and I really love those stamens because they're not insignificant, are they? And there's loads of them. They are wonderful. But what I really enjoy about this plant is that you get the flowers and you get the berries berries at the same time. And the berries aren't just one uniform colour. You get a mixture of colours on here. There's reds, there's peaches, there's yellows, there's oranges. And when you get all of those appearing at the same time, it is absolutely fascinating.
Most plants that produce berries, you get the flowers.
Yeah, and then you'll get the berries.
The blossom, then you get the berries.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
it's rare you get both at the same time. And it happens a bit later on in the season as well. So for me, this is a great transitional plant. So it normally starts flowering sort of in the summertime. So we're talking maybe June, July, and it'll keep going right the way through September and into October. The berries will then appear sort of August time. But what it does is it transitions from those summer months when everything's in full bloom and we've got all the gorgeous colour. Things start to fade, but the Hypericum is really coming into its own. It's just getting ready. Yeah, everything's starting to appear all at the same time.
$11.99 as well. It's a really good size. It comes in a 2-litre pot. And again, really very easy to grow. It's hard to go wrong with this one.
Yeah, very easy. It's winter hardy, so it has our lifetime guarantee. It can be evergreen, so we call it semi-evergreen. In milder climates, you'll probably keep a lot of the leaves on here. Other areas, it might be deciduous. But then the leaves will come back and you have all of that joy coming on here. But winter hardy with that lifetime guarantee.
So for most gardens, that's going to look good for the majority of the year.
For the majority of the year, absolutely.
$11.99 or $10.79 if you are in the club as well. But really like that one. Now, something that I am a massive fan of are Sambucus, and I've got a few in my garden, including this one.
Have you got this one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And do you know why? I'll be perfectly honest. Do you know why I bought him? First and foremost, I started with a brand new garden 4 years ago. So bought a house, knocked it down. It was an old house, not a 1960s house. So I was left with a building site for the garden. And apart from a few trees and shrubs, there was nothing there. And I just wanted a few things that were really fast growing.
Yes.
And these, like in a year, you can get sometimes up to meters growth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, honestly, like this, they really grow quickly.
Yeah.
And also, I live in quite an exposed garden, and they don't mind that.
So this can cope with that as well.
Yeah. In fact, this one can pretty much cope with everything. It really
it's
can.
pretty tough, this one. What I really like about this is the colour.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really highly prized for that gorgeous colour. I mean, it's almost luminous, isn't it? And this really does stand out in those borders.
And actually, if you I've positioned mine next to some darker foliage.
Yeah.
And it looks really good.
So I was thinking about this because I've got my lovely dark coloured Acer, you know, the red coloured Acer. And
they work great with
Acers. It's got that lovely dissected leaves on there as well. And the bright green, lime green colours next to that darker foliage is incredible.
And if you bought the Euphornium, the Miner's Merlot.
Oh, yeah.
Similar position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But absolutely gorgeous.
It is. It's
they
pretty.
do lose the leaves in the winter, though.
Yeah.
And actually, when they get big, you can chop them quite hard back, and it's amazing how much growth you get in a year.
Yeah, you do. And you get flowers and you get berries on this as well, don't
you do. The berries are lovely.
So the flowers come in springtime, April, May. They're lovely kind of creamy white flowers. And then sort of later in the year, between August and October, you get these lovely red fruits on here, which obviously the birds are going to absolutely adore. So loads of seasonal interest, easy to grow, fast growing, minimal care, just a high impact specimen plant, this one, in a border that is going to be a standout.
But you were so right, Bex, in terms of the colour of that. The greens are just so vibrant and magical. Lots of different shades in there as well.
It's luminous. It feels to me. It's like a acid green. It's beautiful.
If you've got a gap that needs filling, you want it filling quickly, that is definitely the one to go for. They're amazing. They really are. I've got the black one as well.
It's only $11.99 as well. And it's a really nicely established plant.
And you'll be amazed how big that will grow in its first year.
I bet. Yeah.
Really well.
Love it.
It's the Sambucus Sutherland Gold, hence all the gold colours there. $11.99, 5 to 1494. Don't forget, if you get your basket to £40 today, you'll get free postage, and the free gift is wonderful, 50 double freesias as well. Now, something that we have both got.
Oh yeah, but I haven't had fruit off mine yet. I'm hoping to get fruit off it. It is the honey berry. Yeah. We've got our beautiful deal here, which is a double up deal, and these are really big, well-established plants that we've got for you here. I haven't taken one out of the pot yet. Oh yeah. Yeah, nicely established. Check out the roots on there. So this one, so I planted mine as babies. They were the teeny tiny ones. I planted them as babies last year.
9 centimetre pots.
9 centimetre pots. Now they have grown. They're looking beautiful, but they are nowhere near as big as these. So these are the really lovely big sizes for you.
The value today, because they're working out about $7.50 each. If you're a club member, even less, of course. So I was lucky. I got my first crop last year, and it wasn't a massive crop because it was the first year. But I remember it was a weekday morning, and I remember walking out and seeing some of the fruit that I thought, that looks ready, and I felt it, and it was just getting nice and soft. And I ate my first honeyberry, and honestly, Bex, it was just extraordinary. And it is. It's like a blueberry, but I think it's so much better. It's a little bit sweeter, slightly less tart, bit fleshier.
Yeah.
And I would say bigger, but there's been some ginormous blueberries appear this year. So, but it's like an elongated one. But some people say there's a bit of blackberry in there, a bit of kiwi. But honestly, I can remember now eating them and thinking, I mean, they never made it in the house. But I hope you get fruit this year.
I'm very excited for fruits this year.
But you should at home, because these are bigger.
Absolutely, these are really big ones, because these are, I mean, I want the delicious fruits, of course, but I also want to be able to share these with my kids, get them to try things, get something really good and tasty inside them, something that's packed with antioxidants. My husband loves making smoothies, fruit smoothies. He's always using blueberries and things like that for those. Well, I want him to be able to go outside and be able to pick his own berries and do that.
And we honestly don't quite know why you can't buy the fruit in the supermarkets. A lot of health drinks do feature honeyberries now, and maybe they don't transport well, I don't know, maybe they're just too expensive, we don't know, but they're very easy to grow yourself. And we do say these are self-fertile, but if you have two, you're very likely to get a far better crop.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, and they don't need to be planted right next to each other. You can plant them anywhere in your garden, as long as they're in the same sort of area, space. They can be either end of the garden. Ridiculously winter hardy, these. So they're a native of Siberia. They can deal with minus temperatures, honestly. These are not one you need to worry about. They have our lifetime guarantee.
And they don't grow too big. A sort of metre and a half maximum.
Yeah, they don't get too big at all. No.
They do come with a little cane in there, but actually they are pretty much self-supportive as well.
Yeah.
Should have mentioned the flowers. I don't think we've got any images of the flowers, but they're nice. But they're not, I'm not going to say they are the most magnificent flowers. They're kind of like a tubular yellow-shaped flower.
I'm sure that's what these are, isn't it? That's coming out the side.
Well, they should. Mine are in flower right now, so yeah.
These bits that are coming out by the leaves, they look like they might be the flowers coming out the sides.
You should get some fruit this year.
Yeah, I would like to think so.
Yeah, because the size is.
Absolutely, they're very nice established plants.
And by the way, they are part of the honeysuckle family as well. They are a Lonicera, part of the honeysuckle family. But don't eat other fruits on a honeysuckle.
Yeah.
No.
It's
these ones, the honeyberry, that are the edible, delicious ones that are really high in antioxidants and all of your vitamins as well. So we both recommend those. But honestly, let us know when you actually pick the fruit what you think of it.
Oh, yes. I'll be letting you know when I pick my fruits this year, I can promise you.
Now, we've got lots of pots next, haven't we? This is our potty corner.
We're in the potty corner.
Yeah, it's where we belong.
No potty mouths over here, please. We're starting off with our window boxes. Now, they don't have to go onto a window at all. I've got a few pots that are like this. I use them on the floor in front of our... we've got one of those toy boxes in the garden. It's a big, grey, boring plastic thing.
That's a good idea.
I put a couple of these in front of it, and then I've got whatever it might be. It was tulips, first of all, so I'm going to change those over.
Yeah, they looked amazing, didn't they?
Last year, over the summer, I had lobelia, just lovely little lobelia flowers growing in here, and it just grew up and it covered up the ugly side of the plastic box. These are really, really handy.
And I think just against any kind of dull wall, they just look so good.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking herb gardens as well.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to have these indoors on a windowsill, you absolutely can. They do have drainage holes in them, so you just need to get a couple of those trays to stand them on. So if you wanted to use them on windowsills, if you want a herb garden in your kitchen, for example, you can do that.
Or outside, of course.
Or outside, because, they are designed to be out there.
Now, you can get one for £7.99, but you can double up and get two for £12.98. And they look great. They say they're going to last you years. They're frostproof, UV resistant, but so many different uses. And I think with pots, it's really, I think they're wonderful because they're so easy to move around to change.
Oh, so simple, yeah.
Anyway, two of those, £12.98. Now, we have got great value on our bird trellis planters now as well.
Yeah.
Hang on. It's a buy one, get one free, but you're getting, hang on, 2 of them for $5.99.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten they were that good today.
Yeah.
Happy Sunday, everyone.
So these are still in our clearance section. We are getting rid of these. Once they're gone, they are gone. We've still got a bit of stock of them, so we are doing an incredible deal on here. To get that buy one, get one free deal, put one in your basket, enter the code, which this week is YGTV1824, and we will automatically put the other one in here. I love these. We got these for my mum and my mother-in-law. We planted them with hellebores and daffodil bulbs in there. They're beautiful. I love the bird trellis around here. It's like a picture frame for whatever it is that you plant in the middle. It is like you're framing that plant. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Do you know what? I cannot believe the price, can you? I mean, they're working out. I mean, look at the club discount price, $5.39. Right, what have we got that go in there?
You maybe need to get the Daphne or the tea plant, because these are too big.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Do you know what? I'd be putting them in them at this time of year.
This is too big.
I'd just be putting summer bedding in.
Yeah, a bit of summer bedding in there.
We've got some great summer bedding on the show, haven't we?
Yeah. This one's too big to go in here, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
The plant in the middle, and then this lovely frame around the side there. It really works gorgeously.
But yeah, I'd definitely be thinking summer bedding. I'd be thinking petunias.
Spring bulbs as well. I mean, obviously we're going into summer.
You
so
use them all year round.
Yeah.
This top part does come off, by the way, but I like it.
I like it, and please don't use it as a handle.
No.
It's not designed for you to pick it up with. It is a decoration. I don't want you to break it. That's all.
But they're just great value. They're not coming back when they're gone. They're gone. So again, grab them today. And if you are struggling to get your basket over £40, just add those. But they would make planted up. What a lovely gift they'd make.
Yeah. Well, my mum and my mother-in-law loved them.
Oh, yes, of course.
They did.
Yeah.
They got them as a Christmas present, and they absolutely adore them. They think they're beautiful.
To keep both of them happy, that's good.
Well, that's hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Do you know what I'm thinking? So, I run a garden club, and we do a plant sale every year to raise money for the club. And I know that I could buy those with my club membership, 2 for $5.39, plant them up now.
Yeah.
And you could easily charge with those planted up. I reckon in a garden centre, that planted up could easily be £15-20, don't you, nowadays?
Easily. I was thinking £20-25. Yeah, absolutely. The size of them, how beautiful they are, you totally could, yeah.
That's what I'm going to do.
There you go.
Make a profit. 130347 is your item number, and $5.99. It's a buy one, get one free, so you save £3 and you get a free one at the same time. Amazing. Now, we've also got a brilliant deal on the Bella Round Planter. Now, again, I used to love terracotta pots, but they always broke. Always.
Yeah, they do, unfortunately. You know, you get the cracks and the breaks in there. They actually leach all the moisture away from the plant, away from those roots. You know, terracotta is porous, so it does. It takes all the moisture away. So these have that terracotta look and feel, but they don't have all of the downsides. So if I drop it...
You are in an aggressive mood today, actually.
But it doesn't crack and break, and that is brilliant with these, because I can't tell you the amount of pots that I've had that have cracked and broken, and then I've ended up getting a hammer to them, smashing them up, and then putting them in the bottom of other pots as drainage. This takes away all of those things, so they don't crack and break. They're much lighter, much easier for you to move around the garden. They have the drainage holes on there. They will last you so much longer than those terracotta pots. They will.
And when we say drainage holes, it's really nice that you've got like the little, can you see there, the channels? So that just so they're not flat to the ground.
Yeah.
Because when you've got a lot of pots are totally flat with the holes in the bottom, and they can get easily waterlogged. But with those, you've got the actual little channels there to drain away. But I love that they're like a glazed terracotta, aren't they? So they look gorgeous. You never know that wasn't a real terracotta, but you've got all of those benefits and none of the downsides.
None of the downsides.
And it's a buy one get one free, so it's $6.99 for 2 of those. We have got some great deals on pots, haven't we?
Yeah, lovely.
Yes.
They're a great size as well, aren't they? They're sort of perfect size. You can change those over very, very easily.
It's nice to be part of the Sunday show, isn't it?
I'm enjoying it.
Joe and Adam are having a nice rest now.
Joe and Adam have gone for a cup of coffee. Oh, don't forget, everybody, once you've finished watching Joe and Adam on the Sunday show, tune over to QVC, because you're there, aren't you, at 2 o'clock?
Yes, I'm there live this Sunday at 2 o'clock with completely different products, of course.
Obviously, yes. So make sure you tune in.
Right. Skelly trays next.
Oh, I love the Skelly trays. These are super exciting because these are So you can buy refills for these. So this is how it comes to you. You've got the tray and you've got the Jiffy Bio pots in here. These pots are biodegradable. So when you're potting something up, any of the little plugs or maybe even growing seeds and things like that, you can start them off in your Jiffy Bio pots. But what you do is you take the entire pot and you plant the entire pot out, because this will naturally biodegrade on its own. Why is that a benefit? Well, some plants really don't like to have their roots disturbed. It stresses them out. They don't like it. But you don't have to disturb the roots. You're literally taking the entire pot and planting it.
Because there is always that moment, if a plant is a little bit disturbed, it does take a while to kind of regroup, so to speak. And
it's fine, isn't it? But it just sulks a little bit.
Yeah,
it might slow it down.
Stops for a little bit. Did your sweet peas do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they totally did.
Yeah.
Now they've got over it and they're starting to get going, but for the first week or two, they weren't happy about having been moved.
So this just gives them a far better transition from pot to garden, basically.
Yeah.
And it's totally biodegradable as well. You get all 12, and that is 120-324. So Bex and I, we were just here for a little section of the Sunday show. I'm live on QVC at 2 o'clock. We're both back live next week, aren't we?
Yeah, we're both here in the potting shed.
Yes, we certainly are.
Do make sure that you are using your offer code YGTV1824 in order to unlock all of those deals. It's the only way you'll get your free gift included in your order.
Yes, which are, we might as well mention it one final time.
Let's do it.
Pretty gorgeous. Your 50 free freesias that are doubles. Great fragrance. A great time to plant them now because they need to get frost-free, and we're into May obviously now. And it's sunny position, well-drained soil, and you're going to get the heat treated, so you should get 50 stems of gorgeous freesias.
Well, thank you very much for letting us be part of that Sunday show. I hope Joe and Adam are keeping you well entertained. We're going to hand you back to them right now, aren't we?
We certainly are, and I'll see you on QVC at 2.
Bye.
Almost didn't recognise them with their clothes on, did you?
No, where'd they gone? They were here a minute ago, now they've gone.
That was a little pre-recorded segment for you there from Sean and Bex. Sean's on QVC at 2, so when we finish at 2, you'll be able to head on over there.
Fully clothed?
Sean
Or,
will have his clothes
fully
on.
clothed.
I think. I'm not sure QVC would have him back. I mean, that's a bit harsh, Stu, to be honest. But and Bex, of course, she's off sunny. So I hope the weather's nice in Blackpool as it is here today.
Well, she's had that cooked breakfast you mentioned.
She's had a cooked breakfast. She's fine. She's reported in. She did text Stu to say that she was doing.
She's kind of feeling alive again, up for the rest of the day.
A friend of ours is hen do this weekend, so you're stuck with a pair of us, I'm afraid. But we've got some amazing deals for you. We're going to come back. I know we've spoken about them a lot over the last sort of 2.5 hours, but if you have just joined us, we have got a phenomenal knockout deal for you on these fuchsias. I do keep looking down at the graphics and just realising how ridiculous this deal is. $4.99 for these.
I think basically, Joe, if we kind of did this with all the plants we bring you, after a fortnight, your garden would go bust.
Yeah, it would. We'd be out of business.
I think to be quite frank, because I don't know how they're doing this. I really don't. I mean, as I say, this fuchsia here, this particular one here, I'm going to look at, what's that one? Heidi Ann, that one. Now, I can see that in a 1 litre pot in a garden centre easily being $4.99 just for one.
Absolutely.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, you could buy this and 6 Torino pots, couldn't you?
Yeah.
6 Torino pots would cost you £8 to put these into. And you know, you grow them on. I mean, what a display for £13.
Well, I tell you what. I mean, you know, we could see, because you can see these would absolutely be perfect for these as well. Because again, let's look at the root system on this, because we know we're going to have a look at a fantastic root system. And then, yeah, I mean, shall I do one? Shall I quickly do it? Shall I literally?
Yeah, go on. Let's pot one up, because you've got the perfect compost.
Let's do this then.
I'll come and join you.
I'll get you to hold that, Joe. So we'll.
I'm going.
Well,
there we are.
Well, what I normally like to do is, because that's not a huge root ball, so what I would normally do is fill the pot up pretty much to the top. So, and then what I would normally do is I'd make a little sort of dip in the middle there. Yeah. Sort of drop that into the middle. A little bit more compost around the sides just to sort of top up. There we go. Tuck that down a little bit. Just a little bit more around there, a little bit more around there. Give that a tap so all the edges are nice and neat and clean. And there we go. So,
you know,
look at that. And that, I mean, that is phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, you've got like you know, sort of $4.99 for 6 of these fantastic fuchsias, and these would be really happy in this pot for the first year. I mean, long term, you want to put these out in the garden.
Yeah.
Because these are hardy fuchsias, and they do get sort of probably about, you know, sort of 3 or 4 foot tall. But to start off this year,
without the cost of the compost, that there is costing you £2.17 for pot and plant.
yeah. See now again, so you go to a garden centre and they've put that fuchsia in this pot. You're looking at $14.99.
Yeah, no
possibly.
problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
Now you could buy them and sell them on at this price. Pop them outside, make a little sign. There you go. You'd be good to go. But you are
sale.
getting 6 of those. Absolutely, you are. Should we take that one over?
Let's
with
leave it
us?
in the. Should we leave it in the pot?
Yeah, let's leave it in the pot. Let's
Okay.
bring it over. Let's bring it over to this one. I'll let you rearrange them, Adam. You're the professional.
What I'll do, I'll just tuck those in there. I'll move that one there, and if I move that one there, hopefully we can just tuck this in on the corner. There. Oh, look at that.
Perfect,
Made
look at
for
that.
it. Look, there we go. Oh, got to
Absolutely
squash that one.
glorious.
There we go. Put him in the front. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, Joe, honestly, it's crazy, crazy value here because there is 6 different varieties
Do they
as well.
all need the same sort of conditions and care, or is there any variation?
You know
amongst
what?
the
There's no
varieties?
prima donnas here, Joe. There's no fuss. There's no fiddling with these. These are tough, easy to grow. They'll all grow in pretty much the same position. You can grow these in full sun. You can grow these in dappled shade. You can grow these perhaps where they're sunny in the morning, shady in the afternoon, or vice versa. They like most soils. The only soil they won't appreciate is really, really waterlogged soil or super, super dry soil. But you know what? The fuchsias, they're just really robust, tough plants. These will have a lifetime guarantee because these are all winter hardy. And again, that's what's kind of really confusing me today. I could understand if these weren't hardy fuchsias because, you know, those can be bred a lot more easily and stuff, and they're not throwaway plants, but you know what I mean? They kind of have one season, then they go. But the fact that these are hardy fuchsias as well, so these are plants for year after year after year after year, $4.99 for 6 of these in these fabulous range of colours is incredible. And the good thing about these is, after a mild winter, you can actually grow them on from where they finished last year because they will grow back from where they finished last year. After a really hard winter, the top growth quite often gets knocked back by the frost, but you can prune these down to about 5 or 6 inches tall. This time of year, they'll start to reshoot, and those new shoots will give you flowers this year. And these will definitely flower for you this year as well.
Amazing. Love these. You guys love them as well. Well, because they're beautiful, but also because you are saving £24.95 on this. Unbeatable value. Lots of you choosing to multi-order here as well. Some of you have got 4 of these in your basket. You can give us a ring and order on the phones if you want to, but 0844 502 0050 is the number you need to call. But of course, we're open until 4 p.m. today, which is lovely. Lines are open now if you want to call. The easiest way to order is, of course, over on the website, YouGarden.com. You must make sure you're using the code YGTV1824. And, of course, that's also going to give you the freesias as well. So 50 mixed corms on the freesias. And these are a classic, aren't they?
Yeah, these are brilliant. I mean, you know, you've got double, you've got single flowers, you've got fragrance, you've got colour, you've got cut flowers, you've got garden flowers. And for every order, you're going to get a pack of 50 of these. So,
love that.
And it's not too late to put these in. What I would do with these, when you get them home, just soak them overnight in a bowl of water, just to sort of plump them up a bit, then plant them and wait, and you'll get flowers on these this year.
Brilliant. They are coming included for free. So actually, $4.99, you're getting $9.99's worth of freesias included in there as well. You have got some postage to pay. If you don't want to pay the postage, if you're spending over £40 and using the code, of course, you will get the free postage as well. We are going to move on. We've got some bits that you haven't actually seen yet so far in this 4-hour show today. We're going to have a little look at the alliums next.
Yeah, we've got Allium Purple Sensation. Now, we've got the Chelsea Flower Show coming up.
Yes, it's soon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in
I just went to the RHS Urban Flower Show in Manchester a few weeks ago. It was amazing, actually.
Brilliant.
Yeah, all about indoor gardening.
Yeah.
I was the first one they've done one before. Lots of growing mushrooms in old oat milk containers and that kind of stuff. It was different.
Yeah, but no, that's really, really good. They're actually concentrating on, you know, people that haven't got outside spaces. You know, because a lot of people don't, do they? If
Absolutely.
you live in a tower block or apartments or flats, you might not even have a balcony. So,
of course.
you know, to be able to kind of grow plants indoors is amazing. But you know what you will be seeing a lot of at Chelsea this year is allium purple sensation, along with lots of other alliums, because it just so happens to be the optimum point that they're flowering. So they're kind of ideal plants for that show. And it's not surprising either. I mean, it's not just a coincidence, you know, they're flowering at the same time. It's because they are such stunningly beautiful flowers. These ones are just starting to come out, but once these come out, they, you know, kind of provide this perfect sphere of flowers.
It's amazing, isn't it?
So beautifully, perfectly rounded, and each individual flower is a gorgeous little purple star around this flower head. They last for a good sort of 2 or 3, 4 weeks. And you know, even once the flowers have faded, they have this wonderful dried structure afterwards. You can just leave on the plant.
The structure of the plant is a bit unusual, isn't it? That sort of long, bare stem that you've got.
Yeah. Now, I'll be honest with you. Normally, I think these ones, because these may have been kind of stored a little somewhere, they've not been getting full light. They've gone off at an angle a bit. But when you grow these outside in the garden, these stems are bolt upright.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They'll come back straight, will they?
They're really bolt upright in the garden. Straight as a pencil in the garden. Really stout stems. They never need staking. Don't worry about staking them. And then the flower head can get almost sort of tennis ball size.
Wow.
On these. They come up year after year. The sort of position they like is hot, sunny, well drained. That's what they love. They love really lovely, well drained soils. I've seen them come up in heavier soils, providing they're in full sun. They're a member of the onion family. So you know, they're an alliums, a member of the onion family. And when you plant them, if you smell the bulbs, they smell oniony. They've got that sort of fragrance. There's one of Bexy's ones flowering there. The pollinating insects absolutely adore them as well. They attract the bees, the butterflies, all those lovely sort of pollinating insects. And another good thing about alliums, now I love spring bulbs, I adore spring bulbs. But I have a bit of a love-hate relationship sometimes. In that yesterday, I'm desperate to get my bedding plants out that I've grown on, but one of the beds I want to put them in is just full of tulips and daffodil leaves still. And you've got to leave them until they turn yellow and die down before you can cut them off. So they're annoying me at the moment. Good thing about allium leaves is pretty much after they've finished flowering, the leaves pretty much go at the same time. So you don't have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks for the leaves to die. Yeah, to get something in, and they're perennial. So you can literally, you know, put these between your other perennials, your herbaceous perennials, your lupins, your foxgloves, your delphiniums, verbascums, all those kind of things. They'll flower now and they'll kind of fill that gap between the spring bulbs and when the summer perennials really get going. But they'll die down and disappear before the other plants come up, so they don't compete with each other. But as I say, you can leave these flowers on afterwards, because the flowers, they sort of dry into this lovely kind of structure that stays looking good, and you can actually use them as dried flowers as well, which looks great. But yeah, easy to grow, dead easy to grow. Just grow them somewhere really bright and sunny, well drained, not really fussed about soil in particular. They will divide and multiply as the years go by. And they're just glorious.
Amazing, aren't they? 560885 is the item number. If you do want to get your hands on them, you'll get 3 of these. They're in 9cm pots. You're paying for a little more than one of them to get 3 back, which I think is amazing value. $9.99 for one, $11.97. You're not far off. 3 for 1 if you're in the discount club as well. Remember, if you do want to join the discount club, if you're new to this and saying, oh, what's that slightly lower price? I'd rather pay that. You can join our discount club. It's really easy to do so. If you put it on the auto renew, it's £5 a year, and it will always be £5 a year whilst you keep it on the auto renew. It gives you 10% off everything in regards to plants and accessories, 5% off outdoor living and gifts. You'll get 4 £5 vouchers throughout the year to use, and lots of offers and competition and access, of course, to expert advice. I would definitely recommend going for that. I mean, if your basket is over £50, if it's your first purchase, it's actually worth going for that whilst you are at it, and you'll always get those further discounts on your purchases. It's a great club to be a part of. The plant we were just showing you, here it is, Winter Hardy, remember as well, that one. If the price, so one of them, as you can see there, $9.99, 2 for $12.98, but 3 YouGarden TV price is less, well, just over the cost of 1. So it makes so much sense to make sure you're entering that code YGTV1824, and if you want to join the club, you can do it before your first purchase. You'd save a further £5.60 there on that that basket alone. In it is there. All you need to do, you set up your account when you check out. It's really simple and easy to do. And then you remember, super simple. Every time you log in, you'll get all your details returned to you, which is glorious.
So how can 3 be less than the cost of 2?
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It really doesn't. That is your alien purple sensation that you're looking at up there. We're going to move on, and we're moving on to the Agastache.
Actually, first thing I want to do with that
sounds like an Italian footballer.
It does.
Agastache.
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I can get that. Well, I'm going to move this picture card.
Okay.
I'm going to do something. I'm going to. What I'm going to do. I'm going to pick a leaf off.
Right.
And just sort of tear that in half and have a.
Oh. Is it liquishy?
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? Licorice. Yeah. They've got a lovely foliage.
Yeah. Smells like Sambuca.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. We talked about Sambuca earlier. Yeah, these are Agastache, or Agastache, some people call them.
Oh, but, so really lovely fragrance.
Yeah.
I don't like the flavour of fennel or licorice. I don't like the flavour. I love the smell.
Yeah, the smell's great. Oh, I love licorice.
It's making me have a bit of a tickly nose. Really lovely, very fragrant, that.
Yeah, so this is a great plant. This is a perennial plant. This is a plant that will come up year after year. This is a plant for a lovely sort of dry, sort of bright sunny position. And oh my goodness me, do the pollinating insects adore this plant? They adore this plant, they really do. The bees, the pollinating insects, if you want to kind of give them like the happiest day of their life, grow Agastache because they will adore this plant. These great big spikes of
really
sort of pale
shape, aren't
they?
Lovely
sort of spikes of pale blue, kind of purpley coloured flowers, and that fragrant foliage as well, which is just amazing. Weeks and weeks of flower on these. I've grown these myself in my garden in Norfolk, and they were absolutely glorious. They were fantastic. I've actually put them somewhere else now because I'm growing something different there. But they send up sort of probably sort of once they're established, it's not unusual to have sort of 10, 15 spikes of flowers on each plant. And then if you trim them back a little bit, once the main flower spike has finished flowering, quite often they'll send up some sort of baby little flower spikes around the edge, and just give you another repeat flower.
When is this going to flower for?
These are going to be sort of about midsummer onwards, kind of thing. But once they get going, goodness me, about 6, 7, 8 weeks, if not longer, 10 weeks.
Time,
long old flowering period. But all Agastache really ask of you is plant me in quite a nice, light, well-drained soil in a really sunny, warm position. We always tell you how it is here because we don't want to say, oh, just plant them anywhere, because we don't want you to plant the plants in the wrong place and then they don't work. So that's why I'm always really specific about where to plant these. So in those sort of conditions is where they'll really, really thrive. Fantastic pot plants as well. So if you haven't got an actual garden, but you want a plant that's got really gorgeous scented foliage, it's got these wonderful, happy spikes of flower that last for week after week after week, grow these. Honestly, Agastache are really different, really unusual. I like the way the flowers are kind of tiered up the stem with a little gap in between. Just sort of adds a kind of like, I think they're called whorls, those kind of flower shapes. Whorls, I believe.
Whorls?
Yeah, I think it's WHORLS, whorls, I think they refer to. Could be wrong, but I think that's what they're called.
Amazing.
When you get that kind of arrangement of petals around a kind of a stem like that. But glorious, just easy to grow as well, not fussy. But as I say, somewhere sunny, well drained, and that's all they need.
Beautiful, aren't they? Really lovely. Again, a real sort of unusual shape to them, which I think is cool. And you've got a brilliant deal on them. Again, the same deal that we just saw actually on the alliums here. You're getting, one of them would be $9.99. However, 3 of them for $11.97. As long as you enter that code, of course, YGTV1824. 560883 if you want to go for those. We must move on. I always think of Bex now when we look at acers because she is obsessed with acers. In fact, we've actually got a little clip of Bex. I think she's been out and about in the nursery.
Well, I am 100% in my happy place. We've come out onto the nursery floor here at YouGarden and just look, we are in the acer tunnel. There are so many different varieties here. I genuinely am so happy right now. Oh, so many of them I've got, so many of them I need. But this is the one that I want to show you because this is the one that we have selected for our YG TV shows. This is the Acer Palmatum Tailor, and this is really beautiful. What you get on the Tailor is the new growth comes through this beautiful pink colour. But then as it matures, you can see that you get this lovely variegation on the leaves. So it turns these beautiful shades of pink and cream on here as well. I absolutely adore them. They're super easy to look after, but they do have this lovely calming zen-like quality, which is why they are one of my favourite things in the garden.
They are her absolute favourite thing in the garden, for good reason. The Acers, they're very distinctive, aren't they? You do seem to start seeing them out and about a lot at the moment. Are they easy to grow? Yeah,
they are easy to grow, and they are mind-blowing. I was in Cumbria last week, and I went to a National Trust garden, and they had, oh my goodness me, these Acers were staggering, and they were huge. I mean, they were massive. And the colour ranges, some were orange, some were red, some were this gorgeous pinky colour. Long-lived plants as well. They had some in containers, really big ones, and one was £2,500.
Wow!
And one was £4,500 for these really big established Acers. So they're very majestic, very stately plants. And this one has got such a great habit as well because the new foliage sort of, you know, one minute it's pink, and then it kind of, you know, then it's green, and then in between times it's kind of green and sort of edged with the kind of a more kind of sort of pale colour as well. At any one time, this Acer is always multicoloured, always interesting. It's that sort of shrimp pink at the moment.
It's beautiful,
and then
isn't it?
It is beautiful. I mean, it's delicate as well. It's got those very sort of notched leaves, those very lovely delicate leaves. It's got a nice sort of weeping habit as well. These associate brilliantly with things like hostas and ferns and all those kind of plants that you sort of shady plants that you can grow in the garden. And you can see here they start off in this incredible kind of shrimp pink, and then as the flowers, or the leaves rather, start to mature, then they go to more of a greeny colour. But even then, they're still edged with that wonderful coloration on the edge of the leaves, and even the leaf stems are super attractive as well. And this is a great established plant. I mean, that is already a really, really decent plant there, and £14.99. Acers are silly money. I can see a lot of garden centres charging 30 quid for that, £29.99.
Well, usually
no
should
problem
be
at all.
£24.99. I think it'd be good value at £24.99.
Yeah.
£10 off extra as long as you're using the code. That brings it down to £14.99. For me, as someone that's very uncultured when it comes to plants, I think it's like somewhere between a bonsai and a cherry blossom. That's the vibe it gives me.
Yeah, that's weird you say that because they call them Japanese Acers or Japanese maples. And again, you think about Japan, you think about cherry blossom. So they do hail from that kind of part of the world, from that part of the planet. So that's kind of why they give you that feel. And where they love to grow, they like to be reasonably sheltered. They hate windy positions.
Okay.
If they're in really, really windy positions, the leaves get a bit scorched and a bit burnt, and they like to be where they're not going to be baked in really hot afternoon sun, so dappled shade or somewhere where they might get a little bit of sun in the morning but like sort of shady in the afternoon. So if you've got a shady, cooler part of the garden, you know, that isn't super sunny, but you want to brighten up that spot, if you want to underplant some larger trees or shrubs and you've got like an area that's sort of dappled shade underneath, put some of our compost in the soil to give the soil a bit of heart, plant one of these, and somewhere like that it will grow year after year after year. It's bone hardy. It'll get through it. It'll go down to minus 20, minus 25. It'll have a lifetime guarantee. But every year it will come up. It will give you these incredible displays. It will look fantastic in the autumn. And even in the winter time, they have these lovely kind of wiry leaf structures that when they're covered in frost or light snow, again, they still look great.
Look absolutely gorgeous. There's a lot of plant there, I think, for £14.99. There really is. 511247, always popular whenever we bring that to you. So do make sure you snap that one up. We're going to move on and have a little look at the Dahlia next, which is this one here. I finally got it.
Yeah.
Dahlia Delina Maxi Starburst Pink. There's a lot going on there, isn't there?
They do give these things big names, don't they?
They
sometimes.
do. Does it refer to different bits, or is that literally just what it's called?
That's literally the whole thing, really. That's its kind of full description. So, but what we liked about this, or what I kind of liked about this in particular, it almost reminded me of water lilies, the kind of flower on this. And I think they're very different to kind of usual dahlia flowers. They're not what you think of as an archetypal sort of dahlia flower, but these will flower for month after month after month, giving you that interest, giving you that colour. It's a nice compact plant as well, this. Probably getting about sort of 18 inches to about 2 foot tall. But keep deadheading it. The flowers will keep coming. And it's almost a bit like a flower within a flower, because you've got the sort of the main petals around the edge, and then you've got that central part that again sort of adds interest. And look at the plant there, that particular picture there. If you look lower down,
foliage,
look at all the buds as well. Super vibrant, verdant foliage on there, masses and masses of buds. That sort of domed shape to it with that gorgeous sort of pinky purpley colour, that little flare of yellow at the background there as well, and the centre of the flower. And these plug plants here, absolutely superb quality plants, well rooted, already kind of on their way. And you could, if you wanted to, again, I'm just going to...
Let me move my coffee, there we are.
What you could do with
coffee
these...
on brand, though.
Yeah, you've got to have... we were on for 4 hours, Joe. You've got to have that caffeine kick, haven't you? Yeah, so you can see here, really super well-established plant, great root system on there. You could, if you wanted to, pinch the sort of middle bit out. So I'm going to do that on this one. Just pinch that out. And what that will do is that'll encourage all these little side shoots to grow. So you'll get a really bushy plant. Because what the tip of a plant does, the tip of the plant, bit of science, this is called the apical meristem, this top bit, and it secretes a chemical that suppresses all these little shoots at the bottom. Basically, the central stem is like, me, I want to be, I want to grow, I want to grow, up, and it suppresses those. As soon as you pick that out, that chemical is no longer produced, and all these little side shoots will come up.
So it's like reverse pruning almost.
Like reverse pruning, yeah, exactly. So then you'll get that super bushy plant, and you know, more stems means more flowers. But again, these can probably pretty much go outside now in most parts of the country, because sort of the risk of frost has gone. But what I would do with those, I would just pop them up into a little 9 centimetre pot and grow them on for just a couple of weeks.
And then have them up.
And then about mid-May, put them where you want them permanently.
Brilliant. We had those bio pots actually you saw with Bex and Sean. They would be perfect for these. Another brilliant deal, because £13 buying a penny to get 6 of them, but you can double that up for an extra £4. We'll send you an extra 6 plants. So that's definitely the savvy way to go. That is the best way to get your hands on these, because then you are getting 12 of them for £16.99, which is brilliant value. 401521. My pick of the show on Wednesday when I was here was these. I just think these are absolutely stunning. They're just so tropical. I bet these are going to be your cup of tea, these, I imagine, as well.
I like these, but what you kind of, you know, if I presented you with one of these now, Joe, I mean, and you can see, you know, the plant, one of the plants we're sending out to you has already got a flower bud on. If I kind of just presented one of those to you now in full flower, kind of, you know, what would be your assessment or reaction to it? What kind of really jumps out at you, you know, with that plant, that flower?
It's like a, I think I described it as a sexy sunflower the other day. That's kind of what it's like. It reminds me of being on holiday. It's like, it reminds me of being in Southeast Asia or somewhere like that. Got sort of lotus elements to it, I think, as well. But the coloration, I think, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it almost seems like the kind of flower that you wouldn't expect to see in a UK garden. As you say, it's this sort of thing.
Absolutely agree with you.
If you went to India or Indonesia or somewhere like that, and you saw these growing in a tropical garden somewhere, you'd say, wow, they're amazing. What are they? And echinaceas are great plants. They're perennials. They come up year after year. They like very hot, sunny positions. They grow in quite poor soils, so they're good for kind of gravelly, sandy, chalky, awkward soils where other things might struggle. And generally, they're just plain white or they're plain pink. What is incredible about this one is the fact that you've got so many colours just in that one flower. So great thing about that as well, if you've got a small space, for example, you're 3 floors up and you've just got that little balcony, and you want lots of colour, well, you don't need to have a green echinacea and a pink echinacea and a kind of a, you know, an in-between coloured echinacea. You just need one echinacea that will give you all of those colours in one go.
Amazing. They've got sort of a bit of a furry stem by the looks of them.
They've got a furry stem. And can you whip one
these
out
ones
quickly?
These haven't quite got them.
Are we going to do the roots?
Oh, there we are. Look at that. Absolutely bursting.
Looking good.
As you can see there.
And a flower bud, look, already.
Oh, yeah.
Flower bud
really
on that one.
lovely big bud.
And this
on
one's
there,
got a
ready to
flower
go.
bud coming up as well. So I would say 99% certainty that yours, when you get them home, will flower for you this year.
And I mean, the stuff and the speed at which stuff is coming on at the moment, and we spoke about it before, but I was here on Wednesday, and there's a huge visible difference between the flowers that we saw Wednesday and today, the plants we saw on both days. You can see how they've come on. That was quite a small bud when I was here earlier in the week, so ready to burst into action.
Yeah, plants will grow centimetres a day this time of year.
Amazing,
really will.
aren't they?
Run the beans this time, you might grow 2 or 3 centimetres in one day. Yeah,
That's
it's
wild,
phenomenal
isn't
the
it?
speed things grow.
561088, your right number there. These are amazing. 1 for £9.99. YouGarden TV price 2 for £9.98, as you can see there. I actually think these are amazing because they are. They are something that strikes me that it should be quite an expensive plant for some reason, but the value we're bringing them to you at here is amazing because we're offering you 2 of them for £9.98, which is awesome. We are moving on. We're going to the Syringa Bloomerang. Did I say that right?
Yeah, bloomerang. It's a lilac, basically. It's a type of lilac. Now, there's masses of lilacs flowering right now. In fact, when I drove in this morning from Swaffham, oh my goodness me, the lilacs I saw flowering today, gorgeous white ones, pink, purple ones, looking absolutely stunning. And that's the Syringa vulgaris. Those lilacs are gorgeous, they're stunning, some of them almost make small trees, but they only flower for about 4 to 5 weeks.
Right.
And that's it,
And then
game
they're
over.
finished, right.
All finished till next year. This is like what they call Korean type lilac or microphyllus type of lilac. Great thing about these ones is they flower for month after month after month. This bloomerang has flowers now. You can see a little flower spike coming down here. Another flower spike's coming at the top. So this has a big burst of flowers late spring into early summer. Then it kind of ticks over through the summer, throwing out more flowers sporadically. And then in the autumn, hence the name bloomerang, it comes back into bloom again just before the autumn. So yeah, it's got this encore of flower right at the end of the season, and if that wasn't enough, the leaves turn a fantastic buttery yellow in the autumn. So it's a really super glowing autumnal coloured plant as well. It's bone hardy. It'll get through any winter from here to the north of Scotland. It's not particularly fussed about soil. It'll grow in full sun, dappled shade, semi-shade. It'll grow on chalk. Lilacs love chalk. They're good for chalky soils. It's compact enough to grow in a pot if you want to. So yeah, just a great plant. And it's fragrant. It is really gorgeously fragrant.
It is a really beautiful one, isn't it? And you just get a really good idea of the picture behind it. It looks stunning. It really does. 511248. If you want to grab that, £11.99, that saves you £8. You must put the code in. I know you're sick of me banging on about the code. That is how you get all the discounts, the gifts, the P&P incentive. It's all taken care of once you enter that code YGTV1824 into there. We are going to come back and have another look at the compost firstly, which is this here. I mean, I know we talked about it earlier, but it is a legendary product. You know, all the time that I've worked in this industry, it's always been around. It's always been incredibly highly 5-star reviewed. So we've started to measure apparently the volume sold in Olympic swimming pools.
Go on then, where are we up to?
Just on TV shopping sales alone, 40 Olympic swimming pools is how many we have sold over the years. That is an incredible amount of compost. I think the thing is with this as well that it hasn't really changed in the time that I've known it, and it's not really that common that something, you know, we say that about something. If it isn't broke, don't fix it kind of thing, because it is going to make a huge difference, isn't it, in your garden, Adam?
Well, you know, sometimes, Joe, you know, the simple things in life are the best things, and that's the great thing about this compost. It's that simplicity of it. I mean, even down to the bags. We don't need to put this in fancy bags, because it's not going to anywhere between when we send it out and to you. It's not going to sit in a garden centre with all this confusing, as Stu says, money's on the bag, the money's in the bag, not on the bag. Get it the right way round. So we don't need to put all that paraphernalia on the front and all that confusing nonsense about this additive and that additive, and it's number this, number that, or whatever. It's a simple formula, but it's a brilliant formula. First of all, it's hugely peat reduced, which I know for a lot of you is important. We've got that composted wood fibre fibre in it as well. And that is really, really important because that keeps the compost nice and open. It gives it this nice, light, airy structure. That allows the air to get down to the roots, which is important. It allows the water to percolate down to the roots. And it also allows, what I'm doing, I'm just going to grab one of these little dahlias over here because we've got a little plug plant here. Now, look at this plant, Joe. It's got a lovely little root system on the bottom, but that's a delicate root system. You know, these roots are only kind of juvenile little roots. Now, if we was to put that in some really horrible, hard, lumpy sort of compost, that's going to struggle. But I mean, look at this. This is
There's no big lumps or clumps, is there, in here?
This is so lightweight, it's so airy. So look, we can make a little tiny hole. We can put our little dahlia in there, and you know what? Within a few days, it's going to penetrate. The roots are going to penetrate down into that compost because it's got air down there. It's allowing the water to percolate through. We've got slow release fertiliser as well.
We've got one here.
You've got one. I can see one over here as well. I'll give you this one. Oh, look, there's loads. There's one there. There's one there for you.
Another one there.
Yeah.
My favourite thing to do, I don't know why, is to stand here and pop these because
Another
you
one
can see.
there.
They're
You
like
see,
little,
that's
they're
the
like little
juice.
bubble wrap. But you can see here all
Yeah.
that fertiliser that's in there. There's loads in there, isn't there?
That's that slow release fertiliser. So basically the shell on the outside breaks down. As it breaks down, it gradually releases that feed. So this little dahlia, first thing it's doing is being able to penetrate down with its roots because this compost is light, it's open, it's airy. Second thing it's able to do is draw on the moisture because there's elements in here holding on to the moisture. You know, the third thing is it's got that oxygen, that air, you know, giving the roots that vitality, that health. And then as it starts to grow away, it draws on that slow release fertiliser. This is pH balance as well, so it's not too alkaline, it's not too acid, it's kind of towards the centre, which is great for so many plants. And you know what? If this dahlia was now about 18 inches tall and it was in one of our pots where we've got one of our little square pots over there. So Joe, yeah, so imagine, you know, a couple of months on, it's in one of these pots, we've gone away for the weekend, somebody's forgot to water it, the poor thing's wilting, looking really sad. A lot of compost, you know, you rush to the watering can, pour it on, a lot of compost.
Happens to me at home with my house plants because it runs straight through and onto the plate at the bottom.
That's it. Straight through or straight off the top. This has got a wetting agent in it. It makes it like kitchen towel. There's actually a technical term. It's called hydrophilic, and it means liking water.
Oh, okay.
This compost likes water. It wants to absorb water. So if that poor little dahlia has dried out a bit too quick and you need to hydrate it really, really quickly, you can, because this wants to suck in the moisture. So everything about this compost, from that little seedling to this plant growing on to a mature plant, everything about this compost is geared to giving this plant the best start in life, but sustaining it through its journey in life.
Absolutely, and the great thing is, I mean, what's so wonderful about this compost is you have to buy compost. If you're gardening, you have to buy compost. So why not buy amazing quality compost and see the difference that that can make to your gardening, and also not have to lug it home. The deal is always brilliant on this. 2 bags ordinarily would be $42.97, and then you'd expect to pay postage on top of that. This deal saves you $17.99, but it's postage included, so that's essentially saving you another $6.99. So you know it is really, really good value. A great reason to give this a try. £24.98 gets you both bags, which is amazing. And something else you might want to go for as well. We spoke about it. Shall I grab the other one so you can see?
Yeah, because we popped that little fuchsia in there, didn't we?
Yeah, the fuchsia's in there. The Torino pots that we've got for you, these are quite ridiculously a buy one get 2 free. Buy one get one free, amazing, but 1 in your basket here, 2 more up here as long as you're using that code which is there on your screen, and a really handy all-round size, these.
Yeah, what I like about these, we've said earlier on, you know, Bex is a real massive fan of pots, and sometimes, you know, when you have pot displays, eventually you have them in quite large pots, don't you, the plants, and they can be sort of too heavy to move, especially when they're wet and you've been watering them. So, you know, you might get a bit fed up with all the things being in the same position. These little pots are great because you can sort of change that display, you can modify it, you can put different accents on it, because something like this is just the ideal size for popping in bedding plants, or these little fuchsias, for example, or kind of a lot of the things we've got on the show today. Even one of the echinaceas would be happy in here for sort of one season, and then suddenly you can change the look of that display, you can move it about, and when one thing sort of goes off the boil and is finished flowering, you can take that out or put it to one side. Then you can bring something else in that's coming into its own and flowering and put that back into the display. These are great for going up either side of steps, for example.
Yeah, perfect
These,
size, aren't they?
Yeah, they're UV stable, they're frost resistant, and even for a small pot, what I love about them, Joe, even for a small pot, the detail on these, they've got that lovely recurved lip at the top there, which is great, makes them easy to pick up, especially if you're not so nimble with your fingers as you used to be, so you can pick them up easily. I like just the little subtle but kind of clever little bit of decoration along the base there, just to add a bit more interest. And they've got that nice kind of antique metallic look to them. And I tell you what, Bex and I were saying, if you put 3 of these on a stand in a high street somewhere and just ask people as they walk by, metallic or plastic, a lot of people would, I'm not sure, because these look like the real deal. And unlike plastic pots in the past that I really hated and despised, you don't see joins, you don't see seams, you don't see bits of plastic hanging
really
off.
come on, haven't
They
they?
have,
They have
you know,
come on.
And this is what I call good plastic as well, because these aren't pots that you're going to be throwing away anytime soon.
Yeah.
You know, these are going to last year after year after year after year. So, you know, the value's phenomenal to begin with, but when you kind of put that out over, say, 10 years, you know, how much a year is that costing you, that pot, over 10 years? I mean, you know, it's just incredible.
Yeah, and these are buy one, get 2 free, remember. £4 each they should be. £4 gets you 3 whilst they're on this deal. That is phenomenal value. And also a really good one where, a good size. You know, if you were trying to get your basket, spend up to £40 today to unlock that free postage, rather than spending $6.99 on postage, you know, you could get some of these and top your basket up that way. And I'd imagine they're a good size. You could just have a stack of these ready to go. You're going to find plants to pot on into these.
Definitely. Well, there's what was the lady? Was it Hannah earlier on, or the lady who's growing herbs in these? Karen. Karen, yeah. I love the idea Karen had about sort of growing all different herbs in these, because there's a bit of a trend these days to grow herbs in pots, but then actually put the pots of herbs on the table when you eat outside.
Wow.
So you can literally pick your own fresh herbs.
Yeah,
so you might be having a bit of bruschetta or bruschetta. You could pick
Oh,
your own little bit of
lovely.
basil and put it on
Delicious.
there. You might want something with some chives. You can cut your own little fresh chives and sprinkle them over your mash and something like that. So
Great idea.
yeah, these are great. They're adaptable. They're amenable. They're just versatile, really.
Super
so many
handy
different
to
uses.
have. And they would be great at $3.99 each, but they're even better at $3.99 for 3. 130272 is your item number if you want to get your hands on those. Right, we've got some more pictures. Loads of you have been sending pictures in to us. Elaine has been in touch. She's one of our regulars. That is her Scylla peruviana, Caribbean lily.
I know. See, I'm just getting annoyed now.
Ha! You haven't got these,
because everyone
Adam.
else has got one and I haven't, and that is just the sort of thing I would want, because it's weird, it's different, it's unusual, and that's what's great about it, and it's just stunningly beautiful. So yeah, congratulations on that, because that looks great now, and it's going to look great for weeks to come as well.
Well, she's got loads on the go.
Look at
These
those.
are the pots that I pointed out outside and said how much I liked these when I was walking around with Stu earlier.
Oh, yeah, they're the Italian ones, weren't they?
Yeah.
The little pots we had there
Really
with the
cute.
yeah.
I don't think that exercise equipment's getting much use with that plant underneath it. Someone tells me though.
It's a great way to use it though. Oh, look, bluebells and white bells.
Bluebells,
Got a
gorgeous.
Little mix there, different coloured ones there. I love the little. Oh, look at that peony. That's a peony. And
Is it?
that, I mean, look at that. There's 1, 2, 3. Oh, I can't even count. There's about 12,
So
15
many.
buds on there. That is going to look knockout in a few more weeks.
All glorious, those pictures. Philip's garden is where we are going to next. We believe he's in Scotland. He's got a big poppy on the way.
There we go, oriental poppy there, looking absolutely fabulous there, really hardy poppy. Oh, and there's a rock rose there, or a little helianthemum.
Wonderful.
They're great ground cover as well. They flower for months on end. Gorgeous, I love those. They're one of my favourite little plants. And a little bit of blue forget-me-not there as well.
Oh, they're cute. Really lovely seeing snapshots of your garden. What's in your tower pot?
That's another clematis. That looks like
lovely.
almost like a little clematis alpina of some sorts. But look at that. I mean, if you wanted proof that the tower pots are fantastic for supporting things, well, look at that. I mean, that's just brilliant, isn't it?
Really lovely. Interesting how you've got 2 clusters of flowers, like one halfway down and one at the top.
Yeah, it's good the way that's done that.
It's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah, great. I mean, great for those sort of smaller sized clematis as well, or clematis, however you want to say it, because when you grow them in the tower pot, because there's so many bits for it to grip onto, you can get that 360 degree of colour all the way around the tower pot.
Really lovely. The tower pot details are there on the screen for you. You can double up there as well. So one for £25 or two for $39.98. We do have some other pots on the show for you as well. I was thinking about getting these for inside, actually. I quite like the idea of having these for indoor plants. Prices for a pair of these, but it's a double up deal, so you can get them for $19.98 gets you 4. So 2 of these for $14.98 or 4 of them for $19.98. They are priced at $9.99 each individually.
Right.
So the 2 for $14.98 is a promotion on the website, but we've allowed you to double up again for an extra £5, which I think is brilliant. They're again a really nice size, these, Adam.
And these look these look quite posh, these ones. I love the finish on these. That is a really, really lovely finish, isn't it? And again, you know, you'd be easily, I could forgive anybody for thinking from a distance of no more than a metre away, even less. You know, you might think these are stone.
They do look like stone, don't they?
But, you know, that's the great thing.
How much would they be if they were stone?
Oh, my goodness me, you could pay 20 quid for one of these
easily,
if it's a stone pot.
You
then,
can
of course,
them for that price.
If it's a stone pot, it's really, really heavy. So if you've got a balcony or a rooftop garden, it might have been a use to you. If you're not as strong as you used to be, you don't want to lug around really heavy pots. If it was a heavy pot in the wintertime, or sort of stone pot in the wintertime, if it froze solid, it could crack, it could split, it could splinter. You don't get that problem with these pots. UV stable, frost resistant, lightweight, going to last you many, many years. Attractive. Look at all the drainage holes. Lovely lot of drainage holes in the base there as well. So you've got the great drainage there. And these just look really elegant. I love them.
They do, don't they?
Absolutely
They
love
are
them.
cool, these. 130595 is your item number. You do need to put that in your basket twice. If you put it in your basket once, you'll get 2 for $14.98, which is great value. But put it in put 2 sets in your basket, it becomes $19.98. So long as, of course, you've got the code entered as well. 130595. We're going to the brown-eyed girl.
And I'm going to take one of these pots with me, Joe, as well, because I think the brown-eyed...
You think it would be a good size?
Yeah, let's go for it.
So let me take that out of the way for you.
There we go. I mean, this is the pot it comes in, but I think that could look... That would be spot on in that pot. That would look brilliant in that pot all summer through. So
really like that.
That's a really nice sort of contrast there.
And, yeah, it look lovely when it flowers against the grey.
Yeah, well, it almost, if you can't actually just move it back against there, it's almost like, that's the way. It's
almost like it's flowering already,
it's flowering already in the pot there, so with the kind of the flowers behind. But grey is a really, really good colour as well, because grey brings out a lot, and it's kind of look at that. That looks literally like it's kind of flowering now.
You see those sort of sunflowers in storms are set to like the Earth song. That's what it looks like every time that fan comes around.
Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's quite nice to get that little bit of movement there, isn't it? But this is a fantastic sunflower. You might be thinking, hold on a minute, what's that idiot saying? Yeah, you could put that in that little pot. That's no good. They grow about sort of 2 or 3 metres, 12 foot tall. This one doesn't. This is a really compact sunflower that can have up to, well, we stopped counting, 1,000 flowers per plant in its lifetime, in its season, which is just incredible. Flowers sort of as wide as about a teacup, so lovely big flowers on nice little stout stems. Joe said earlier on, could you have these as a cut flower? Definitely, because you could cut these, put these in a vase, and they'll last a good couple of weeks. Some flowers last a long time as a cut flower.
Would you deadhead this as well then, as they sort of come through?
Yeah. I mean, I would deadhead it just to keep it looking neat. I mean, in one sense, you don't need to deadhead this because this has been bred not to produce seeds, and normally you keep deadheading a plant so it doesn't produce seed. But I would just deadhead it so it looks neat and tidy. But take the deadhead off, make space for the next flower to come up. But this is dramatic because you've got that dark button in the middle there, and then it kind of flares out with that kind of rusty sort of brown colour from the centre, almost like that's kind of leaching into those petals. And then you've got those sort of semi-double flowers. What a happy flower that is. That really kind of, I've been lucky to go to Italy about 4 or 5 times, and that kind of reminds me of Tuscany and all those kind of places on the Mediterranean. And sunflowers have just got that, I don't know, feel of happiness and joy about them.
I think because they come to us, they are synonymous with summer, especially sort of midsummer. I always think too. So I do think I certainly look forward to seeing them in the shops when you see them starting to pop up as cut flowers. I just think it's a really glorious time of the year. So great to be able to grow them yourself. And also, if you like me, you do love a cut flower, you're going to get an abundance of them here, aren't you?
Well, you think if you can get 1,000 flowers per plant, I mean, goodness me, you're not going to miss cutting like 30 or 40, are you?
No, you're going to be giving them to everyone up the street is going to have them from your brown-eyed girl. And it's a half-price deal, which is wonderful.
For that plant, that quality of that plant. I mean, look how verdant that is, Joe. I mean, those leaves are green,
and their foliage
they're shiny.
it's like a cat's tongue.
Yeah, it's got that slight
really
sort of bristle.
It's got like a sort of sandpapery feel to it, which makes it quite unusual.
In fact, along the midrib of the leaf, you can actually see little tiny bristles on that, just going along the midriff there. So, do you know what it feels like, Joe? You know when you've had a shave and then just a sort of a day or so later, you
fresh haircut.
And you just touch your cheek. Yeah, you can see the bristles there. Look at the bristles on the stems.
Amazing,
and stuff.
Aren't they? It's having a little dance there in front of the fan.
But yeah, it just feels like when you've sort of just shaved and you touch your skin and you've got that slight sort of bristly feel to it. That's what they feel like. And this is a nice compact one. This is going to probably get no more than about 2 or 3 feet tall. It forms a lovely sort of dome shape, and it's brilliant as a pot plant as well.
Perfect. A few of these dotted around the patio. They're going to look absolutely stunning this summer, and as much sun as you can give it.
Full sun, and it will flower right up until the first really strong frost. So, and you could even take it indoors and keep it going for a little while longer if you wanted to, just to avoid the frost. Just make it a bit of house plant, put it in a cool conservatory or somewhere like that, and just enjoy it a little while longer.
Absolutely glorious. 560541 if you want to get that. Should be $29.97. You will get it today for $14.99. Biden's Hawaiian Flair. We're going to have a little quick look at. You were saying that you just put these anywhere, really.
Joe, what? Plonk these in. Great little plants. They're already flowering. So when you get them home, they're already flowering out of the box, smothered in buds. Hundreds and hundreds of flowers per plant. These are growing poor soils. These are growing full sun. These are growing dry soils, gritty soils, sandy soils, shaly soils. Great for rockeries, rock gardens, those little alpine gardens, hanging baskets. Don't need to deadhead. Pure joy, pure colour, pure simplicity. Plant, leave, enjoy.
Brilliant. Really, really great all rounder. And they look stunning. Was there any particular plants you'd group these together with if you were looking to
what I would
something?
mix these with is something not too aggressive, because the Bidens are very low growing, so they're only going to be sort of 4 or 5 inches tall. So you could mix them in with some lobelia, for example, perhaps some white lobelia in between, because that trails as well. That could look quite nice. Or Livingstone daisies, Messemberanthemums will look quite nice mixed in with those. They could be quite attractive. Or I tell you what you could do as well if you wanted to. You could have a pot with some of the carpet phlox in, and some of these as well. And sort of pretty much after the carpet phlox are finished, then the Bidens would take over. But there's probably a little point where they could just cross over for a few weeks. So that could be another option.
Cool. What a really lovely long display then you'd get from those two. 400551 if you want to get those, £8 off so long as you use the code on those. Foxglove Digitalis Illumination Flame. What a name this one's got.
Yeah, and this really is a different type of foxglove. I mean, you might be thinking at the moment about the purple or white foxglove you see growing wild. This is the foxglove family, but this is a hybridized foxglove that just brings you the most stunningly beautiful coloured flowers that are sort of a pinky orange colour, and the flowers really pop. I had these in my garden a few years back, and sort of late afternoon into the sort of the evening as the light levels drop, these really stood out. They're a multi-stem foxglove as well, and they're nice and compact. Mine got to about sort of 18 inches tall, 2 foot maximum mine got to. Plant these somewhere nice and sunny, well drained but moist soil, great for pots, easy to grow. They will come back for a number of years if they're in the really sort of happy position, but just a really unusual colour and a very sort of different kind of look. I tell you what these would look good with, the Echinacea green twister.
Oh,
because they've got sort of those similar sort of colours. The green twister has got those sort of pinky orangey colours in the middle, which this foxglove has had, so that could be a great mix.
Would be glorious, wouldn't it? Do grab them. 3 jumbo plants, really beautifully established. Lovely roots on those that we've got here in the studio. £9.99. 480558 is your item number for those ones. We must remind you, of course, of the fuchsias. There's only been one order during going the entirety of the show that hasn't had the fuchsias in. So we can only assume they already bought some on Thursday when we launched this offer, but absolutely ridiculous if you... I think you've lost your mind if you check out without popping these in, because it's ridiculous value, isn't it?
I know, $4.99 for 6 hardy fuchsias. Fuchsias is going to come up year after year after year. 6 different varieties as well. We're not just giving you, one boring variety, like making you have to put up with 6 of the same. 6 stonkingly gorgeous different varieties there. We've got Delta Sarah, we've got Dollar Princess, we've got Heidi Ann, we've got Mrs. Popple, we've got Snowcap, and we've got my favourite, which I'll lift this up a little bit because it's a bit hidden, which I like, is Hawk's Head. I love the simplicity of this one, but all of these are totally gorgeous, totally hardy, easy to grow, will grow in most parts of the garden, full sun, dappled shade. These will definitely flower for you this year. Look at this one here, this Hawk's Head. I mean, this plant's already 8, 9, 10 inches tall, multi-branched, and crazy root.
The roots on the side, it's amazing, isn't it?
Crazy roots. I mean, that makes me quiver, that really does. I mean, look at that. That is such an amazing root system on there.
I don't know a man that likes a root system more than you, Adam.
Look at that. That is such a great plant, because as soon as that gets in the ground, look at that.
Stunning, isn't it?
That is going to establish so quickly.
Stunning and great quality.
Oh, the quality's phenomenal.
Because you think, hang on, I'm going to get 6 of these for a £5. You think, well, they're not going to be amazing. They're not going to be in tip-top condition, ready to put on. Well, they absolutely are. This is a really fair representation of what we're going to send to you.
These are in 9cm pots. These aren't even plug plants. They're not even super plug plants. They're beyond that. They're in 9cm pots. They're going to be, one of these in the garden centre would be $4.99 for one in most garden centres I can think of, but you're looking at years and years and years of flower and joy and bloom from these. So that's my one tip: plant them where you want them to be forever, because these aren't like your bedding fuchsias that you can just discard at the end of the season. You're going to want to love these. You're going to want to enjoy these for year after year. So find that perfect spot, put them there, and enjoy them for years and years to come.
Could you, once you've planted something in like this that's hardy, is it possible to move it?
It is, yeah. I mean, most plants like this you would move when they're dormant. So if you wanted to move these fuchsias, you would move them. So you
sort of mark them in the summer so you know where they are?
Yeah, you'd make a note in the summer, and then probably say between November and the end of February, that's kind of when you'd lift and move them while they were dormant. And then, they kind of get themselves sort of snuggled down again and established before the summer. Because if you sort of lifted them mid-summer, then you break all those root systems, and then they wilt because they can't get the moisture they need. Again. So most shrubs you move when they're dormant, and then they're happy.
Amazing. Let me share with you how you unlock this incredible deal. And if you are new here, it all starts over at YouGarden.com. Type in the item number 510262 is your item number. Up they pop. Now they're $19.94 without the code. Now they are less expensive than that, and we're going to show you how you get a hold of them. So go over here, make sure, so you've already got £10 off, however, add the code in. So YGTV1824, in that goes, and then look what happens. So the price is $4.99, that's all you're going to pay for these, but also every single order that you place using the code, and you can use the code I'm guessing it'll be live for the next few days, the code. Valid for at least a week, there we are. We'll also then always have a free gift when you're shopping with us here at YouGarden TV, and then the freesias will jump in. They are your free gift. They have a value of £9.99. So again, look at your saving there. $34.94 is what you save when you're spending $11.98. You do have postage to pay of $6.99, but when you're using the code, as long as you spend over £40, that postage will also disappear, which is brilliant. So a great way to save it. And we were saying the Torino pots, weren't we, Adam? Perfect to go with these.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've got this one, this little one here. We've popped into one of the Torino pots there. So, I mean, not forever, not for life, but for the first year, this year, if you want to grow them on a little bit and just make them, slightly more substantial plants, you might be thinking you want to plant this where you've already got some other larger shrubs. So you want to just get it a little bit bigger so it, it can compete nice and easy with the other shrubs. At the end of the summer, you can just tip it out of this pot, plant it where you want it to be, and and then use your Torino pot up for something else.
Brilliant. Make sure you grab those. 510262. I am going to give you a recap of lots of different things that you've seen already in the show. We are into the last 30 minutes now of the show, so we're going to whiz back through some of your favourites, but I'm going to share with you some of your favourites. So grab a pen and a piece of paper if you want to jot some of these numbers down. Remember, if you go over to the website, you can see it all laid out for you as well. But let's kick things off. Let's start with the compost. 2 massive 50-litre bags for you there. A brilliant deal. Premium professional compost. Exactly the formulation of compost that we are using here in the nursery to grow everything on. I would say nearly everything we've shared with you today. I think we only had one. I think that the geishas we showed you, they needed some echinacea compost, but pretty much everything else in the show you can plant in here. It is the best all-rounder for indoor and outdoor plants, which is marvellous, and it's a great deal too. 2 bags there, 2 50-litre bags delivered for £24.98. Now, the honeyberry, I'm obsessed with this. I'd love to grow one of these. We had a little look at this earlier. It's an edible fruit, but it's also on a really lovely plant too. The plant itself looks glorious, and it's going to produce these very sweet blueberry-esque style berries. Honeyberries is what they're called. They are brilliant on porridge, apparently. You can get one of these for £9.99. That's good value. However, the true value comes when you double up. So put 2 in your basket, and it becomes £14.98 if you want to go for those. 310070 is your item number. Now, Mrs. Thompson, this is your clematis. Did I get it right? Nearly. Nearly. I think we got it right. Not a clematis, as I always want to call it. You get 3 of these in, I don't know why I want to call it that, in 9cm pots. We went and had a little look at these out and about on the nursery whilst Sean and Bex have a chat with you. This is right now. This is what these look like, ready to be shipped out to you. If you're placing your order in this show, chances are it's one of those that are coming out to you. I love the colour variant in the petals there. You can really see it on the ones that are out and about on the nursery. £14.97. Essentially, it's a half-price deal for you as long as you are using that code. Less than £5 a plant, which is amazing value. 550350 is the item number that you need. Now, the fuchsia trees, we showed you the hardy fuchsias. These are a fuchsia tree. These are very substantial. These are big. They're 80 centimetres tall. One should be £29.99. We've taken £5 off, but also you need to put 1 in your basket and we will give you a second one for free. So you're paying less than you should be for 1 to get 2 of those. 450008 is your item number. We also have these, your Creeping Phlox collection. Brilliant gap filler, these. And also, we saw a picture of Sean's earlier, and that was 1 plant. This is 24 plug plants you are getting here. So think about the amount of coverage that you could achieve with these if you so wish. 480533, it's a half price deal again for you. Do not miss out on those. Ah, there he is. There's Sean. You can see the phlox there behind him, covering a substantial area, which is glorious. Lots and lots of coverage for £14.99. Actually, and they produce such a really lovely array of dense colour. The Acer has been popular, as they always are. Great value we offer you on Acers. They are not an inexpensive plant by any stretch of the imagination, but we've made this one really affordable for you. 511247 is in a 13 centimetre pot, so it's already a well-established plant, that one. £14.99 is your price if you want to get your hands on that. The Laval planters, these are great. So they're actually £9.99 for 1 on the website, with a promo on the website that allows you to get 2 for £14.98. However, use the double up deal, put 2 lots in your basket, so 2 times 130595 will give you an extra 2 for £5, which I think is blooming marvellous, really, isn't it? 4 of those for £19.98, and they're another really good sort of all-round decent size for you to use. So 26 centimetres in diameter, which is great. Right. Very, very busy show here on this Sunday. We're kind of slap bang, sort of prime gardening time, really, aren't we? I think, obviously, look, you know, people that take their gardening seriously, they garden all the year round. Fair weather gardeners, though, this is when we're really getting involved, isn't it? This time of year.
Yeah, because, and to be fair, you know, whether you're a dedicated gardener, professional, or a fair weather gardener, the way the weather has been this winter, it's put us all off. I mean, you know, we've had floods, haven't we? We've had grey days, we've had cold days, the soil's been sticky and horrible. It's just been depressing to go out in the garden, but now, finally, you know, we're getting warmth, we're getting sunshine, you know, things are starting to grow, and we're just feeling enthused and excited about going outside. And is this that's popped out.
That has opened.
That's opened since this morning.
This is what I'm calling this year's Eurovision entry. It's Oleander, Ollie Alexander, of course, our Eurovision entry. I will keep making that joke. It will still be funny to me and not to any of you. It's okay. I'm all right with that. You know, I'm marching to the beat of my own drum, madam. 680
best way to be, Joe.
680-059. Do let us know if you'll be watching Eurovision in the chat. It'll be all over this time next week. #boohoo. But yes, that has opened up since we've been here live on air with you. It is very warm in here.
It is warm in here.
We are within a double greenhouse, that's what was pointed out to me earlier, which I think is marvellous.
Well, I feel like, you know, I'm having actually chicken later on.
I'm ready for me holiday next week.
I'm having roast chicken later, and it's in one of those cook-in-the-oven bags, and I think that's what we feel like now, don't we? Feel like,
could have brought it in with you, two birds, one stone.
Yeah, it's like we've been cooked in one of those oven-ready bags.
Yeah.
But, and it's only May. But yeah, I mean, look at these. These are glorious, and it is tickling me that those flowers have actually opened since we brought these in this morning.
I think we had, when I was here on Wednesday, one of them looked like that, and that was kind of all we had. We had one stem branch that looked like that, but look at how this is coming. We've got another one that's opening up before our very eyes there.
But look at the amount of buds. I mean, yeah, there's flowers opening. There's buds there that are about the size of a grain of rice.
But it's sort of buds behind buds behind buds as you look at it, isn't it?
So that's weeks of colour, isn't it? Like potential colour on there. You know, and these are evergreen quality plants. And what I like about them, they're all uniform. They're all sort of the same size.
How long will the flower, once it does flower, how long can we expect flowers before they go back to being evergreen?
If you put these in the hottest, sunniest part of your garden you can find, especially if it's south-facing or somewhere like that, these will flower end of August into September. I mean, they will keep going for a long, long time.
And then will they come back to this beautiful sort of foliage that you can see here?
Yep. You can just sort of deadhead them at the end of the season. It's got this evergreen foliage, these willow-shaped kind of leaves, this lovely glossy foliage. These are hardy to -5. But, you know, if you're in a very cold area or you're worried about particularly cold winter, grow them in pots, and then you can just bring them inside somewhere for the winter.
In a sort of unheated conservatory.
Yeah, they don't need to be mollycoddled or heated. Even if they were just in a greenhouse or somewhere, it's only goes down to like a couple of 2 or 3 degrees. That will be fine as long as they've got light and you keep them on the dry side. They'll go through winter. I'll be honest with you, they look a bit dog-eared when they come out next spring.
Do they?
But yeah, they'll lose a few leaves, and a few leaves might be a bit mildewy and stuff. But honestly, you bring them back outside next spring when the day length starts to lengthen as it is now. Within a few weeks, they'll start to reshoot, they'll start to rebud, and they'll start all over again. And again, I've noticed in many, many recent years, I'm seeing oleanders outside getting bigger and bigger and bigger and getting through more and more winters than ever before.
Would they get past a certain point? Would they become so established that they would become hardy after a while?
Yeah,
or are they always? It doesn't matter how established they are still going to be susceptible to being killed off by cold weather?
You know what, Joe? You've hit on a really brilliant, good point there, because with most plants, the bigger they get, the hardier they get. So, you know, if you had a really huge oleander, and I've seen some 7, 8, 9 foot tall and just as wide, in a really cold winter, probably 80% of that growth might get knocked back. But because that plant is so big and so mature, if you wait till the frosts are gone and you cut it back to, like, you know, stumps about a couple of 2 or 3 foot tall, chances are that wood further down would still be alive. Right. So they would regrow.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, the moral of the story is the bigger they get, the tougher they get. But we're saying to you, -5 is kind of their limit for the ones of this size.
Brilliant. And they look gorgeous as they are, but I just know that you're going to get the most incredible explosion of colour from these. They are on a buy one, get one free, so they are amazing value as well. If you want this offer, head over there. There they are, cream and yellow oleanders. As you can see, 1 into your basket, 2 appear, which is brilliant. Why did you get 1 free? Because you have used that code YGTV1824. If you want to call and place an order on the phones, I'll give you the number again. It is 0844 502 0050. You do need to give them the code immediately. Let them know that you're shopping on YGTV. Quote the code YGTV1824, and then you'll get all of these prices there as well. Adam's trimming his bamboo. He's decided he didn't like the look of that.
You know what? It's got a bamboo cane in it, but it had a big bit of bamboo cane sticking out the top like that. And that looked really ugly to me.
It didn't look very nice.
Aesthetically, it wasn't pleasing me. So I don't want you looking at a dead bamboo cane.
Yeah.
I want you looking at the glory
of this fuchsia. We're talking about your fuchsias here. These are on a great deal because you're getting £5 off these, and you're getting a buy one get one free. Now these are a different proposition to the 6-pack we looked at. What sets these apart?
Yeah, well, these are a standard fuchsia. You can see they've been sort of grown up on this stem. So this one at the front here in particular has got that sort of free stem with nothing growing on the stem, and then it's sort of trailing down. It's weeping almost. It's got that kind of look to it, which looks amazing.
These have also opened up during the show.
They have, and it is silly warm in here. It's getting really, really warm in here at the moment. These fuchsias aren't hardy, but just because they're not hardy, it doesn't mean they're going to die at the end of the season. If you just keep these frost-free through the winter and somewhere bright and keep them on the dry side, you can keep these going for year after year after year.
Would you expect this to go back to the soil, or would you just get a bare root over the winter?
No, I mean, what you'll find is towards the end of the season, they'll start to sort of drop leaves and stuff, and they'll go down just to kind of like a stick, you know, just sort of a stick kind of structure. But, if you keep them dry and bright through the winter, bring them out again next spring, water them, put them somewhere warm, they'll reshoot and they'll keep going all over and over again. We're going to give you 2 different types. You're getting a mixture of 2 different types. But the good thing about this, Joe, is it's out of the box. Instant colour, instant impact. These are feature plants, these are centre plants, these are statement plants. So straight away, if you've got a sort of a border of annuals or a display of annuals, and you want a centre point, like those sort of park gardens where you see those lovely bedding displays, and they always put like a nice standard fuchsia in the middle, or they put like a canna or something like that as a central feature. That's what these plants are.
Perfect for that. Absolutely perfect for that.
And just one final quick thing with this one as well. I've got the secateurs as well. If you wanted to, I mean, this one here is already quite nicely branched. But if you wanted to, and you wanted to make it even more bushy, what you could do, you see this stem here?
Yep.
You could just trim that back to about there.
Okay.
And you could trim that one back to about there.
Right.
Then that will reshoot with another couple of 2 or 3 stems.
So they're going to sort of double the width.
Double the width. Then you could do that again, and that way you create that lovely mop head effect of getting flowers all the way round. You don't have to do that. You can just leave it to grow as it's growing now.
Would you want to do that for a certain amount of time before you just leave it to its thing?
Yeah, I mean, I would do that perhaps once or twice.
Right.
So up until perhaps say the end of May, middle of June, and then I would leave it to flower.
Brilliant. Okay, 450008. They are a buy one get one free, but you've also got a discount. Echinaceas. We're going to have to whiz through. We've got so much to get in. My absolute favourites. These are brilliant. You've got half price deal here. Amazing pop of colour, Adam, aren't they?
Again, incredible quality plants here, Joe. I mean, fabulous root system on there. That's just
stunning.
I'm seriously going to have a lay down after the show because these roots have finished me today. They've really sent me over the edge. Just incredible. Flower bud already. Look, that one's got a flower bud already. This one's got a flower stem coming. These will come up year after year. Great for sunny positions. Great for sort of semi-shade. Great for pots. Just stunning.
Really exotic, aren't they? That's what I love about them. Yeah, 561088. Is your item number here, £9.98 even. Gonna have a quick look at Verbascum Dark Eyes. Again, a really unusual one, Adam.
Yeah, this is a sort of Verbascum or mullein is its common name, and a great plant for a really hot, dry, sunny position in poor soils. Once these are established, they grow in the most excruciatingly awful soils. I've seen these growing in terrible soil. Once they're established, they'll come up year after year. year. They send up these multiple spikes of gorgeous yellow flowers, that little pink centre, lovely great big lush leaves that kind of hug the ground at the base and form like a nice rosette. Happy plants, these happy flowers, smothered in pollinated insects and easy to grow.
Really gorgeous, aren't they? 3 plug plants here for you for $9.99, which is great. Amazing root system. It's going to have a sit down. You definitely are. Get the roots on that. 480-980 is your item number there. Aquilegia Macana is what we are looking at here. A very unusual. Again, there's quite a lot of exotic flowers in the show today, isn't there?
These are different, unusual looking. We were talking about the verbascums, full sun, really, really dry. What if you want something for shade and moist? These are brilliant for shade. Aquilegias do well in shady borders, northern-facing borders, for example. So if you want colour in a shady area, these are great. And I tell you what, if you want colour now, between your bulbs finishing and the mainstay of your perennials flowering, these are great gap fillers. These will give you that colour hit now when other things aren't flowering. These are bone hardy, these are very tough. They come up year after year after year. They flower for a good number of weeks, and even after they're finished flowering, they've got really attractive foliage.
Awesome, aren't they? Really cool, those. 2 9cm pots, so they're substantial, those. 561073, again, almost a half price offer for you there. Agastache is where we are going next, and you're getting 3 of these. These are those lovely sort of liquorice smelling ones.
That's it, yeah. I mean, Agastache or Agastachia, I've heard people call these. Again, a perennial with lovely upright stems, masses and masses of blue, purpley blue flowers that flower for week after week after week, and foliage that when you crush the foliage has got a wonderful licoricey kind of smell to it. These are great plants for a really sunny, well-drained position. Again, they do well on quite poor soils as well. So if you've got that poor, sort of stony, gravelly, sandy kind of soil like I've got up in Norfolk, they do really well in that kind of position. Great for pollinating insects. Don't need staking. Just glorious, really, really glorious plants.
I love that they're quite inconspicuous as well. I mean, you look at them, they don't look like they're about to become that amazing column of colour that you're going to get from these. 560883 is your item number. You are saving £18 there, $9.99 for one of these. A few pounds more, you're going to get 3 of them, which is glorious. Let's move on then. The Allium Purple Sensation. Bang on trend, these ones.
These are bang on trend. Chelsea Flower Show's going to be on television in a few weeks' time. I tell you what, I'd bet my house on it that you will see these.
You've created gardens, haven't you?
Yeah, you've done
Chelsea?
4 gardens, well, 6 gardens at the Chelsea Flower Show.
Multiple gold
7
medalists.
actually. Yeah, 4 golds, 2 silver gilts, and a silver. Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah,
It's
Chelsea
the
Flower
gardening
Show.
gurus here, told you.
Which, yeah, we're not doing it this year, but we might do one day. My other half saying no, we won't. But yeah, you'll definitely see these at the Chelsea Flower Show. Now, just a quick caveat on these. These, because we've had these indoors a little while, they've gone a little bit skew whiff because they're growing towards the light. When you grow these in your garden, these grow bolt upright like a telegraph pole, and then you get this flower head on top, sort of tennis ball sized flower head.
Striking, aren't they?
And it's not one flower, it's hundreds of little star-shaped flowers that all form around the top of this bolt upright stem. And even after those flowers have faded, you can keep them because they've had this lovely sort of structure to them that looks great as a dried flower. These come up year after year. Well-drained, sunny position is what they really, really love. They will kind of multiply as the years go by, so you'll get more and more of these. But yeah, a really, really great plant. And also, again, another great gap filler to bring you colour before the mainstay of the herbaceous borders kick in, which is normally probably about mid-June. That's when all the others start to get going. So if you're hungry for colour now, but you can't wait until all your other herbaceous perennials are flowering, alliums are brilliant for filling in that gap.
Amazing. 560885 is your item number there. 11.97 instead of 29.97. These are Bex's. They are glorious. The bees loving those as well, aren't they? Very, very busy show. Let's go back to our favourites table. We have to end here because it is, you know, well, I love that they're sort of our favourites, but also your favourites from earlier in the week too. So let's start off again with the brown-eyed girl. I think this, when you're talking about bang for your buck from a plant, I mean, they don't get much better than this because they are brilliant value. Is it perennial?
No, this is not a perennial, this one. So, you know, this will last you for like one season. So
perennial being something that returns
perennial
every
being
year.
will come up year after year after year. You could probably try and take cuttings from it and see if you can grow it on, but as far as I'm aware, we're kind of bringing this to you as a sort of an annual kind of plant, you'll have up to like 1,000, possibly 1,000 flowers.
I mean, that's great
on
value
one
for
plant.
$14.99,
which
isn't
is
it?
just incredible. And this is a compact sunflower as well. This isn't a sunflower that's going to get sort of 3 or 4 metres tall. This is only going to get probably like a couple of 2 or 3 feet tall, form a nice dome-shaped plant, as you can see in that pot there, just smothered in flower. From when you get it out the box, there'll be buds all the way through till the first frost. This will keep flowering. We've just actually, doesn't come in the pot you can see. We've actually just put that in there to show you how beautiful it looks.
Really glorious. If you want to go for the brown-eyed girl, 560541. There is a promo on our website, but the YouGarden TV promo takes another £5 off that. That means your saving is $14.98. The pots themselves, I'll give you the details for those. 2 of these for $14.98. If you just want 2, brilliant value. But for an extra £5, we'll send you another 2. That means that they are £5 each on that deal, which is great value, isn't it?
They're palindromic pots, aren't they, as well?
Palindronic. What is palindronic?
I think the word can be is the same backwards or forwards.
Ah, so Laval.
yeah.
Yes, it's palindronic.
Yeah.
Race car is race. Oh yeah, how have I never known? I would say email in your favourite palindronic words, but we're nearly out of time. We are also going to move on. Let's share with you. Are we going to Biden's Hawaiian Flair very quickly? These are lovely. I love that they're sort of cute, small flower, but an abundance of them.
Do you know what? If you want something dead easy that will grow in dry soils, poor soils, that doesn't get tall, that will just flower for month after month after month with almost nil attention, Biden's, they're the thing to go for. Easy,
really
great for kids to grow as well, because they're so easy to grow, and they'll just get that hit of colour all the way through the summer, right up until the frosts.
Glorious. If you want to go for these 12 plug plants, they're £1 a plug plant, and you were saying we're going to get an abundance of flowers from each one of those plug plants.
Yeah, hundreds of flowers from each one. I grew Biden's last year. I didn't mean to. I inadvertently got some seed in a pot where I was growing something else, and I didn't know what they were to start with. But as soon as they started flowering, I realised, and I tell you what, they just flowered non-stop right up until November.
Glorious. 400551 if you want to get them. They would be $19.99 on our website, however with the code they become $11.99, which is wonderful. We're going to the foxglove, the digitalis. A foxglove, but not as we know it.
No, not as we know it. These are compact. These are only going to get to about sort of 18 inches, 2 foot tall, but these are a hybridised foxglove with the most extraordinary peach, orange, pinky kind of colours, multi-stemmed, adored by the bees and pollinating insects, and these will add the touch of the tropical, a touch of the exotic, a touch of the sort of holiday feel to your garden.
Yeah, who doesn't want a tropical holiday feel to their garden?
Absolutely.
I know I do. And these are really lovely quality, as you can see. Jumbo plug plants, as you can see there. $9.99 saves you £5, which is awesome. Now, something you're going to need for pretty much everything in this show today is our premium professional compost that you've got. It's the exact same compost, Adam, isn't it, that we are using here at the nursery. And it's definitely within our best interest to get really lovely, healthy plants. And that's what you're going to curate with these.
Well, that's what you've got, Joe. I mean, you've got countries across this planet like Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, for example, and the UK, where we grow billions and billions, literally billions, of plants for the horticultural industry. And they need to use the best compost in the world that can be, got hold of, and this is that compost. This compost is simple but brilliant. It's peat reduced, it's got that bark in it, that, what's the word I've been thinking of today? Composted bark in it, which keeps the texture open, lets the water flow through, the air flow through.
It's so light to the touch, which is what you're not expecting, I think, from compost.
Slow release fertiliser, wetting agent in this as well, pH balanced. It is absolutely sensational, and don't just take my word for it. This is one of our most 5-star reviewed products we've ever brought to you.
We occasionally water this in the studio. Now, I know this wasn't watered from the shows on Thursday, but what you were saying about that wetting agent in there, it's still held onto an awful lot of moisture, considering how hot it is in here.
Yeah, you can still feel moisture in that compost, can't you, Joe? When you really dig down underneath, it's still there. That's the wetting agent holding on to that moisture. But, yeah, I mean, and this compost, even when you try and compact it into a really hard ball like that, you just give it the slightest kind of rub. Look at that. and it just falls apart again.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely brilliant. If you've not tried it before, you've been missing out. It should be $42.97. However, we're taking almost £18 off, and we're going to include the postage, means you get both of those massive bags delivered to you for $24.98. If you were going for that and you think, you know, what else do I need to have in my basket? Every single basket should have the amazing hardy fuchsias in it, shouldn't it? We are going to go back to these to
Even
end
if you
our
don't
show
want
today.
these yourself, they would make a most amazing gift for someone. You might know somebody who just moved into a new home, or somebody who just moved to a larger garden, or like Stu just said, you know, for that price, you could give one to each of your friends as a gift. Because these are hardy fuchsias. You're giving people fuchsias that are going to be bringing joy 5, 10, 15 years from now. These aren't your bedding fuchsias that are just going to be cast away at the end of this summer. These are going to keep going for years.
We need to say thank you to Elaine and Nicola. They're saying how great we are.
Oh, thank you. Cheers, guys. That's very nice of you. Thank
very
you
much.
And thanks for watching. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Really do.
It's really flown by. Are you back next Sunday?
Yes, I am. Next Sunday and the Sunday after, I believe. Yes.
Next Sunday and the Sunday after. I'm sure I'll be back with you at some point in the very near future. What I was going to tell you is when we're live. Sorry, you can tell it's 4 hours in and it's warm because I've gone a bit woo. So we are with you every Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday. Wednesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. for 3 hours, so 10 till 1. And then on a Sunday, we are here with you from 10 until 2. I think Bex and Sean will be here on Wednesday. Bex and Sean will be here on Wednesday, so make sure you come and join them, of course, as well. Don't miss out, though, on these amazing, of course, fuchsias. 510262 is your item number there on those. $29.94 becomes $4.99. Are you on TikTok, Adam?
I'm on TikTok and
Are
Instagram.
you?
Yeah, I've finally dragged myself into kind of
and you can
the
find
21st
him there.
century.
His socials, as the kids say, are on the bottom of the screen there if you want to see what he's up to in the week as well. What are you up to? What have you got planned this week?
Lots of gardening jobs, a few planting plans. I think I'm back here on Thursday, I think, this coming week.
Thursday,
so and just enjoying life at the moment because it's spring and I'm going to be in the garden after work every evening.
Absolutely,
I love it.
absolutely is. It's just glorious out there. We are going to pack up super quick and we are going to race out into the sunshine.
Because you're off on holiday to the sun.
I am. One more day of work tomorrow and then a week in the sun.
Lovely.
It cannot come soon enough. Biggest thanks, of course, to you guys. Big thanks to Stu next door in the shed as well. Thank you to Adam. We'll see you back here on Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of your long weekend. Take care.